Welcome to the Manhwa world. I feel as though my veins are coursing with alcohol instead of blood. I can't breathe. Someone please help me. I'm nauseous, my heart is pounding. Is this how it ends? I don't want to die, gasped the girl, her voice trembling as she slipped into unconsciousness. Each word struggled to escape her lips, suffocated by the overwhelming panic gripping her. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself lying on a plush bed in a lavishly adorned palace room. Pink-hued furniture adorned the space, creating an ambience of delicate elegance. A grand dressing table stood beside a tall window, its frame draped with opulent red curtains that billowed gently in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the room. Confusion enveloped her senses as she took in her surroundings, her mind reeling with unanswered questions. Where am I? Am I still dreaming? Is this because I drank too much? She murmured, her voice barely audible amidst the silence of the room. Attempting to rise, she reached out her hand to steady herself, only to be met with a sudden realization of her own immobility. A surge of fear washed over her as her hand twitched involuntarily, her limbs refusing to obey her commands. I can't move, she whispered, her voice trembling with growing alarm. Meanwhile, a young woman, dressed in a crisp black uniform with a pristine white napkin tucked neatly at her waist, stood beside the bed, her expression one of genuine concern. My lady! You're awake! Are you all right? She inquired, her voice filled with relief at the sight of the girl stirring from her slumber. Simultaneously, a young man, his features etched with worry, hovered nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the girl's form. Has she awoken? He asked the lady servant, his voice tense with anticipation. The lady servant nodded in response, her eyes darting between the girl and the young man. Yes, she replied, her voice soft yet authoritative. But she hasn't fully come to her senses yet. The young man, meticulously dressed in a tailored suit, exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. His gaze softened as he turned towards the girl, his eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and relief. So she's alive, he murmured, his voice a blend of reassurance and disbelief. There's no need for such a commotion, he added, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of frustration. She only drank a trace amount of poison. She'll be fine, he assured, his words carrying a weight of experience and knowledge. As he approached, the light filtering through the window caught the sheen of his polished brown shoes, adding a subtle elegance to his demeanor. Did she truly believe she would garner attention by resorting to such drastic measures? He mused aloud, his brow furrowing in contemplation. How foolish, he continued, his words tinged with a hint of disappointment. They're all the same, he remarked, his voice tinged with a sense of resignation. Privileged young ladies enter the palace by the dozens, hoping to win the emperor's heart, he explained, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. The higher their expectations, however, the more disappointed they grow with time. In the end, he concluded, his tone tinged with a note of finality, they all meet the same fate. They put themselves at risk and test out their luck on the tightrope between life and death. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit chamber, the girl lay on the ornate bed, her simple white cord set contrasting sharply with the opulence of her surroundings. Her light purple hair cascaded around her face, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to her pale features. Lost in a haze of dizziness and confusion, she struggled to make sense of her surroundings. I'm so dizzy, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I can't hear what they're saying, she lamented, her words trailing off into the silence of the room. With a futile effort, she attempted to pry open her heavy eyelids, her mind reeling with disbelief. Am I dreaming? She wondered, her thoughts drifting into the murky depths of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the young man paced the room, his mind consumed with thoughts of her. I can't believe she would go to such lengths just to draw the emperor's attention, he muttered, his voice tinged with a mixture of frustration and concern. Placing a hand to his face, he sighed deeply, his thoughts racing as he grappled with the gravity of the situation. Listen carefully, he urged, his voice gentle yet firm. The Emperor is not interested in you, he stated, his words carrying a weight of truth. Turning his attention back to the girl, he regarded her with a mixture of pity and resolve. Most women die after drinking poison, he explained, his tone solemn. But a few, like you, manage to survive. With a note of urgency, he implored, do you know what happened to all the others? Once they realized nothing had changed, they poisoned themselves again. Pausing for a moment, he locked eyes with her, his gaze intense yet compassionate. Since you've managed to survive, he suggested, his voice softening, why don't you take this opportunity to change some things about yourself? In a tone dripping with rudeness and disregard for her feelings, the young man continued, oblivious to the impact of his words. Who knows? The Emperor might come around after he sees how you've changed. His arrogance reverberated in the air, adding to the girl's sense of discomfort and confusion. Struggling to open her heavy eyelids, she attempted to make sense of the situation. Who's that guy? She wondered, her thoughts muddled by the haze of poison-induced dizziness. And what's he going on about? She pondered, her irritation growing with each passing moment. Is he talking to me? She questioned, her frustration evident in the furrow of her brow. He sure is running his mouth, she concluded, her annoyance palpable. Despite her irritation, a flicker of curiosity danced in her mind. There's something beyond this, she mused, her thoughts swirling with questions. I wonder who he is. After a tense silence, the young man issued a command to the lady servant with authority laced in his voice. Don't let anyone in, including doctors and healers. Understood? With a brisk nod, he exited the room, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts. As the realization dawned upon her, she pieced together the puzzle of his identity. So his name is... she began, her thoughts trailing off as the pieces fell into place. Lord Chamberlain, she concluded, her voice barely above a whisper. As the first light of dawn gently kissed the Emperor's palace, casting a mesmerizing glow upon its grand facade, the morning unfolded in a symphony of tranquility and beauty. The melodious chirping of birds resonated through the air, their graceful movements adding to the ethereal ambience. Above, the skies stretched out in a canvas of azure, adorned with wisps of clouds that seemed to dance in the gentle breeze. Within the palace walls, every corner was adorned with the vibrant hues of orange flowers, their delicate petals adding a touch of whimsy to the majestic surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the windows, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow across the polished floors, infusing the palace with a sense of timeless elegance. Standing by the window, bathed in the warm embrace of the morning sun, she found herself enveloped in a sense of surreal wonder. This isn't a dream, she whispered softly to herself, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustle of curtains. I woke up in a totally different world. How is that even possible? Tears shimmered in her eyes, reflecting the kaleidoscope of emotions swirling within her. With a trembling hand, she brushed away the tears, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts and questions. This is the kind of thing that only happens in novels, she mused, her gaze drifting to the horizon. It's all too real to be a dream, she concluded, her heart heavy with the weight of her newfound reality. Stepping out of her room and into the living room, she was greeted by the opulence that surrounded her. Royal furniture adorned the space, each piece a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. The rich red carpet, woven with intricate patterns, added a regal touch to the room, its velvety texture inviting her to step forward. Her reverie was interrupted by the gentle voice of a lady servant, whose concern was evident in her every gesture. It's cold, my lady. You're still recovering from the poison. You need your rest, the servant advised, her words a soothing balm to her troubled soul. The mention of the word poison sent a shiver down her spine, as memories of her recent ordeal flooded back to her. Poison? Did the old owner of this body try to kill herself? She wondered aloud, her thoughts racing like a river in spate. And they keep calling me lady, she murmured, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and intrigue as she sought to unravel the mysteries of her new existence. The lady servant, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and concern, voiced her astonishment. "It's a miracle you're alive! Please don't strain yourself." Her genuine care for Lady Lucia was evident as she continued. "The roses in the garden are blooming beautifully. Would you care to take a walk and enjoy their splendor?" Despite the allure of the garden, Lady Lucia's weariness was apparent as she softly declined. I'd actually like to rest a little more." As Lady Lucia made to depart, the lady servant gently intercepted, her voice carrying a sense of maternal reassurance. "Then I'll help you freshen up. Shall I heat some water for you, Lady Lucia?" The mention of her name seemed to momentarily jolt Lady Lucia from her thoughts, prompting the servant's gentle inquiry. "Are you all right, my lady?" After a momentary lapse, Lucia's response, tinged with a hint of irritation, came forth. "Oh, yes, miss. I spaced out." With a soothing tone, the servant attempted to ease Lady Lucia's discomfort. "No need to be formal, my lady. I'll go heat some water." Lucia, appreciative of the gesture, murmured softly, Thank you." As Lady Lucia gracefully traversed the room in her pristine white frock and delicate pumpy shoes, the soft sound of her footsteps added a serene ambience to the space. Lost in her contemplations, she couldn't shake the feeling of disquiet, reflecting inwardly. "This is all kinds of weird, but the weirdest thing is this hair." Her gaze lingered on her reflection in the mirror, scrutinizing the unfamiliar hue of her hair, as she whispered to herself, "I just can't get used to it." Uncertainty danced in her eyes, casting shadows of doubt upon her otherwise composed demeanor. Upon scrutinizing her reflection further, Lucia couldn't help but notice the unusual color of her eyes, a mesmerizing shade of purple that seemed to defy logic. "How did I end up with this crazy color? These eyes too?" She pondered aloud, a tinge of incredulity coloring her voice. "I've never seen any race with such a color." With a heavy sigh, she confessed to herself, "I can't get over my appearance. Where am I?" As Lucia made to take her leave, the lady servant gracefully intervened, her tone both respectful and gently authoritative. "Have a seat over there, Your Majesty." Lucia, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected title, acquiesced with a hesitant, "All right." Holding a bowl of water with practiced ease, the servant inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling dizzy? You really must be careful." Lucia settled onto the sofa, offering a reassuring smile as she responded, "I'm fine, but thank you for asking." Seated opposite Lucia, the lady servant began to wring out a towel in the water, her movements fluid and purposeful. "I know you feel stifled here, but please try your best to bear it. You'll be back to your old self soon," she encouraged, her words laced with empathy. Lost in her own ruminations, Lucia couldn't shake the unsettling realization. "I can't believe they almost buried such a pretty girl alive. How awful." The lady servant's concern for Lucia was palpable as she continued, her voice soft yet filled with genuine empathy. "I don't know exactly what happened, but it sounds like this person poisoned herself. I know what it feels like to be at death's door." With a touch of sadness, she added, "I feel sorry for her, even though I had nothing to do with it." Lucia, heartened by the servant's compassion, offered a grateful smile. "Don't worry, I'm feeling fine." Despite her reassurance, Lucia couldn't suppress a soft sniffle as the servant expressed her concern, imploring, "My lady, I was so worried about you. Please get some more rest." Lucia's laughter, tinged with weariness, filled the room as she replied, "Haha, okay. I will." Immersed in her own thoughts, Lucia embarked on a journey of introspection, delving deep into the mysteries surrounding the original inhabitant of her current body. What happened to the original owner of this body? I want to find out more about who I am, about who this woman was. She contemplated silently, her mind a whirlwind of curiosity and confusion. Turning to the lady servant with a tentative expression, Lucia broached the topic with cautious hope. "Hey, you know that thing, Lucia, I always write in? The servant, attuned to Lucia's unspoken queries, responded with gentle understanding. You mean your diary? A flicker of recognition crossed Lucia's features as she eagerly affirmed. Why yes, my diary! With a sense of reverence, the servant retrieved a beautifully crafted blue diary adorned with delicate white designs, its pages holding the secrets of another's life. I kept it safe for you, she reassured Lucia, her tone imbued with a quiet sense of trust. With trembling hands, Lucia accepted the diary, its weight a tangible reminder of the mysteries it contained. As she began to leaf through its pages, each filled with the handwritten musings of another, Lucia's heart raced with anticipation. Who are you, Lucia? She whispered to herself, her voice barely audible in the quiet of the room. With each turn of the page, Lucia delved deeper into the enigmatic past of the woman whose identity she now inhabited, her mind a canvas upon which the story of another unfolded. After a time, Lucia gently set the diary aside, her thoughts consumed by the unanswered questions that lingered in the air. She didn't commit suicide. And she didn't accidentally die while trying to get the Emperor's attention. Then what happened to her? And how did I enter her body? Lucia's brow furrowed in deep contemplation as she grappled with the weight of the unknown, her determination to unravel the truth unwavering in the face of uncertainty. In a moment of poignant realization, Lucia added softly, Lucia wasn't after power. She just wanted to meet someone who would truly love her. With a heavy yet resolute heart, Lucia embarked on a quest to uncover the secrets of her own existence, and the woman whose identity she now shared, her journey fueled by a relentless pursuit of truth and understanding. Despite being born into an aristocratic lineage, Lucia maintained a pragmatic understanding of the imperial family's dynamics. As she stepped into the opulent halls of the Rose Palace, memories of her father's coercive words flooded her mind. Although she came from an aristocratic family, she didn't have any illusions about the imperial family. She muttered under her breath, a mantra to ground herself amidst the grandeur. It was her father's relentless pressure that propelled her here, his insistent voice echoing in her ears. Charm the Emperor with your beauty, he had urged, his tone laced with ambition. Grab his heart with your hands and his body with your legs, he added with a smirk, leaving Lucia unsettled by the implications of his words. In that moment of reflection, Lucia couldn't ignore the bitter truth. Her father had manipulated her for his own gain, sacrificing her well-being in the pursuit of social status. He sacrificed his own daughter in order to raise his social status. Then he never came to visit her even once. She acknowledged, a sting of betrayal lingering in her heart. Despite the weight of her realization, Lucia found herself trapped in a limbo of expectation, neither an empress nor a royal concubine, but a mere pawn in her father's game. As she navigated the lavish corridors of the palace, Lucia felt more like a caged bird than a prospective bride. Each passing moment intensified her sense of isolation, leaving her to confront the daunting reality of her situation. Alone with her thoughts, she couldn't shake off the cryptic warning that had been whispered to her. Beware the black rose floating in the water. Its enigmatic nature gnawed at her curiosity, compelling her to decipher its meaning amidst the uncertainty that loomed ahead. In the antechambers of power, where whispers carried weight and alliances were forged in shadows, the Lord Chamberlain led Lucia into the heart of intrigue. His demeanor, initially veiled in civility, betrayed an undercurrent of disdain towards the young woman entrusted to his care. As they navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the palace, his gaze bore into her with a silent reproach, hinting at a deeper antagonism simmering beneath the surface. Their path eventually led them to a secluded alcove where the Lord Chamberlain sought out a clandestine rendezvous with a figure of influence. Towering arches framed the scene, casting long shadows that danced upon the walls, imbuing the encounter with an aura of secrecy. Leaning in with an air of urgency, the Lord Chamberlain imparted his intentions with a solemn gravity. One who becomes the Emperor's eyes. One who conveys the Emperor's messages. One who tells the Emperor what he wants to hear. He is not to be crossed, and he is not to be interfered with. Amidst the hushed exchange, the Lord Chamberlain beseeched for a moment of access, his voice tinged with a subtle plea. "It will only take a moment. Please," he implored, his words hanging in the air like a delicate thread. However, met with steadfast resistance from the other party, his patience wore thin. A flicker of frustration flashed across his features as he tightened his grip, his resolve unyielding in the face of opposition. In a calculated gambit, the Lord Chamberlain subtly alluded to the repercussions of defiance, his veiled threats casting a pall of uncertainty over the exchange. "Sounds like you wouldn't show me even if your life depended on it. Well, nothing to be done. I'll just go directly to His Majesty then," he declared, his tone carrying a weight of finality. The sudden shift in demeanor left the other party visibly disconcerted, their resolve crumbling under the weight of the Lord Chamberlain's implicit authority. With a trembling hand, they relented, relinquishing the coveted papers that held sway over the palace's intricate machinations. "I'll just give it to you," they stammered, their capitulation a testament to the Lord Chamberlain's mastery of manipulation. As the echoes of their exchange faded into the recesses of the castle, the Lord Chamberlain emerged victorious, a silent puppeteer pulling the strings of power behind the throne. In the tense atmosphere of the secluded alcove, the figure of influence abruptly hurled the papers towards the Lord Chamberlain with a forceful gesture, causing them to flutter through the air like a flock of startled birds. "Here you are!" they exclaimed, their voice tinged with a mix of urgency and agitation. Startled by the unexpected action, the Lord Chamberlain staggered backward, his reflexes kicking in to catch the cascade of documents before they could scatter across the floor. "Ack! I'm sorry! Eek! I was just so eager to give them to you," the figure hastily apologized, their initial defiance giving way to a palpable sense of remorse. Surveying the scene with a mixture of exasperation and understanding, the Lord Chamberlain accepted the apology with a gracious nod, though a subtle tension still lingered in the air. "It's fine," he reassured, though the faintest hint of irritation flickered in his eyes. As he began to sift through the disarray of papers, the figure of influence seized the opportunity to interject, their voice trembling with a palpable sense of urgency. Sir? Hee. Cling. Please look at whatever you wish, Lord Chamberlain, but if anyone else were to find out, my word," they implored, their words laced with a mix of fear and desperation. Despite the gravity of the situation, the Lord Chamberlain remained steadfast in his resolve, his attention firmly fixed on the task at hand. "The budget for the Rose Palace is absurd," he remarked with a furrowed brow, his tone tinged with incredulity as he delved into the intricate details laid out before him. Sensing an opportunity to glean insight, he turned to the figure of influence with a pointed question. "Is it this much every month?" The weight of their clandestine conversation hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow over the dimly lit alcove as they delved deeper into the labyrinth of palace politics. As the figure of influence quivered with trepidation, their response to the Lord Chamberlain's inquiry came accompanied by a palpable sense of fear. Beads of perspiration adorned their furrowed brow, reflecting the weight of their confession. "Well, this month's budget was a bit below average. We usually spend much more than this," they admitted, their voice trembling with the burden of their words. Tears welled in their eyes, betraying the depths of their anxiety as they contemplated the potential repercussions of their revelation. The mere thought of the Emperor discovering the shortfall in funds filled them with a profound sense of dread, knowing all too well the dire consequences that awaited them. Turning to the Lord Chamberlain with a plea born of desperation, they implored him to spare them from the wrath of the Emperor. "Would you mind not telling the Emperor? You see, I have a wife like a bear and children like bunnies back home. I'm sure you're aware," they confessed, their thoughts drifting to the loved ones who depended on them for sustenance and security. The image of their wife, fierce yet tender like a bear, loomed large in their mind, a stark reminder of the responsibilities that weighed heavily upon their shoulders. "I must bring home money in order to placate the bear. Surely you understand? I beg of you, sir," they pleaded, their voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, amidst the backdrop of clandestine conversation, the Lord Chamberlain's attention momentarily wavered as his gaze fell upon a girl in a lavender frock gliding past him. A lady servant trailed in her wake, their presence a curious anomaly amidst the labyrinth of palace intrigue. "That's a first," he remarked under his breath, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected sight. Though his focus remained on the task at hand, the fleeting observation lingered in his mind, a subtle reminder of the ever-shifting dynamics within the palace walls and the intricate web of relationships that defined life within its confines. Amidst the backdrop of their clandestine conversation, the figure of influence offered a glimpse into the palace's social dynamics, their voice tinged with a hint of familiarity, as they identified the passing figure. "Oh, it's Lady Lucia," they remarked casually, their gaze tracking her progress with a mixture of recognition and curiosity. Sensing the Lord Chamberlain's interest, they anticipated his inquiry with a knowing smile. "Where's she going?" he queried, his curiosity piqued by her sudden departure. "I would presume she's on her way to tea time with the other ladies," came the response, accompanied by a nonchalant shrug. "The budget for the Rose Palace mostly goes towards tea time and the necessary dresses, accessories, and so on," they added, shedding light on the peculiarities of palace life. The Lord Chamberlain's shock was palpable as he absorbed the revelation, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "Dresses and accessories for tea time? Do they drink the dresses and eat jewelry for snacks?" he quipped incredulously, his tone laced with humor. Beside him, the figure of influence couldn't help but chuckle at the Lord Chamberlain's jest, their laughter echoing in the dimly lit alcove. "Your jokes, my lord!" they exclaimed, their amusement evident in the twinkle of their eye. Seizing the opportunity to enlighten the Lord Chamberlain, they offered an explanation for the seemingly extravagant customs of tea time. "The ladies use those things to show off their beauty. They dress more extravagantly when they meet other women compared to when they meet men," they elaborated, providing insight into the intricate social rituals that govern palace etiquette. Intrigued by the revelation, the Lord Chamberlain pressed further, his curiosity unabated. "You can tell she's going to tea time just by looking at her clothes?" he inquired, his interest piqued by the subtleties of palace protocol. With a knowing nod, the figure of influence affirmed his query, shedding light on the deeper significance of tea time within the palace walls. "Tea time isn't just a place for socializing. His Majesty made it mandatory to attend," they explained, unveiling the layers of tradition and obligation that underpin the palace's social hierarchy. Amidst the exchange, the figure of influence delved deeper into the intricacies of palace customs, shedding light on the fervent aspirations of the ladies who frequented tea time. "The ladies put their hearts and souls into dressing up in hopes that they'll see him there," they revealed, their voice tinged with a mixture of admiration and resignation as they spoke of the palpable longing that permeated the palace walls. Caught in the grip of skepticism, the Lord Chamberlain couldn't help but express his candid thoughts on the matter. "These ladies sound pathetic," he remarked with a sigh, his tone colored by a hint of disdain for what he perceived as frivolous pursuits. However, his words were met with a swift admonishment from the figure of influence, who interjected with a sense of urgency. "Eek! You must be careful with your words, my lord," they cautioned, their eyes widening in alarm at the potential repercussions of his indiscretion. Undeterred by the cautionary words, the Lord Chamberlain continued to voice his skepticism, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "Has any girl in the Rose Palace so much as spent the night with His Majesty? Why must we indulge them when His Majesty hasn't even accepted one as his wife?" he queried, his voice tinged with incredulity as he grappled with the disparity between palace tradition and reality. With a wry laugh, he gestured towards the figure of influence, seeking validation for his skepticism. In response, the figure of influence offered a resigned acknowledgement of the prevailing circumstances. "Well, we have no other choice. They do come here in the hopes of becoming the Empress," they conceded, their words carrying the weight of resignation as they acknowledged the enduring allure of power and prestige within the palace hierarchy. Despite their misgivings, they understood the complex interplay of ambition and tradition that governed life within the Rose Palace, where aspirations collided with harsh realities in the pursuit of imperial favor. Amidst the debate over the ladies' attire, the Lord Chamberlain relinquished the documents back into the hands of the figure of influence, acknowledging the necessity of their extravagant expenditures. "We can't just let them run around in rags," he conceded, his tone laced with a begrudging acceptance of the palace's peculiar customs. "Besides, they spend every night waiting up for His Majesty. Couldn't we at least let them have their fun as a consolation?" he proposed, seeking a measure of compassion amidst the rigidity of palace protocol. Yet the Lord Chamberlain offered no immediate response to the query, his silence serving as a tacit acknowledgement of the complexities at play. He murmured thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he turned his attention to the figure of influence. "What's your name?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued by the individual standing before him. However, instead of answering the question, the figure of influence was overcome with emotion, their facade crumbling as tears welled in their eyes. "Why do you ask?" they sobbed, their voice choked with fear and uncertainty. The sudden outburst sparked concern in the Lord Chamberlain, who immediately sought to allay their fears. "Are you planning to tell His Majesty about me?" they pleaded, their desperation palpable as they begged for clemency. "Please don't. You see, I have a wife like a bear at home." "Wha?" they implored, their distress laid bare in the dimly lit alcove. Meanwhile, in the serene confines of a beautiful white room adorned with light pink furniture, Lady Lucia sat upon a plush bed, attended to by two dutiful lady servants. With deference, they presented her with a selection of gowns for tea time, their voices soft and reverent. "Here is your gown for tea time, my lady," they intoned, offering a lavender creation that they believed would complement her beauty. "I think it'll suit you well. If you stand up, I can help you into it," one of them suggested, their demeanor reflecting the utmost care and attention lavished upon their mistress. In the tranquil confines of her chamber, Lucia basked in the attentive care of her lady servants, their deference evident as they attended to her every need. With a radiant smile, she rose from her seat, anticipation dancing in her eyes as the lady servants prepared to adorn her in the gown for tea time. As they gently draped the garment around her, Lucia marveled at its intricate beauty, the shimmering stones catching the light in a dazzling display. As she felt the weight of the gown settle upon her, Lucia couldn't help but feel a pang of awkwardness. "A real gown, huh? This is a bit awkward. I've only ever worn simple dresses," she mused, her thoughts drifting back to simpler times. Yet, as the lady servants meticulously dressed her, she couldn't shake the feeling of nostalgia. "This is like... I'm basically a paper doll. The dolls I used to dress up as a kid," she reflected, a hint of amusement coloring her words. Sensing her hesitation, one of the lady servants gently encouraged Lucia to behold her reflection in the ornate mirror. "Would you like to take a look?" she inquired, her voice filled with anticipation. Peering into the mirror, Lucia was momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted her. She couldn't believe that she was wearing such a resplendent gown, fit for royalty. It was truly a princess gown, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the transformation. Turning to the lady servant with a grateful smile, Lucia nodded in affirmation. "Is the dress to your liking?" the lady servant inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Yes, it's perfect," Lucia replied with genuine enthusiasm, her heart swelling with gratitude for the care and attention lavished upon her. With delicate precision, the lady servant proceeded to braid Lucia's hair, weaving intricate patterns with practiced skill. Beside her on the table, a vial of rose water glistened in the soft light, its fragrance filling the air with a subtle sweetness. "Allow me to braid your hair for you," the lady servant requested politely, her fingers working deftly as she transformed Lucia's locks into a work of art. As she worked, the lady servant shared the benefits of rose water, explaining its role in enhancing natural beauty. "This freshly prepared rose water will help make your lips redder, so they use rose petals instead of lipstick," she explained, her voice infused with warmth and sincerity. Lucia listened intently, grateful for the insights into the palace's beauty rituals as she surrendered herself to the pampering care of her attendants. With a delicate touch, Lucia placed a paper dipped in rose water between her lips, savoring the subtle fragrance that enveloped her as she completed her preparations. As the final touches were made, she emerged resplendent, the epitome of grace and beauty. As they prepared to depart from the castle, one of the lady servants inquired about Lucia's comfort, her concern evident in her gentle tone. "My lady, are your shoes comfortable?" she asked, her eyes filled with solicitude. Lucia offered a reassuring nod, her confidence unwavering. "Yes, they feel fine," she replied, her voice tinged with gratitude for the attention to detail lavished upon her. Following closely behind Lucia, the lady servant guided her towards their destination, her footsteps echoing softly in the grand halls of the palace. "It's the room at the end of the hall. I'll be waiting for you here," she informed Lucia, her words punctuated by a sense of duty and devotion. Before them loomed a towering blue door adorned with a cascade of red roses, a striking juxtaposition against the opulent surroundings. However, Lucia surprised the lady servant with her unexpected declaration. "There's no need to wait for me. Go get some rest," she insisted, her words carrying a note of firmness. The lady servant hesitated, disbelief registering in her features as she processed Lucia's words. "Really? But well, all right. I'll be back after tea time," she acquiesced, her voice tinged with a mixture of confusion and compliance. With a sense of resolve, the lady servant opened the door before her, venturing into the unknown depths of the Rose Palace. As she crossed the threshold, Lucia's thoughts turned inward, her mind drifting to the words she had penned in her diary. In her diary, Lucia said she was afraid of the women at the Rose Palace. "I wonder what they're like," she pondered, a sense of apprehension stirring within her as she prepared to face the enigmatic figures that awaited her beyond the imposing door. Fully adorned in her elegant attire, Lucia made her way to the Rose Garden, a sanctuary nestled within the expansive grounds of the palace. As she entered the garden, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of roses, their vibrant hues painting the landscape in a riot of color. The garden was abuzz with activity, a throng of people mingling amidst the lush foliage, their voices carrying on the gentle breeze. Taking a moment to survey her surroundings, Lucia found herself drawn to a pink sofa nestled along the wall, a solitary oasis amidst the bustling crowd. Seated upon the plush cushions, she felt a wave of unease wash over her, a sense of isolation creeping in as she grappled with the unfamiliarity of her surroundings. Her mind raced with questions, uncertainty clouding her thoughts as she struggled to find her place amidst the sea of unfamiliar faces. Her reverie was interrupted by the arrival of a girl, her presence a welcome distraction from Lucia's inner turmoil. "Allow me to pour you some tea, my lady," the girl offered, her voice soft and gentle as she extended a cup of steaming tea towards Lucia. Grateful for the gesture, Lucia accepted the tea with a nod of thanks, her fingers curling around the delicate porcelain as she savored its warmth. As the girl poured the tea, Lucia couldn't help but notice her simple attire, a stark contrast to the opulent gowns worn by the other ladies in attendance. Her curiosity piqued, Lucia found herself drawn to the girl's peculiar mannerisms, her thoughts drifting to the unusual way in which she referred to herself in third person. How are you feeling?" the girl inquired, her touch sending a shiver down Lucia's spine. "Your hands are so cold. Why don't you let Isla warm them up for you?" she suggested, her words laced with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue at the girl's enigmatic demeanor, her mind swirling with questions as she pondered the implications of her words. Did she just refer to herself in third person? That's peculiar. And a bit weird. Do the other girls do that here? Lucia wondered silently, her gaze lingering on the girl before her. Yet, despite her initial skepticism, Lucia couldn't deny the warmth and sincerity in the girl's demeanor, a flicker of connection sparking between them amidst the swirling currents of palace politics. With a smile, the girl continued to engage Lucia in conversation, her words a comforting presence in the midst of uncertainty. Isla was late because she was changing dresses. Did she miss anything? She asked, her tone playful as she sought to alleviate Lucia's anxieties. Come to think of it, Lucia wouldn't know either. Isla will ask some of the others later. If Isla had gotten here earlier, she wouldn't be sitting way at the end of the table. She added, her words tinged with a hint of self-awareness as she settled into the rhythm of their exchange. As Lucia observed the bustling scene before her, her attention was drawn to a group of girls gathered around one particularly striking figure dressed in red. Their laughter and chatter filled the air, a stark contrast to Lucia's own sense of isolation amidst the vibrant throng. Isla is so jealous of Swan and the many privileges she enjoys as the Grand Duke's granddaughter. She's almost guaranteed to spend a night with His Majesty, the girl in the red dress remarked, her words carrying a weight of bitterness and resentment. Lucia couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort at the mention of names she barely knew, the intricacies of palace politics unfolding before her eyes. Realizing her own outsider status, Lucia couldn't shake the feeling of alienation that gripped her. Ah, yes, this is all so unfamiliar. I don't fit in here, she admitted softly, her voice tinged with a note of resignation. Yet, even as she grappled with her own insecurities, Lucia found herself drawn deeper into the web of intrigue that surrounded her. But no one ever has, the girl continued cryptically, her words laced with a sense of mystery. Intrigued by the enigmatic statement, Lucia leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. Has what? She inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. With a conspiratorial glance, the girl revealed a startling revelation that sent a shiver down Lucia's spine. By the way, Isla was watching when Lucia collapsed, she whispered, her words landing like a thunderbolt in the midst of Lucia's confusion. Stunned by the implication of the girl's words, Lucia's mind raced as she pieced together the puzzle before her. She saw Lucia take the poison? That must be why everyone keeps staring at me but won't say anything, Lucia realized with a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. The weight of the revelation settled upon her, casting a shadow over the festivities unfolding around her. Turning her attention back to the girl before her, Lucia listened intently as she lamented the disparity of privilege within the palace walls. No one has ever had the honor of a night with His Majesty, but Isla is sure Swan will get her chance sooner or later, the girl remarked with a sigh, her voice tinged with resignation. Since it's come to this, Isla will just have to convince her father, she added, her tone heavy with defeat. As the gravity of the situation sank in, Lucia found herself grappling with a newfound sense of urgency. The mysteries of the Rose Palace seemed to unravel before her eyes, revealing a world fraught with intrigue and deception. With each revelation, Lucia's determination to uncover the truth grew stronger, propelling her deeper into the heart of palace intrigue. Perplexed by the girl's fervent declaration, Lucia could only muster a bewildered response. Huh! Convince your father? She echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion as she struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. Yet, before she could fully grasp the implications of the girl's words, she leapt to her feet, her voice filled with determination. Convince him to use his position to make His Majesty notice Isla when he's finished with Swan, the girl exclaimed, her fervor palpable as she spoke. Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity at the audacity of the proposal. Seriously? Isn't that a bit much? She mused, her laughter tinged with disbelief at the sheer audacity of the girl's scheme. As the girl continued to speak, Lucia found herself drawn into the whirlwind of palace intrigue, her mind spinning with the weight of the revelations before her. Lucia must feel the same way, the girl remarked with a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed Lucia's reaction. Taking a moment to collect herself, Lucia reached for her cup of tea, seeking solace in its familiar warmth. Phew! I just can't understand, she confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she struggled to make sense of the dizzying twists and turns of palace politics. Yet, even as she spoke, a nagging sense of unease lingered at the back of her mind, a whisper of doubt that refused to be silenced. Sensing Lucia's disquiet, the girl leaned in closer, her concern evident in her gaze. Pardon? Are you still feeling ill? She inquired, her voice filled with genuine concern. Lucia shook her head, her reply tinged with a hint of uncertainty. And no, I'm fine, she reassured the girl, though her words rang hollow in her own ears. As the conversation continued to unfold, Lucia couldn't shake the feeling of detachment that enveloped her, as if she were merely a spectator in her own life. It feels like I'm watching a play. I mean, I'm living out Lucia's life, but this can't be right. I'm not Lucia. She reflected silently, a sense of disquiet gnawing at the edges of her consciousness. Before she could dwell further on her existential crisis, a new figure approached, breaking the spell of introspection that had settled over her. A girl dressed in regal blue approached with a delicate hand fan in her grasp, gracefully folding it shut before speaking. It's been a while. I didn't know you were ill. If I had known, I would have brought you some soup. Beside her, another girl's surprise was evident as she queried. Huh! Isla told you at the last tea time. Did you forget? A hint of frustration colored her tone as she reopened her fan and retorted. Is that so? I don't remember. Lucia interjected with a calm demeanor. I'm fine now. However, the smirk on the girl's face persisted as she countered. Is that so? Well, you did only take the poison for attention. Naturally, you didn't take enough to kill yourself. Lucia's expression remained inscrutable as she sat absorbed in her thoughts. Meanwhile, the murmurs among the girls in the surrounding crowd grew, discussing the effects of the poison. I heard it feels like your throat is on fire when you drink it. One whispered, while another questioned. Is that true? Their chatter turned speculative. Did you do it on impulse? Surely you won't do it a second time, right? Lucia, closing her eyes momentarily, responded with poise. Thank you for your concern, but I seem to have trouble remembering what happened before I woke up. If it comes back to me, I'll be sure to let you know. With a resigned sigh, she contemplated. They're so rude. I have to be cautious. I still don't know who tried to kill Lucia. As the weight of the conversation settled on her, Lucia's decision was clear. She stood abruptly, her movements deliberate, and stepped forward, her mind racing with the need for clarity. I feel like I'm suffocating in here. I need some fresh air, she thought, determined to find solace away from the stifling atmosphere of suspicion. As she hurried forward, her foot collided with the edge of the table, causing a cup to topple over and shatter upon impact. Tea spilled across the table, eliciting concerned inquiries from those nearby. Oh no! Are you okay? Someone called out, their voice laced with concern. Yes, Lucia replied tersely, her gaze shifting to the girl in the red dress who addressed her by name. Are you all right, Lucia? Have you really lost your memory? The girl inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of skepticism. Lucia's response was curt. I think so, she muttered, her words lacking conviction as she struggled to make sense of the chaos unfolding around her. Observing Lucia's weary demeanor, the girl offered a sympathetic smile. You look fatigued. Why don't you go rest? She suggested kindly, her concern genuine as she sought to alleviate Lucia's apparent distress. As evening descended upon the palace, casting a somber pall over the grandeur of its surroundings, Lucia found herself lost in a maze of uncertainty. Perched upon the stairs, she gazed out at the tranquil beauty of the palace grounds, her mind awash with questions and doubts. It's so beautiful here, but I don't know how to talk to these people. Will I ever get used to this? How am I supposed to live like this? She wondered aloud, her voice a whisper against the backdrop of the gathering dusk. Meanwhile, the Lord Chamberlain made his presence known, his stern countenance a stark contrast to the serene ambience of the palace surroundings. Spotting Lucia seated on the stairs, he approached with a sense of purpose, his gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that made her nervous. What are you doing out here? The Lord Chamberlain inquired, his tone brusque yet not unkind. Lucia felt a twinge of unease at the directness of his question. I'm just getting some fresh air, sir, she replied, her voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. As she pondered the enigmatic figure before her, Lucia couldn't help but wonder about their relationship. Who is he? She mused silently, her thoughts racing as she sought to unravel the mysteries of her surroundings. Observing the Lord Chamberlain's stern demeanor, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had somehow misstepped in her interaction with him. He looks kind of grumpy. Should I not have called him sir? How did Lucia treat him? It looks like he knows me, she reflected, her mind buzzing with unanswered questions. Before she could delve further into her thoughts, the Lord Chamberlain interjected with another query, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. Why are you sitting there? He pressed, his tone expectant. Lucia hesitated, uncertain how to respond to his probing inquiries. She began, only to be interrupted by another question from the Lord Chamberlain. Weren't you at tea time? He inquired, his brow furrowing with suspicion as he scrutinized her attire. Lucia's heart raced as she sought to formulate a response, her mind racing to explain the stain upon her dress. It already ended, she replied hastily, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yet, as the Lord Chamberlain's gaze lingered upon her, Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding settle over her. What's that stain on your dress? He pressed, his scrutiny unrelenting. Lucia's mind raced as she searched for an explanation, her thoughts swirling with the weight of his scrutiny. I spilled some tea, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper as she braced herself for the repercussions of her admission. He responded with a simple, I see, while she engaged in a moment of introspection, realizing, it seems like he wants to tell me something. Despite her internal hesitation and lack of inclination for conversation at that moment, she contemplated whether she should inquire further. Leaning in towards her, Lord's demeanor conveyed a sense of gravity as he imparted. The food chain doesn't apply to only animals, it's the same for humans. Today, it's only a stain on your dress. Who knows what kind of torments they'll think up later? His words carried a weight that seemed to linger in the air, prompting Lucia to reiterate. I spilled the tea. In response, he offered a simple acknowledgement, saying, Let's assume that's true. The air around them suddenly felt charged with tension as Lucia, taken aback by Lord's demeanor, shot him a perplexed glance, silently wondering. What's his deal? Lord sighed audibly, as if the weight of his words bore down on him too, before advising. If you don't want it to happen a second time, you have to become stronger. Confusion clouded Lucia's thoughts as she processed his unexpected counsel. What? Is he giving me advice? Why is he telling me all this? She wondered silently, breaking the uneasy silence with a hesitant inquiry. Is there anything else you wanted to say? However, Lord's response was only another sigh, leaving Lucia increasingly frustrated. What's with all the sighing? If he has something he wants to complain about, he should just say it, she thought to herself. As Lord stepped closer, Lucia instinctively rose from her seat, the tension between them palpable. You haven't changed a bit, Lord remarked, his voice carrying a hint of both familiarity and admonition. Suddenly, Lucia's mind raced as she recognized his voice, a sense of realization dawning upon her. That voice. I've heard it somewhere before. Since you've managed to survive, why don't you take this opportunity to change some things about yourself? She thought, turning towards him with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. With a jolt of recognition, Lucia realized, he's the guy from before. After exchanging a few words with the Lord Chamberlain, Lucia's keen ears picked up on the familiar timbre of his voice, instantly reminding her that he was the same individual who had conversed earlier. With a swift turn, she addressed him, her tone urgent yet filled with uncertainty. Hey. Wait. The Lord Chamberlain, visibly perplexed by her sudden interruption, halted in his tracks, his expression betraying his confusion as Lucia stepped closer, her eyes wide with emotion. I've become someone else. Lucia's words spilled forth, a mixture of urgency and apprehension evident in her voice as she sought to convey her newfound reality. Grasping the Lord Chamberlain's arm for emphasis, she continued, I died and came back to life as another person. Isn't that reason enough to meet the Emperor? Her plea hung in the air, punctuated by the weight of her revelation. A furrow formed on the Lord Chamberlain's brow as he processed Lucia's words, his hand instinctively rising to his head in a gesture of concern. Attempting to gather his thoughts, he began. Well, that's... But before he could finish his sentence, Lucia interjected, her urgency unyielding. Has the Emperor ever met a woman who became someone else? Caught off guard by her query, the Lord Chamberlain's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. What are you trying to say? Lucia's mind raced with possibilities as she pondered the implications of her situation. Does he know everything that goes on in the world? She wondered aloud, her voice tinged with apprehension. Maybe the Emperor knows why this happened and can help. She mused, her hand trembling slightly as she contemplated her next move. I have to meet him, Lucia declared, her determination shining through despite her nerves. I need to know if there's a way to return to my original body. With each word, her resolve strengthened, propelling her forward on her quest for answers. Lost in her thoughts, Lucia was interrupted by the Lord's voice, pulling her attention back to the present moment. The Emperor is no sage. He doesn't know everything, he remarked, his tone tinged with a sense of realism. Clarifying further, he added, none of the other women have ever come back as someone else. Even those who were lucky enough to survive ended up killing themselves. With a solemn nod, he conveyed his inability to provide the answers Lucia sought, concluding, I'm sorry I can't give you the answer you want, before turning to leave. Watching the Lord depart, Lucia stood at the foot of the stairs, lost in contemplation. Before she could gather her thoughts, a voice called out to her, breaking the silence. My lady! The lady servant exclaimed, offering her apologies for not noticing Lucia's departure. With a casual dismissal, Lucia replied, It's fine. Let's go. Eager to move past the unsettling conversation. Concern etched on her features, the lady servant pressed further, inquiring, Did something happen? Directly addressing Lucia, she asked. My lady, is there perhaps? Lucia swiftly denied any occurrence, stating firmly, Nothing happened. Back in her room, the lady servants began the task of removing Lucia's gown as she sat in silence, still grappling with the weight of her revelation. With a heavy sigh, she murmured, I'm so tired. Sensing her distress, the lady servant offered a comforting gesture, suggesting, I'll unbraid your hair for you. As her hair was tended to, Lucia's gaze drifted to the mirror, her thoughts lingering on the encounter with the Lord Chamberlain. Softly, almost to herself, she uttered, Lord Chamberlain. The mention of his name sparked a glimmer of excitement in the lady servant's eyes, disbelief evident in her voice as she exclaimed, Pardon? Lord Chamberlain? You met the Lord Chamberlain? Confirming with a simple, Yeah, Lucia allowed herself a momentary smile, grateful for the brief distraction from her inner turmoil. The mention of the Lord Chamberlain's name elicited a blush from the lady servant, her admiration evident as she remarked, He grows more handsome by the day. Even in the short time since you've woken up. Intrigued, Lucia inquired, Really? So that was him. The lady servant confirmed, Yes, he came to check on you. He was quite glad to see you awake. Her eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement as she spoke. Recalling the commotion caused by the Lord Chamberlain's presence earlier in the day, the lady servant continued, Lots of chambermaids in the palace saw him today. I suppose you did too. Joining in, other servants chimed in agreement, exclaiming, He's so handsome. Lucia's thoughts turned inward as she pondered the juxtaposition of the chambermaid's admiration with her own encounters with the Lord Chamberlain. Chambermaids and Lord Chamberlain. I guess Lord Chamberlain isn't his actual name then, she mused aloud. The lady servant couldn't hide her smile as she remarked, I heard his deep, dark eyes and sharp jawline are as handsome as ever, prompting another servant to interject. That's enough, Spooky. For heaven's sake. Immediately apologizing, the lady servant explained, I just thought Lady Lucia might like to know. Her fellow servant interrupted with a teasing tone. Oh, please. We can all see you're smitten with him. Undeterred, the lady servant attempted to justify herself to Lucia, stuttering, Well, I've just never seen anyone so handsome. Curious to learn more about the enigmatic Lord Chamberlain, Lucia leaned in and asked, "Tell me everything you know about him." The lady servant's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly began to describe his physical attributes, saying, "He's tall with broad shoulders and a narrow torso, so he looks good in anything. He's even more attractive when he's focused on his work. His best feature is his face." Lost in her thoughts of the Lord Chamberlain's captivating appearance, the lady servant sighed dreamily. "Somehow his skin is whiter than snow, and his lips are so red even without makeup. I can't help staring." Lucia couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at the excessive praise being heaped upon him. "Are we talking about the same guy?" she interjected, her tone slightly incredulous. "I mean, he wasn't ugly, but he definitely wasn't all that." With a knowing smile, Lucia added, "Then again, he must look more attractive to her since she likes him." The lady servant choked on her words, caught off guard by Lucia's remark. Recovering quickly, she stammered, "He might even be more handsome than our reclusive emperor, eek. But the emperor is more handsome, of course." Lucia's curiosity piqued, she asked, "The emperor is a recluse?" The lady servant nodded in confirmation, explaining, "Yes, he never shows himself. That's why the Lord Chamberlain is so busy. He acts as the emperor's eyes and ears. People are even saying the Lord Chamberlain will become the future emperor." Lucia's astonishment was palpable as she repeated, "The future emperor? Do they really say that?" Adding to the intrigue, the lady servant continued, "They also say his black hair was inherited from the emperor's bloodline." Lucia pondered for a moment before inquiring further, "Is black hair special here? Does only the imperial family have it?" The lady servant clarified, "Not necessarily, but it is rare." Curiosity piqued, Lucia pressed on, "So what's he doing in the Rose Palace?" The lady servant revealed, "He only comes whenever a lady succumbs to poison or overcomes it. He visits whenever there are problems, though it's been a while since his last visit." Feeling overwhelmed by the flood of information, Lucia decided to retreat, stating, "I'd like to get some rest." Concern etched on her face, the lady servant offered, "Would you care for some soup before you sleep?" Lucia accepted the offer gratefully, replying, "That would be nice." As she sat at the dining table, enjoying the hearty vegetable soup, Lucia's mind raced with thoughts. Strange, the emperor never shows himself, so the Lord Chamberlain has to take care of everything for him, she mused. Then we have the ladies of the Rose Palace who poison themselves. Growing increasingly worried, she thought, "If I can find out what happened to Lucia, maybe I can figure out how to get back to my world." Setting her spoon aside, Lucia's thoughts turned to the Lord Chamberlain. Does the Lord Chamberlain know about the rumors? She wondered aloud. Wait. Should the Lord Chamberlain be giving advice to a lady of the Rose Palace? Questions swirled in her mind, but with nobody around to provide answers, she was left to ponder them on her own. The Emperor's palace stood as a resplendent jewel amid meticulously landscaped gardens, its architectural splendor a testament to centuries of opulence and power. As the Lord strolled through the verdant pathways, his gaze fell upon a clerk engrossed in his duties. Seizing the opportunity to address matters of fiscal concern, he initiated a conversation, his voice measured yet tinged with a hint of urgency. So there's no way to reduce the budget? The clerk, a figure of quiet diligence amidst the bustling bureaucracy, shook his head with a sigh, his expression conveying a sense of resignation. No, sir. As a mere clerk, it's beyond my power. The Lord, his memory flickering back to a previous encounter, sought to establish a personal connection. Are your bear-like wife and bunny-like children doing well? Caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry, the clerk's composure faltered momentarily as he struggled to comprehend the Lord's words. Pardon? Please overlook this matter, sir. Yet, his facade of professionalism crumbled as tears welled up in his eyes, his voice trembling with desperation. Please overlook this matter, sir. I don't want to lose my job. Why do you keep doing this to me? Sympathy softened the Lord's features as he extended a measure of understanding. There's nothing I can do, short of becoming the head steward of the Rose Palace. Contemplating the vast chasm between the palace's extravagance and the struggles of its servants, he remarked solemnly, I see. So it's because of your rank. Just a month of the palace's budget would be enough to run an entire estate for a year. The clerk, resigned to his fate yet acutely aware of the gulf between privilege and poverty, offered a muted acknowledgement. No estate can compare to the lavishness of the palace, sir. All the budget goes towards food and clothing. The exchange, though brief, laid bare the stark realities of class division within the palace walls, leaving the lord to contemplate the moral implications of such stark inequality amidst the splendor of the emperor's court. The lord's inquiry hung in the air as he sought to understand the exorbitant expenses incurred within the palace walls. The clerk, ever the picture of deference, offered his insight with a knowing smile. Well, they're all of noble birth, so naturally the cost is immense. Observing the clerk's demeanor, the lord couldn't help but acknowledge his astuteness, noting to himself, he may seem like a fool, but he knows how to hold his ground. Undeterred by the apparent challenge, the clerk continued to explain, his smile widening. Rather than trying to lower the budget, finding His Majesty a wife may be, haha. Irritation flickered across the lord's features at the clerk's joviality as he pressed. So you can't cut it at all? Confusion clouded the clerk's expression as he replied, I'd rather quit. A hint of amusement tugged at the corners of the lord's lips as he probed further. And what would your wife think of that? The clerk's response was laced with resignation. Well, she wouldn't kill me, although if I make her angry, she may break a few bones. Suddenly, panic seized him as he exclaimed, Then again, if I make the ladies angry. Oh dear. Offering a wry suggestion, the lord remarked, I suppose you could be sentenced to death for upsetting one of them. The clerk, visibly uncomfortable, quickly refuted the notion. And no. I just feel very uncomfortable. As the conversation veered towards the curious lack of recent poisonings, the lord's interest was piqued. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since any of them have tried to drink poison, he mused. The clerk, his concern evident, interjected. Well, they've probably given up, seeing as how His Majesty never bats an eye when they are poisoned. Is that so? Expressing sympathy for Lady Lucia, the clerk's voice softened. Indeed. I just feel bad for Lady Lucia. Providing insight into her condition, he added. I suppose it's affected her more than we first thought. She hasn't left her chambers for some time. She hasn't been eating much either. As the conversation drew to a close, the lord couldn't shake the feeling that the clerk knew more than he let on. He knows more than he's letting on. What he said makes it sound like someone else is poisoning them. He mused silently, his mind racing with possibilities. The lord, intrigued by the clerk's knowledge of Lady Lucia, couldn't help but remark, You know quite a lot about her. The clerk chuckled softly in response, dismissing his own insight with a wave of his hand. Haha, anyone who works in the palace could tell you that much. Before she collapsed, she used to smile and talk all the time. Now she doesn't even recognize me. Recounting a recent encounter, he added, When I called her my lady, Lucia didn't recognize me. They say she's suffering from memory loss due to the shock. She doesn't even remember where she was when she poisoned herself. The lord, intrigued by the clerk's evident concern for Lady Lucia, questioned him further. You seem to care so much for someone who isn't even your wife. With a thoughtful expression, the clerk replied, Well, she is kind and beautiful. She has an aura of mystery about her. Pausing to consider the clerk's words, the lord couldn't help but feel a sense of skepticism. Is that so? He pondered silently. Suddenly, the clerk's attention was diverted as he swatted at something unseen, exclaiming, I think that's why the other ladies poisoned Lady Lu, dear me, a bee. Amused by the clerk's reaction, the lord found himself chuckling softly. Charming! Undeniably charming, he remarked, a hint of amusement coloring his voice. The clerk, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. Lady Lucia is incredibly charming. However, the Lord, ever the astute observer, was quick to redirect the praise. Not her. You, he declared with a grin. Caught off guard by the unexpected compliment, the clerk stammered in disbelief. Pardon? With a hearty laugh, the Lord lightened the mood, teasing. From now on, you're mine. The clerk, realizing the jest, joined in the laughter, his earlier tension melting away as camaraderie replaced apprehension. The clerk's astonishment was palpable as he processed the Lord's words, his expression a mix of confusion and apprehension. Wait, what? So the reason you refused all those women was, dear me? He stammered, struggling to comprehend. Firmly, the Lord issued a warning, his voice carrying a weight of authority. If you refuse, I'll have you fired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the clerk began to plead earnestly. Lord Chamberlain, please. I was born into a lowly family and succeeded through my own blood, sweat, and tears. I spent my days in the fields and my evenings studying by moonlight. Later, as dusk settled over the rose garden, the Lord wandered amidst the fragrant blooms, his thoughts consumed by the mysteries that surrounded him. His hand reached out to pluck a vibrant red rose, fingers grazing the sharp thorns hidden beneath the delicate petals. The thorns beneath the petals resembled the ladies of the Rose Palace. He mused aloud, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Recollections of past encounters flooded his mind, particularly the moment when Lucia had grasped his arm and uttered those haunting words. I've become someone else. I've become someone else. Pondering the significance of her transformation, the Lord found himself contemplating the events that had unfolded. Perhaps congratulations are in order. She managed to get the attention she was after. He murmured to himself, a wry smirk playing at the corners of his lips. All the ladies who took the poison were found collapsed atop a thorn bush. With a sense of determination, he resolved. There's only one person left who can tell me the truth. All the other ladies committed suicide not long after the first time they collapsed. If she's hiding what happened to her before she took the poison while pretending to be someone else, she might be able to give me an answer. Then no one else in the palace will have to die. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of the rose, the Lord's smirk widened, a silent promise of resolve and determination. As he made his exit, the Lord's words carried a tone of resignation. All right. Go ahead and do as you will. However, his departure was abruptly halted by a sight that caught his attention: a white cloth fluttering along the terrace. He murmured, stepping closer to inspect. What's that? It doesn't look like a curtain. His eyes widened in realization as he recognized the fabric. It was a skirt. Panic surged through him as he pieced together the implications. She jumped. Did she climb through the window to kill herself? He muttered, his heart pounding with urgency. With a surge of determination, he rushed towards the tree where the skirt had originated, frustration evident in his voice. Damn it! Does she really think she'll die if she falls from that height? He muttered under his breath, his movements swift and purposeful. Reaching the tree, he wasted no time in scaling its branches, his mind racing with worry. It's not your time yet. You can't die, he admonished silently, his grip firm as he climbed higher. However, as he reached the height of the terrace, he was met with a surprising sight: Lucia standing calmly before him, clad in a flowing white gown and holding a wine glass. Annoyance flickered across his features as he demanded, "What are you doing here?" In response, Lucia simply laughed, her demeanor surprisingly carefree. I couldn't sleep, she confessed, her gaze fixed on the full moon above. Everything else has changed, but at least the moon is still the same. The view's quite nice from up here. Without hesitation, she dragged a nearby table closer, her actions casual as she poured herself a glass of wine. I think I'll have a glass of wine, she remarked, the fluttering of her frock against the terrace wall adding to the surreal scene. And that's what happened, she concluded with a smile, extending the offer of wine to the perplexed lord. Would you care for a glass? She inquired, her demeanor serene despite the unexpected turn of events. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone, The Lord could only manage a bemused chuckle in response. Ha! I didn't realize, he admitted, his earlier concerns momentarily forgotten in the face of Lucia's unexpected presence. The Lord Chamberlain and Lucia find themselves poised for the anticipated rendezvous. Within the grandeur of the Emperor's palace, the dining table stands adorned, each element meticulously arranged. A symphony of culinary delights graces the table, from the gleaming wine bottle and crystal glasses to the captivating main dish that commands attention. A delicate plate of cookies adds a whimsical touch to the setting. As they settle into their seats, the Lord Chamberlain inquires with a hint of curiosity. Is this a snack or dinner? His gaze sweeps over the spread, admiring the vibrant array of vegetables that glisten under the soft glow of the room's lighting. Lucia, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment, replies with a playful tone. Well, it's kind of both. A light-hearted laugh escapes her lips before she adds, Are you planning to stay here? I'm eager to indulge in this feast. The Lord Chamberlain, maintaining his composed demeanor, responds with a gentle smile. Just for a little while. However, beneath his outward calm, a subtle furrow creases his brow as he silently ponders. How did she end up drinking poison? Meanwhile, Lucia maintains her facade of contentment, though inwardly her stomach grumbles with hunger. Her thoughts echo with frustration. Ugh, I'm starving. Why won't he leave? Despite her inner turmoil, she keeps her smile firmly in place, concealing any trace of impatience from her companion. With a scoop in hand, Lucia's thoughts drift momentarily as she contemplates her next move. Oh, whatever, she mutters under her breath before plunging the scoop into the dish and taking a hearty bite. The Lord Chamberlain watches in astonishment as she proceeds to devour the entire mouthful in one swift motion. She put the whole thing in her mouth, he exclaims, his surprise evident in his tone. Meanwhile, as Lucia continues to eat with gusto, the Lord Chamberlain finds himself absorbed in his own musings. I need to figure out if it was suicide or murder, he reflects, his mind already racing ahead to unravel the mystery. Observing Lucia's enthusiastic consumption of the meal, he interjects. Does it suit your tastes? His inquiry punctuated by the sight of her filling her mouth with food. In response, Lucia offers a nonchalant, kinda, her focus still fixed on the meal before her. As the Lord Chamberlain observes Lucia's less than refined table manners, a flicker of frustration crosses his features. Did she not study court etiquette before coming to the palace? He wonders inwardly, a hint of exasperation coloring his thoughts. Despite his mild annoyance, he exhales a resigned sigh and extends a gracious invitation. Do help yourself, conceding to the situation at hand. The Lord Chamberlain recollects the clerk's words, his brow furrowing slightly as he recalls. Well, she is kind and beautiful, and she has an aura of mystery about her. I think that's why the other ladies poisoned Lady Lu, dear me. Glancing briefly at the clerk, he muses inwardly. It'd be such a pity if she was poisoned because of her beauty. Although there's nothing beautiful or mysterious about her right now. Meanwhile, as Lucia continues to relish her meal, the Lord Chamberlain's thoughts drift, interrupted only by a lingering sensation in his chest. But that tight feeling in my chest has disappeared. He acknowledges silently, his gaze fixated on Lucia. Sensing his gaze upon her, Lucia looks up and inquires, Would you like some? The Lord Chamberlain hesitates momentarily before replying, Would you mind? With a gracious smile, Lucia nods and swiftly serves him a portion of food onto a plate. Here you go, she offers, her actions conveying warmth and hospitality. Taking the initiative, she uncorks the wine bottle and pours a generous amount into a glass. Have some wine too, she suggests kindly. Oh, thank you, the Lord Chamberlain responds, accepting the gesture with gratitude. They clink their glasses together in a toast. A toast to the moon! Seated on the terrace, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, they share a moment of tranquility. Curiosity tugs at the Lord Chamberlain's thoughts as he turns to Lucia and asks, Why are you dining in here? In response, Lucia offers a serene smile, explaining, Seeing the moon helps me calm down and think better. Intrigued, the Lord Chamberlain presses further. Is there something on your mind? Without missing a beat, Lucia begins to elucidate. Just things like what I did today, what I'll do tomorrow, what I'll do in the future. However, before she can delve further, the Lord Chamberlain interjects. What things specifically? Lucia responds with a hint of resignation. Just, after a day spent dressing up, drinking tea, and gossiping, what else is there? I wonder if there's anything for me to do here. That's all. The Lord Chamberlain nods in understanding, acknowledging her perspective with a thoughtful expression. I see, he murmurs, taking in her words. Meanwhile, in the palace, the Emperor sits regally upon his throne, clad in a resplendent black and red royal attire. His voice carries authority as he addresses his court. I had intended to lower the budget, but there's another way. The clerk, standing attentively before him, inquires, Have you come up with a good solution then, Your Majesty? With a decisive air, the Emperor declares, They'll have to start earning their keep. Perplexed, the clerk seeks clarification. You mean the ladies, Your Majesty? The Emperor reaffirms his stance, prompting the clerk to remark, I see someone has presented His Majesty with a wonderful idea. I wonder who it was. Internally, the clerk grapples with the implications of the Emperor's decree. But those ladies have never worked a day in their lives. What could they possibly do? He wonders, his thoughts filled with uncertainty. The Emperor's voice reverberates with authority as he declares, I have no patience for those who leech off of others. There's someone I'd like you to meet, Halo. He'll be of help to you. Following the Emperor's directive, the clerk proceeds to the designated room, his demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness as he approaches. With a deep breath, he steadies himself, scanning his surroundings with apprehension. As he hesitantly knocks on the door, his eyes dart around the hallway, searching for any signs of disturbance. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a man in the corridor, who marvels aloud. I didn't think places like this really existed. It's incredible. Upon spotting the clerk, the man startles and instinctively begins to flee. Reacting quickly, the clerk intercepts him, halting his escape. What's your name? The clerk inquires, his tone firm yet composed. Startled, the man stammers, Oh, I'm Felix, sir. With a nod of approval, the clerk responds, Great. You've passed. Confusion clouds Felix's expression as he queries, Pardon? Passed what? Uncertain of the clerk's intentions, he awaits an explanation, his curiosity piqued. The clerk extends his appreciation, acknowledging Felix's respectful demeanor and cautious approach. You greeted me respectfully without knowing my station, and I appreciate your caution in asking questions, he commends. With a touch of sarcasm, the clerk continues, Not to mention your sunken eyes, piggish nose, and humped back are all perfect. Indeed, everyone likes an ugly, servile fellow. Why, I've taken to you already. Felix's reaction is one of confusion and distress as he fights back tears, uncertain whether the clerk's remarks are meant to be complimentary. I can't tell if that's supposed to be a compliment. He reflects, his emotions roiling within him. Undeterred, the clerk presses on. We'll be working together from now on. Follow me. With that, he strides purposefully ahead, leaving Felix to gather his wits and muster a shaky response. Why, yes, sir. Despite his apprehension, Felix resolves to follow the clerk's lead, bracing himself for the unknown challenges that lie ahead. Accompanied by the clerk, Felix enters the clerk's office, where shelves lined with books and an ink bottle resting on the table greet them. As the clerk begins to enlighten Felix about the Lord Chamberlain, Felix's astonishment is palpable. Pardon? The Lord Chamberlain is the Emperor? Felix stammers, seeking confirmation of what he's just heard. The clerk affirms with a nod. That is correct. Felix's mind races as he grapples with this revelation. You mean that grumpy Lord Chamberlain who sticks his nose in everyone's business is the Emperor? He mutters incredulously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Desperate to clarify his understanding, he adds, But I heard the Emperor is a fierce warrior who's spent years in battle. Acknowledging Felix's confusion, the clerk responds, "That is also correct. He is indeed a skilled warrior." However, Felix's bewilderment persists as he voices another discrepancy. "The Emperor is said to have black hair that glimmers with gold, but the Lord Chamberlain's hair is just black." The clerk offers a reassuring smile, understanding Felix's need for clarification. "Appearances can be deceiving," he muses, hinting at the complexities of palace life. "There's much more to the Lord Chamberlain than meets the eye." With that, he gestures for Felix to take a seat, ready to further illuminate the intricacies of court politics and hierarchy. With a composed demeanor, the clerk folds his hands neatly and offers a measured response. "He may not be able to change his hair color, but he can hide the way it shines," he explains calmly, alluding to the intricacies of perception and presentation. Listening intently, Felix interjects with a hint of incredulity. "They say he drinks blood instead of wine and dines on human flesh. And wahaha! Oh ho!" Unfazed, the clerk reaches for an ink pen from the pot, maintaining his composure. "Is that so? What else have you heard?" he prompts, his tone suggesting a willingness to address Felix's concerns. Felix hesitates for a moment before continuing. "And I could have sworn the Lord Chamberlain's measurements are different from His Majesty's." As the clerk scribbles something on a piece of paper, he poses a probing question. "Have you ever compared them yourself?" Felix's response is hesitant, tinged with doubt. "Well, no. I'm just finding all of this so hard to believe," he admits, his uncertainty laid bare. With a decisive motion, the clerk rises from his seat, pushing his chair back as he commands, "Then don't believe it." Turning towards the window, he issues a firm directive. "Just do as I tell you." Feeling a lump form in his throat, Felix nervously swallows and ventures to ask, "Is it really true?" The clerk, now facing Felix with a smile, reassures him. "No, I was lying." Felix's mind reels with confusion as he tries to make sense of the revelation. "Huh! If the truth is a lie, then that means the lie is actually the truth. I'm so confused," he exclaims inwardly, his thoughts swirling with uncertainty. As the clerk settles back into his chair, he redirects the conversation. "How many ladies are staying in the Rose Palace?" Felix responds promptly. "There were originally 78, sir." The clerk sighs, his expression betraying a hint of concern. "That's quite a lot. There shouldn't be more than a handful by now." Perplexed by the palace's intrigue, Felix poses a question that weighs heavily on his mind. But why is His Majesty pretending to be the Lord Chamberlain? Uncertainty lingers in his voice as he seeks answers in the midst of palace politics and deception. The clerk counters Felix's query with a pointed question. "I thought you didn't believe me?" Undeterred, Felix voices his concern. "If he walked around wearing a crown, everyone would immediately know who he was." The clerk nods in understanding, adding, "I suppose he finds that uncomfortable. In fact, I believe he hasn't felt comfortable in the palace ever since he returned." Felix releases a heavy sigh, unable to contain his distress as he blurts out, "Naturally, seeing as how he killed everyone." His words trail off as he realizes the gravity of his statement. Quick to admonish him, the clerk issues a warning. "You'd best watch your tongue." Caught off guard by the clerk's reprimand, Felix offers a swift apology. "Yes, sir. I beg your pardon." However, the incident prompts Felix to reflect further. "But surely everyone's heard the rumors by now," he continues, his voice tinged with unease. "As the story goes, a devil returned from battle, covered in blood, only to kill his own family so that he might ascend the throne." The weight of the palace's dark history hangs heavily in the air as Felix grapples with the unsettling truths that lie beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Lucia steps out of the room and makes her way towards the terrace, her gaze fixed on the expansive sky above. As she ascends, a lady servant approaches and remarks, "It's quite hot out, my lady." Undeterred by the heat, Lucia proposes a diversion. "Let's play a game, Serena." The lady servant's surprise is evident as she inquires, "A game, my lady?" Nonetheless, she follows Lucia upstairs, intrigued by the prospect. Lucia outlines the rules of the game, dubbing it Odd Questions. I'm going to ask you some odd questions, and all you have to do is answer with a straight face, she explains. If I run out of questions first, I lose, but if you can't keep a straight face, you lose. If you win, you can all take the day off, but if you lose, you'll have to stay up all night. With a nod of understanding, the lady servant agrees. All right. Without hesitation, Lucia kicks off the game, posing her first question. What is the purpose of the Rose Palace? The lady servant responds with a matter-of-fact tone. The court officials insist that His Majesty must take a queen in order to establish his bloodline. They brought it up every day for 2 years until His Majesty finally relented. At first, there were only 1 or 2 ladies, but more and more began to arrive, and now they've taken over the palace. Of course, only those who meet the requirements are permitted entry. Lucia listens intently as Serena responds to her question with a steady voice. The emperor was originally second in line for the throne. While fighting for succession, he killed his older brother and became emperor. A shiver runs down Lucia's spine as she absorbs the weight of Serena's words. The air feels heavy with the gravity of the revelation. When rumor got around that he had killed the king and queen as well, opposition from the court officials began to grow. Serena continues, her voice unwavering. After that, he entered the palace and was never seen again. Lucia's heart races with a mix of disbelief and apprehension. She wipes the sweat from her brow, the revelation leaving her unsettled. That's quite the story, she murmurs, her mind whirling with the implications of what she has just learned. Intrigued by the palace's secrets, Lucia presses on with her questioning. Is it true that the Lord Chamberlain relays the Emperor's messages? She asks, her curiosity piqued. Serena nods in affirmation. Yes, my lady, she confirms. Lucia's thoughts drift as she contemplates this new piece of information. What's he like? She inquires, her voice tinged with curiosity. I heard he was the Emperor's right-hand man in battle. Serena replies, her tone tinged with reverence for the Lord Chamberlain's role. As Serena's words sink in, Lucia's mind races with possibilities. Did he get there by climbing the social ladder? She wonders silently, her thoughts swirling with intrigue. Lucia furrows her brow, processing the implications of Serena's response. Is attending tea time a must? She inquires, seeking further clarification. Yes, my lady, Serena confirms, her tone solemn. Lucia's eyes widen in disbelief. It's mandatory? So it's basically like a company dinner, she exclaims, her frustration evident. The act of attending tea time in itself is significant, Serena explains patiently, attempting to assuage Lucia's concerns. Interrupting her, Lucia interjects. You mean sitting there by myself like an idiot is significant? What if I want to stop going to tea time? Serena hesitates for a moment before responding. You'd have to tell the Lord Chamberlain. But their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the sight of the clerk shouting and frantically searching for the Lord Chamberlain. Lord Chamberlain! Where are you? He calls out, his voice echoing through the corridors. Serena shakes her head in resignation. You can never predict where the Lord Chamberlain will be at any given moment, she explains. It's nearly impossible to find him. He rarely shows himself unless there's something special going on. Seated on the sofa, Lucia's mind races with possibilities. What is he, a ninja? She muses aloud, her voice tinged with amusement. Who's closest to him? Serena's response is solemn. No one, at least not in the palace. As the Emperor's eyes and ears, there are many who'd like to get close to him, but he's really hard to track down. A mischievous glint enters Lucia's eyes as she looks up, a smirk playing on her lips. I have an idea, she declares, her tone conspiratorial. Serena's expression turns to one of shock as Lucia's words sink in. I'll just drink some poison, Lucia concludes, her smirk widening at the stunned reaction of her companion. Serena and Lucia found themselves immersed in a deep conversation, with Lucia throwing a hypothetical scenario into the mix. What if I were to ingest poison? Serena, taken aback by the sudden turn, replied with a hint of urgency. Then he would definitely come. Lucia's expression shifted to one of contemplation as she processed Serena's words. So he comes whenever someone's life is hanging in the balance. She let out a heavy sigh, her thoughts seemingly drifting into the realm of introspection. So, how do I leave the Rose Palace? She queried, her voice carrying a mixture of curiosity and resignation. Serena's eyebrows furrowed in confusion at Lucia's mention of the Rose Palace. Palace? She echoed, a hint of disbelief creeping into her tone. Lucia paused, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. I want to get out and see some other flowers for a change. Her laughter filled the room, momentarily lifting the weight of their conversation. Serena, her expression softening but still tinged with sadness, replied, Well, if you get permission, you can leave whenever you'd like. Her words were gentle, carrying an underlying sense of understanding. Lucia, noticing Serena's subdued demeanor, rose from her seat, a gesture of apology. I'm sorry, Serena. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with all these questions. Her voice was sincere, laced with genuine regret. Serena offered a reassuring smile. It's quite all right, she said, her tone warm and comforting. As Lucia continued to laugh, Serena couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the back of her mind. The doctor said the effects of the poison could make her unstable. She thought, a sense of concern creeping into her thoughts. The weather boasted a tranquil charm, with clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Lucia sat poised at her study table, engrossed in a sea of documents, her mind a whirlwind of contemplation. There were at least a dozen ladies at tea time. They all came here for the slightest chance of becoming empress. She mused, her thoughts drifting towards the recent social gathering. I wonder, why did Serena get so upset? There are still so many questions I didn't get to ask her. Interrupting her reverie, a soft knock echoed through the room. My lady, came the gentle voice from beyond the door. It was Serena, bearing a pot of vibrant red roses in her hands. With a tender smile, she offered, You said you'd like to see different flowers, so I prepared some for you. Behind her, other servants stood, each holding pots adorned with an array of colorful blooms. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her, a spark of joy igniting within her. Oh, huh? She stammered, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. She leaned forward, inhaling the sweet fragrance of the roses, and exclaimed, Thank you, Serena. How did you manage all this in such a short time? Her voice was filled with genuine appreciation and curiosity. With a thoughtful expression gracing her features, Lucia began. Well, but her words were interrupted by the sudden entrance of the Lord Chamberlain, causing a collective stir of surprise among the assembled servants. It was nice to see your servants picking flowers for you. I thought I'd help, he remarked, his presence casting an unexpected aura of formality over the room. As Lucia observed the Lord Chamberlain's rare appearance, a sense of intrigue blossomed within her. Strange. I thought he rarely made appearances. She mused silently, her thoughts drifting back to a recent encounter on the stairs. If I'm not mistaken, multiple times. Breaking the silence, the Lord Chamberlain spoke, his voice carrying an air of polite inquiry. May I have a seat? Lucia nodded in assent, gesturing towards a nearby chair. As a servant poured tea for them, they settled into their seats, facing each other across the table. How are you feeling? The Lord Chamberlain inquired, his gaze gentle yet probing. I'm all better, thank you, Lucia replied, her response tinged with a hint of relief. Pausing for a moment, she hesitated before adding, did someone else faint? A nervous flutter danced in her stomach as she pondered the possibility of another mysterious incident. Gulping nervously, Lucia couldn't shake the unsettling thought that perhaps there was another individual who had succumbed to the effects of the poison. However, the Lord Chamberlain's response allayed her fears as he assured her, No one else has fainted recently. As the servant clerk entered the room, A sense of anticipation filled the air, his presence heralding a shift in the atmosphere. With a respectful bow, he presented a letter to the Lord Chamberlain, stating, "I came here on other business." Accepting the letter with a curious expression, the Lord Chamberlain's eyes scanned its contents as he began to read aloud. "What's that?" His voice echoed through the room as he articulated each word. "A scroll has been sent to all the other ladies, but I came to deliver the message to you in person. Every living thing on earth spends a fruitful day under the sun. The seeds in the earth unfurl into sprouts, and the flowers bloom in spite of the wind. Such is the way of the world." As the monotonous drone of the message filled the room, Lucia couldn't help but feel a wave of drowsiness wash over her. "I'm falling asleep. It's like listening to the principal talk," she thought, stifling a yawn as she struggled to maintain her focus. Undeterred by Lucia's internal boredom, the Lord Chamberlain continued, his voice unwavering. "Thus, every lady in the Rose Palace must use her talents to benefit the Empire." His words carried a weight of expectation, emphasizing the importance of each lady's contribution to the greater good. As Lucia mulled over her thoughts, a sense of introspection washed over her. "Just things like what I did today, what I'll do tomorrow, what I'll do in the future, what I'll do in the future." Her voice trailed off as she confided in Serena, her words tinged with a hint of uncertainty. "After a day spent dressing up, drinking tea, and gossiping, I wonder, what else is there? I wonder if there's anything for me to do here. That's all." Intrigued by Lucia's musings, the Lord Chamberlain listened attentively, his demeanor composed yet observant. "I see," he acknowledged, his tone measured. Lucia's surprise was palpable as she exclaimed, "I can't believe the Emperor was thinking the same thing." "Wait." Before she could finish her sentence, the Lord Chamberlain interjected. "Told His Majesty what you said?" A moment of disbelief flickered across Lucia's features as she contemplated how the Lord Chamberlain could have known her thoughts. "Did he just read my mind?" she wondered aloud, her eyes widening in astonishment. With a conspiratorial gesture, the Lord Chamberlain leaned in closer, his voice lowered to a hushed tone. "There are going to be lots of changes in the Rose Palace. It might make some people uncomfortable if they find out you're the one behind some of them. This will be our little secret," he disclosed, placing a finger to his lips as a sign of discretion. As he prepared to take his leave, the Lord Chamberlain passed an envelope towards Lucia, his words laden with implicit understanding. "I'll assume you've agreed, so I will relay His Majesty's message," he stated, his gaze unwavering. With a nod of acknowledgement, the Lord Chamberlain made his exit, leaving Lucia to ponder the contents of the letter in her hands. Opening it with a sense of anticipation, she read the words inscribed within. "I'll give you time to think. A clerk will come around for your answer. If you are unsure of what to do, I will make a decision on your behalf." The weight of the decision ahead hung heavy in the air as Lucia contemplated the path that lay before her. In the bustling hallway of the palace, a figure clad in a vivid green dress made a dramatic entrance. With tousled blonde hair and an air of confidence, the individual began to shout, their voice echoing off the grandeur of the walls. "Your Majesty! Can you hear me from up there?" From his elevated perch on the upstairs chair, the Emperor's curiosity was piqued. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of suspicion. Undeterred, the person in the green dress chuckled heartily before responding. "Please take me under your wing, Your Majesty." The Emperor's brow furrowed in perplexity as he pressed for an explanation. "Why would I?" With a self-assured grin, the individual offered their rationale. "I may have been a knight of the enemy, but I saved your life, didn't I? If I hadn't killed your brother, someone else would be sitting on that throne right now." The Lord Chamberlain's patience wore thin as he interjected, his voice booming with indignation. "Silence! Do you have any idea how many of my men you slaughtered?" His fury was palpable, the tension in the air thick with the weight of past grievances. Amidst the grandeur of the palace, a striking figure with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes made an unexpected entrance, his demeanor exuding a blend of confidence and desperation. With a boldness that bordered on audacity, he began to plead his case for employment within the palace walls. The Lord Chamberlain's fury was palpable as he confronted the newcomer, his voice laced with indignation. "Do you have any idea how many of my men you've slaughtered?" he demanded, his gaze unwavering. Undeterred by the accusation, the man paused for a moment, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. How many was it again? Thousands? There were so many I've lost count," he replied casually, as if discussing the weather. As he launched into an explanation, the Lord Chamberlain remained steadfast, his gaze fixed firmly upon the intruder. "I was only doing my duty as a knight and protecting my king, but now the king is out to get me. I saved your life once. I'm only asking you to return the favor," the man pleaded, his words tinged with desperation. After a moment of contemplation, the Lord Chamberlain relented, his tone begrudging yet resigned. "All right, fine," he conceded, acknowledging the debt owed. The man's face lit up with gratitude at the unexpected acquiescence. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he exclaimed, his relief evident. With a stern yet magnanimous gesture, the Lord Chamberlain issued his decree. "I'll allow you to stay at the Rose Palace," he declared, his decision final. However, before he could finish speaking, the man's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Your Majesty, I know I have a pretty face, but dressing up as a woman is a bit weight," he stuttered, his words trailing off as he came to a startling realization. In the midst of the unfolding drama, a servant stepped forward, his demeanor stern as he moved to intervene. With a firm grip, he began to usher the intruder towards the exit, his voice tinged with a mix of authority and warning. "Those awful rumors about you are still going around, you know," he remarked pointedly, his gaze unwavering. As the tension in the room reached a crescendo, the Lord Chamberlain's expression hardened, his patience wearing thin. "How much longer will you keep hiding like this?" he demanded, his voice edged with frustration. In a sudden burst of anger, the clerk seized the intruder by the collar, his actions fueled by a combination of indignation and impatience. "Come along now!" he barked, his tone leaving no room for argument. Confusion washed over the intruder as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. What?" he stammered, his words faltering in the face of the servant's forceful insistence. Meanwhile, the Lord Chamberlain, taken aback by the intruder's accusations, sought clarification. "Hiding? Who do you think you are?" he demanded, his voice tinged with disbelief. As the servant escorted the intruder out of the Lord's presence, he offered a parting admonition, his words laden with a sense of caution. "You must be mindful of what you say to His Majesty," he cautioned sternly, his grip firm as he guided the intruder towards the door. Undeterred by the servant's warning, the intruder offered a disarming smile as he introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Please call me Jace," he remarked casually, his tone brimming with confidence. "It seems like we'll be seeing a lot of each other." With that cryptic statement hanging in the air, he disappeared from view, leaving behind a trail of intrigue and uncertainty. As Jace stood there, a picture of composure despite the circumstances, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself adorned in a delicate pink dress, a whimsical image that elicited a wry smile from him. Seizing the opportunity to engage in banter, the clerk couldn't resist a teasing remark. "Do you think I'll look good in a dress?" he quipped, his tone playful yet tinged with curiosity. Unfazed by the clerk's jest, Jace replied with a hint of mischief. "Perhaps, if you were able to hide that physique of yours." His words were laced with humor, a subtle jab at the clerk's sturdy frame. Seeking to shift the conversation away from jests, Jace inquired, "I heard only the most beautiful ladies come to live in the palace. Is that true?" His curiosity piqued, he awaited the clerk's response with eager anticipation. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, the clerk let out a resigned sigh before responding. "Just as the world is filled with different types of flowers, every lady in the palace is unique in her own way. If you don't find a way to restrain that curiosity of yours, you will be evicted." His words carried a weight of warning, a reminder of the strict protocols that governed life within the palace walls. Observing Jace's demeanor, the clerk couldn't help but find him to be a curious anomaly. How peculiar, he thought to himself, noting the contrast between Jace's relaxed confidence and the apprehension typically displayed by visitors to the palace. Despite his misgivings, the clerk couldn't deny that Jace's intentions appeared to be honorable enough. As Jace continued to muse aloud, the clerk couldn't suppress a lingering doubt. However, I do question his sanity, he added quietly, his voice tinged with a hint of skepticism. In the midst of the palace's intricate web of intrigue, Jace remained an enigmatic figure, his true motives shrouded in uncertainty. As Halo and Jace arrived at the gaming archive, they were greeted by a young boy clad in the distinctive attire of the archive staff. "Master Halo!" the boy exclaimed, his voice filled with reverence and excitement. Maintaining an air of authority, Halo responded with a calm assurance. "At ease. I brought you a new recruit." His gaze shifted towards Jace as he added, "This fellow?" From the terrace above, another voice called out, "Wild! We've got fresh meat. Bring a uniform." The boy named Wild turned his attention back to Jace, his expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "Do you know how to handle a spear?" he inquired, his tone brimming with anticipation. Jace hesitated for a moment before responding, "A little." Before he could say more, Wild's voice echoed once again, this time with a hint of mischievous excitement. "Fresh meat, you said?" he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As Jace donned the archive outfit, joining the ranks of the gaming archive staff, his companions couldn't help but tease him with good-natured laughter. "That suits you better than a dress, wouldn't you say?" they jested, their playful banter echoing through the archive. Wild, ever the instigator, couldn't resist adding to the jovial atmosphere. "You're in for one hell of a welcome party," he declared, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. With Jace now fully immersed in the world of the gaming archive, the stage was set for a new chapter of adventure and camaraderie to unfold. Meanwhile, Felix made his way to Lucia's room, a stack of documents in hand. "Hello? I'm Felix." He greeted her warmly. "Have you decided what work you'd like to do?" Lucia's expression turned thoughtful as she replied, "Not yet. I'm not sure what I can do." Felix placed the documents on the table and began to search for something, his demeanor casual yet focused. "Is that so? Well then." He trailed off, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Let me know if an idea presents itself. In the meantime, I'll just stay here and do some work." As Felix chuckled, Lucia couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "I thought he was going to give me a list of ideas," she thought to herself, her brow furrowing in confusion. Curious about the decisions made by the other ladies, Lucia ventured to ask, What did the other ladies decide on?" Felix paused in his task, his pen hovering over the documents as he considered her question. "Most have settled on making clothes or jewelry," he explained. Lucia's shoulders slumped slightly at the response. "I'm not really good at that sort of stuff," she admitted hesitantly. Undeterred, Felix continued to scribble notes, his voice reassuring. "The other ladies are in the same position. They'll probably have a servant or family member make it for them," he remarked matter-of-factly. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment at the revelation. "What?" she exclaimed, taken aback by the notion. Glancing over at Felix, who appeared slightly confused as he scratched his head, Lucia couldn't help but wonder what other surprises lay in store as she navigated life within the palace walls. Concern etched across Lucia's face as she observed Felix's distressed state. "What's the matter with him? What's wrong?" she inquired, her voice tinged with worry. Felix wiped his brow, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he struggled to compose himself. "Men aren't normally allowed in the Rose Palace. Even when we are allowed to enter, we must keep our distance from the ladies," he explained, his tone strained. Surprised by this revelation, Lucia took hold of the document that Felix had been working on and examined it with interest. "What's this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Felix's shoulders slumped as he prepared to divulge the details of his task. "I've been tasked with recording the palace's budget and reporting it to the Lord Chamberlain each month," he began, his voice heavy with resignation. "I tried to make it as straightforward as possible, but he keeps making me rewrite it." A deep sigh escaped Felix's lips as he confessed. "Every time I look at these papers, I get so angry I could snap." His distress was palpable, and tears welled in his eyes as he struggled to contain his emotions. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to vent my frustration," he apologized, his voice choked with emotion. Lucia offered a sympathetic smile as she gently patted Felix's arm in reassurance. "It is a bit dense," she conceded, her gaze returning to the document. "It'd be much simpler if you used charts or pictures." In that moment, Felix's eyes lit up with hope as he leaned towards Lucia, his expression eager. "Do you perhaps have a solution, Lady Lucia? Would you like me to help?" he asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. In the elegant dining room of the palace, the Lord Chamberlain sat at the table, accompanied by a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to a lord in the making. Their meal consisted of succulent cuts of meat, the aroma filling the room as they dined. As the Lord Chamberlain finished his meal and dabbed at his mouth with a napkin, the boy continued to eat, methodically cutting into his meat with a fork and knife. Seizing the opportunity to impart some news, the Lord Chamberlain cleared his throat before addressing the boy. "Ahem. Count Jarnus said he will no longer be able to teach you," he informed him, his tone serious yet measured. Curious about the implications of this announcement, the boy looked up from his plate and inquired, "Do you know how many people are lining up to become his pupil?" His lips curved into a knowing smile as he awaited a response. However, before the Lord Chamberlain could reply, he was interrupted by a sudden outburst. "Alvis!" he called out sharply, his voice echoing through the room. Startled, the boy flinched involuntarily, his attention snapped back to the Lord Chamberlain. With a hint of defiance in his eyes, Alvis met the Lord Chamberlain's gaze and uttered a bold statement. "Count Jarnus is a coward," he declared, his words ringing out with conviction. Lord's curiosity piqued, he inquired further. "How so?" Alvis, undeterred by the Lord's probing, continued to voice his grievances. "He said I had to attend class on the day of Mother's memorial ceremony," he explained, his frustration evident. Lord, however, remained steadfast in his defense of Count Jarnus. "I told him that. He was following my orders," he clarified, his tone firm. But Alvis wasn't convinced, his words dripping with disdain. "More like he was trying to save his own skin by pandering to you. It seems like he's still scared of dying even though he's lived for so long," he retorted, his frustration palpable. As he mulled over his predicament, Alvis couldn't shake the desire to honor his mother's memory. "I might not remember what she looks like, but I still want to attend Mother's memorial service," he admitted, his voice tinged with longing. With a heavy sigh, he turned to Lord with a plea in his eyes. "As my brother, you have to let me go," he implored, his desperation evident. But Lord's patience wore thin, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "Enough. It's time for you to take rest," he commanded, his voice laced with authority, as he abruptly rose from the table and began to leave the room, leaving Alvis in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Serena entered the room, a pot of fragrant roses in hand. "The roses are in full bloom today, my lady," she announced cheerfully, a warm smile gracing her features as she approached Lucia. Placing the pot of flowers on the table, Serena leaned in closer, her voice filled with kindness. "I will add some petals to your bath tonight. It will surely cheer you up," she offered gently. "Not to mention, everyone knows the fragrance captivates men," she added with a playful wink, attempting to lift Lucia's spirits with a touch of humor. As the red roses shimmered with breathtaking beauty, a thought crossed Lucia's mind. Maybe that's why men use roses when proposing to a girl? The idea lingered in her thoughts, prompting Serena to offer a suggestion. "You can use roses as well as other kinds of flowers to tint the lips," Serena proposed with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Intrigued by the idea, Lucia's curiosity was piqued. Really? Other flowers as well? She inquired, her interest evident as she plucked a rose petal and delicately placed it against her lips, rubbing it in with gentle strokes. Serena couldn't help but chuckle at Lucia's adorable antics, her laughter ringing out melodiously in the room. My lady, you have to crush it first in order to get a nice hue, she explained patiently, her amusement evident. Astonished by the revelation, Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief. Crush it? Can I crush it with my teeth? She asked, her voice tinged with excitement and nervousness. Before Serena could respond, the sudden appearance of Lord interrupted their conversation, causing Lucia to startle in surprise. Huh? What? How long has he been standing there? She wondered, her heart racing with apprehension. Observing Lucia rubbing the rose petal against her lips, Lord's gaze softened, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Does it suit your tastes? He inquired, his voice gentle as he watched her with a curious expression. As Lucia felt annoyance prickling within her, she silently lamented. Ugh! He's so annoying! However, she composed herself and began to offer an explanation to Lord, hoping to clarify the situation. I wasn't trying to eat it, she started, her voice faltering slightly under Lord's amused gaze. Serena, ever the loyal companion, chimed in with a supportive affirmation. That is correct. She was chewing on it in the hopes of making herself more attractive. She interjected, her tone earnest. Interrupting Serena with a frustrated sigh, Lucia exclaimed, Why would you tell him that? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized the extent of her predicament. To her dismay, Lord's amusement only seemed to intensify, his smile growing wider. Lucia's irritation bubbled to the surface as she retorted. Are you done? Her voice carried a hint of exasperation as she attempted to regain control of the situation. However, Lord's laughter persisted, much to Lucia's chagrin. Is it that funny? She demanded, her irritation palpable. It's not like I ate dirt or something. Unfazed by Lucia's protests, Lord continued to chuckle, prompting her to vent her frustration. Is your life so boring that you'll laugh at anything? How about a leaf blowing by? Is that funny too? She quipped sarcastically, her words laced with annoyance. Amidst Lucia's tirade, Lord offered an unexpected observation, his tone light-hearted. I think that's the most I've ever heard you speak. You have quite a way with words, he remarked, his laughter subsiding as he regarded her with newfound admiration. However, his next comment struck a nerve, causing Lucia to take action. It must have been hard for you to hold all that in. Not only your words, but your appetite too, considering the size of your midnight snack, he began, but before he could finish, Lucia swiftly placed her hand over his mouth, silencing him mid-sentence. As Serena departed to fetch the requested glass of rose tea. Lucia seized the opportunity to confide in Lord. Oh my, I'm rather thirsty all of a sudden. Serena, would you fetch me a glass of rose tea? She requested, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. With Serena gone and the door closed behind her, Lord couldn't help but notice Lucia's apprehension. What's the matter? You don't want her to know? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yeah, Lucia admitted quietly, her gaze fixed on the closed door. Lord pressed further, his brow furrowing with concern. Why not? He prodded gently. Drawing closer to Lord, Lucia leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice barely above a murmur. I don't have much of an appetite during the day. I just pretend to eat so she doesn't worry. I eat later at night. She confessed, her words tinged with vulnerability. Lord's expression softened as he processed Lucia's revelation. So you eat food that has been sitting out all? He began, but Lucia cut him off with a firm rebuttal. It doesn't go bad that fast. The problem is the Rose Palace's policy, she explained, her frustration evident. Perplexed by her statement, Lord sought clarification. Huh? What policy? He inquired, his confusion apparent. Lucia drew closer to him, her voice barely above a whisper as she divulged the palace's strict rules. I heard that the ladies in the palace aren't allowed to eat with other men, she revealed, her tone tinged with disbelief. Surprised by this revelation, Lord shook his head in bewilderment. Is that so? I had no idea, he admitted, his expression reflecting his genuine surprise. Unaware that Lord shared her ignorance, Lucia couldn't hide her astonishment. You didn't know either? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Surprised by Lord's admission of ignorance, Lucia couldn't help but wonder. How could he not know? Lord, however, brushed off her incredulity with a nonchalant response. Ah, well. I've been so busy these days. I might have forgotten. Then us dining together will be our little secret, he suggested, his tone casual as he offered a plausible explanation. As he retreated into his thoughts, Lord's demeanor grew contemplative. I would prefer not to get close to any of the women in the palace. I am well aware that those who want to seize the throne send their daughters here. He mused inwardly, his expression unreadable. Is an empty-headed fool who spends her days playing dress-up. In the end, she's no different from the rest of them. I only came here to find out the truth behind the recent poisoning. Nothing more, nothing less. I must maintain my distance, he resolved, his resolve unwavering. With a courteous nod, Lord turned away and began to take his leave, apologizing for the intrusion. My apologies for the intrusion. I should be on my way, he announced, his voice carrying a note of finality. Accepting his departure with a resigned sigh, Lucia bid him farewell. Okay. I'll go get some rest then, she replied, her weariness evident as she turned away, thoughts of fatigue creeping into her mind. However, just as she was about to retire for some much-needed rest, Lord called out to her, prompting her to turn back in surprise. My lady, he addressed her, his tone softer now. Yes? What? Lucia responded, her curiosity piqued. Without hesitation, Lord made an unexpected request, catching Lucia off guard. Eric, he stated simply, a faint smile playing at his lips. Confused by his sudden familiarity, Lucia stumbled over her words. Who's Dash? She began, before Lord clarified. No need to call me Lord Chamberlain. Call me Eric, he requested, his tone gentle yet firm. Fatigue creeping into her mind. The Lord Chamberlain, a figure of authority, took a moment to convey a personal request to Lucia. Call me Eric. Lucia's surprise was evident in her response, a hesitant. Okay. As he exited her room, Eric couldn't help but muse. Was she expecting me to say something else? His thoughts drifted to introspection, wondering, is my name perhaps too old-fashioned in this modern era? In another corner of the chamber, Felix, an assistant, entered discreetly, bearing a stack of important documents. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Eric, prompting him to swiftly seek refuge behind a nearby pillar. Despite Felix's attempt to remain unnoticed, Eric's keen perception caught sight of him, prompting a subtle gesture to beckon him forth. With a nervous gulp, Felix cautiously approached, addressing Eric with a slight stumble. What's the matter, Your Maj? I mean, Lord Chamberlain. Eric, with a stack of papers in hand, glanced inquisitively at Felix's burden, inquiring with authority. What's that you have there? With a swift motion, he retrieved a document, his eyes scanning its contents intently. Felix, recognizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to explain. It's the budget report for last. However, his words were interrupted by Eric's sudden realization. The palace expenses don't show any signs of dropping. These women seem to relish the mere act of spending money. He observed the colorful diagrams and inquired, What are these drawings? His colleague responded, Oh, those? The circle has been divided according to each item's proportion. It's like sharing a pie. It makes complex information easier to understand. After dividing up the circle, I discovered that more money is spent on cultivating roses than on purchasing dresses and accessories. Eric then asked, Was this your idea? Felix, visibly nervous, leaned in and whispered, Can you keep a secret? Try not to be surprised, but it was Lady Lucia who taught me all about it. After her near-death experience, it truly seems like she's become a completely different person. It's like a long-hidden part of her has finally emerged. Eric, intrigued, remarked, "Because of this?" Felix explained, "Not just that. Struggling with these numbers usually takes me weeks. Thanks to her, this only took me a day." He began contemplating. Perhaps this could be how Lucia contributes. Then, he inquired, "Setting that aside, do you think my name is outdated?" Felix promptly responded, "No, not at all. Your name is splendid, truly remarkable." Eric interjected, "Then why didn't she react?" Returning his documents, he started to depart. Attempting to detain him, Felix exclaimed, "Excuse me?" As Eric turned, he simply replied, "Ahem. It's nothing." In the dimly lit archive, rows of empty drums were arranged. It appeared deserted until a shirtless figure emerged, flexing his wrists and questioning, "Do you expect me to remain in this form? What am I supposed to do in this state?" Facing him was another shirtless individual, who explained, "As planned, the moonlight, charged with the energy of countless days, did penetrate an uninhabited vessel. However, it seems another soul inhabited it before you. We have failed." He furrowed his brow in frustration, his fingers instinctively scratching at his neck with an air of agitation. "And? I'm being driven mad by this flesh. The hair you stuck on this scalp is inches away from falling off," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with exasperation. With a resigned sigh, he continued, "I can't exactly go around holding it in place." His frustration boiled over into a torrent of screams, echoing through the dimly lit chamber. "I thought the time had finally come for my revenge." Meanwhile, cloaked in a somber black veil, another figure stood, their presence imposing yet enigmatic. Without turning to face him, they offered a solemn reassurance. "Patience. You must wait until the moon has recharged itself anew." However, his patience wore thin, his anger mounting with each passing moment. "My heart has stopped, and my body is rotting. I cannot wait another 1,000 days," he roared, his voice echoing off the cold stone walls. In response, the enigmatic figure turned slightly, their gaze piercing through the darkness as they uttered cryptic words of hope. "There might be another way." Eager for a solution, he implored, "What is it?" With a measured tone, the figure revealed a glimmer of possibility. "The soul that now holds the energy of the moonlight has not yet fully become one with its new body. If that soul were to stab someone else in the heart, the freshly killed body would be yours to take." His fist clenched in a mixture of rage and anticipation, he demanded confirmation. "As long as it gets stabbed in the heart, I can take any body I want." "Sounds like you have someone in mind." A sinister smirk played across his lips as he added, "Eric. My brother who killed me. I want his body." On the other hand, amidst a meticulously chosen ensemble of a pristine white shirt and a skirt adorned with intricate floral patterns, Lucia found herself immersed in contemplation. "Anyway, I can't just stay here walking on eggshells. If I'm in the running for Empress, I must have a pretty high rank. That means I shouldn't have to bow to anyone besides the Emperor, who I've never even met." She mused, her thoughts weaving through the complexities of her newfound status. As her fingers subconsciously tightened into clenched fists, she reminded herself, "Okay, think, you've just woken up in a new world as a nobleman's daughter. You should be enjoying this." Meanwhile, Serena's gentle voice pierced through Lucia's reverie. "My lady?" Turning towards her faithful attendant, Lucia discovered Serena gracefully balancing a delicate tea tray. With a hint of concern, Serena inquired, "I couldn't find you in your room. Where were you?" Lucia's realization struck her swiftly. "Right. I asked her to bring me some tea. I totally forgot." Offering a polite apology, Lucia began, "I'm sorry, no," before swiftly correcting herself, mindful of her noble station. Straightening her posture, she turned back to Serena, asserting, "I wish to go for a walk." "Let's go." Serena, ever dutiful, replied with a deferential, "Yes, my lady." With Serena in tow, Lucia made her way to the sprawling rose garden, the vibrant blooms providing a stark contrast to her swirling thoughts. Delicately plucking a rose, Lucia brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply as she reveled in its sweet fragrance. However, the tranquility of the moment was shattered when an imposing figure clad in an archive outfit emerged, casting a formidable shadow over the serene surroundings. Startled, both Lucia and Serena froze in apprehension, their hearts pounding in unison at the unexpected intrusion. In the tranquil expanse of the rose garden, Serena and Lucia were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure clad in an archive outfit. Reacting swiftly to protect Lucia, Serena cried out in alarm, "My lady!" The figure, sensing their fear, quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture, exclaiming, "Wait! I'm not here to hurt you!" With an earnest tone, he added, "It's my first day as a palace guard. I'm afraid I've gotten lost. Could you point me in the direction of the east gate?" Lucia, though initially taken aback, composed herself with an air of aristocratic poise. "It's over there," she replied, gesturing confidently towards the indicated direction. However, inwardly, she felt a surge of trepidation. "Wait! This is my chance to act like a real aristocrat!" She realized, the weight of her decision evident in the beads of sweat forming on her brow. Summoning her courage, she hesitantly continued, "May be?" The guard, intrigued by Lucia's response, questioned her further. "Don't you live here?" In a deft display of wit, Lucia countered with a question of her own. "Who's to say?" Emboldened by her newfound sense of agency, Lucia held her ground, her demeanor reflecting a newfound sense of confidence amidst the uncertainty of the moment. He added, "Oh, so you've come from outside dash." Lucia, visibly annoyed, interjected, "I said I haven't the foggiest." An awkward silence hung between them, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the garden. Sensing the need to depart from the uncomfortable exchange, Lucia began to make her exit, declaring, "Let's go." Serena, ever obedient, replied with a respectful, "Yes, my lady." As they moved away from the scene, Lucia couldn't shake the lingering doubt in her mind. "Did that make me look aristocratic?" she pondered, her steps adorned with the grace of her beautiful blue heels. With each stride forward, she couldn't help but question if she had projected enough strength in her response. Resolute in her determination to assert her noble status, she silently vowed, "One more word out of your mouth, and I'll have you beheaded." Lost in her thoughts, she mumbled to herself, "Would that have sounded more natural?" Suddenly, Serena's voice broke through her contemplation. "My lady?" Startled from her reverie, Lucia refocused her attention, ready to continue navigating the delicate dance of nobility with poise and precision. She responded with a dismissive wave of her hand, accompanied by a forced smile. "Oh, don't mind me. I'm fine." Her attempt at reassurance was met with a polite nod from Serena, who replied, "That's good to hear." Internally, however, Lucia's thoughts churned with uncertainty. "This sure ain't easy," she admitted to herself, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "I hope that guard found his way," she mused, a tinge of concern evident in her voice as she scanned the surroundings for any sign of the lost sentry. As her gaze drifted, she noticed the guard in question approaching, his steps accompanied by an unusual creaking sound. "Why is he walking like that? Does he have a limp or something?" Lucia pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued by the unexpected sight. Unbeknownst to her, the guard she observed was none other than Jace, whose thoughts strayed to his own assessment of Lucia's demeanor. She appears fine, but she's actually a bit daft, isn't she?" he mused, a hint of superiority creeping into his tone. "Perhaps she's not right in the head," he speculated, his gaze lingering on Lucia with a mixture of skepticism and amusement. With a wry smirk, he added, Maybe she's just a beautiful moron." Eric sat in his office, hunched over a desk cluttered with papers, diligently scribbling away with a feather pen. His attire, a sophisticated blend of gray and blue, exuded an air of professionalism befitting his status. Across from him stood his younger brother, Alvis, engaged in conversation. "So, one of the ladies of the Rose Palace will become my tutor?" Alvis inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Eric nodded solemnly in response, confirming, "Yes." Alvis raised a skeptical eyebrow, his expression betraying a hint of cynicism. "But those women only care about impressing you," he remarked astutely. "Indeed, they all came here in the hopes of marrying me. But we shouldn't forget their background." A smirk played at the corner of Alvis's lips as he continued. "Background? You mean their families who would do anything to claw their way up the ranks? That is why they sent their daughters here, after all." The implication of Alvis's words struck a nerve with Eric, his temper flaring in response. With a sudden burst of frustration, he slammed his hand down on the table, the sound reverberating through the room. "Alvis!" Eric snapped, his voice tinged with indignation. "Those ladies are all of good blood and have received a fine education. Each of them is qualified to become empress." His words carried a note of defiance, a staunch defense of the women whose capabilities he refused to undermine. "They are more than qualified to be your tutor," Eric asserted firmly, his tone unwavering. However, Alvis, ever the provocateur, interjected with a pointed question. "Even the one who drank poison and went a bit crazy? I heard her father's a greedy baron." Surprised by the revelation, Eric countered. "Who told you that?" Alvis shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "It's common knowledge in the palace." Eric took a deep breath, attempting to quell the rising frustration within him. "That's enough. You may leave," he instructed, his voice clipped with irritation. Unfazed, Alvis pressed on, seeking answers. "Is this my punishment for talking back to Count Jarnus?" In a measured tone, Eric responded, "There will be an announcement soon. That's all you need to know." Unsatisfied with the vague response, Alvis persisted. "You didn't answer my question." Lingering in the room despite Eric's dismissal. With a hint of exasperation, Eric retorted, "Are you really going to make me say it?" Alvis recoiled slightly at the rebuke before conceding, "I'll be waiting," and finally exiting the room. As he departed, Alvis couldn't help but ponder. What could I possibly have to learn from those women? Besides, he's the one who said they were all a bunch of greedy cows in the first place. His thoughts swirled with skepticism as he contemplated the true intentions behind Eric's decision. He stepped forward, his voice laced with skepticism. If they're all qualified to become empress, why does he never meet any of them? Lost in his own thoughts, he speculated. He's trying to get leverage on the nobility by holding their daughters hostage. A mischievous grin spread across his face as a plan formed in his mind. "He said my new teacher's name is Lucia. I'm gonna get her kicked out of the palace," he declared triumphantly. "And if there's another teacher after that, I'll get her kicked out too. He'll eventually learn to stop assigning me teachers." Lost in his scheming, he found himself standing in the midst of a bustling hallway, his voice ringing out with determination. "If someone wants to teach me, I'll just teach them a lesson instead." His outburst drew the attention of nearby servants, who cast curious glances in his direction. As he continued on his way, his mind consumed by plots and schemes, he was interrupted by the voice of a palace guard. "Prince Alvis!" Halo called out, prompting Alvis to turn back with a disarming smile. "Halo!" he greeted the guard warmly. Halo, ever dutiful, reminded him. "You cannot enter the Rose Palace without His Majesty's permission." Alvis waved off the concern with a casual flick of his hand. "Don't worry. It's not like I'm here to steal one of the ladies. I'm just going for a look. Don't follow me," he reassured, his smile masking his true intentions as he continued on his way. Ignoring Halo's pleas, Prince Alvis continued on his determined path towards the Rose Palace. Inside, he found Lucia and Serena awaiting him, their presence an unexpected interruption to his plans. With a nonchalant flourish, he twisted his arms and remarked, "I guess you're qualified to be here. You're as pretty as a doll." Lucia, taken aback by the sudden intrusion and the peculiar compliment, furrowed her brow in confusion. She uttered, unable to comprehend Alvis's intentions. Internally, Lucia wrestled with conflicting emotions. Am I supposed to thank him? No, he's being rude. I should lecture him, she reasoned, her thoughts racing. Undeterred by Lucia's bewilderment, Alvis pointed his finger accusingly, doubling down on his brash assertion. Still, you're not good enough to be my teacher, he declared with a hint of superiority. Lucia's astonishment was palpable as she processed Alvis's audacious statement, her mind racing to formulate a response to his blatant provocation. When Alvis brazenly remarked to Luciano that she wasn't a competent teacher, her initial reaction was one of pure astonishment. Caught off guard by his audacity, she found herself plunged into a whirlwind of conjecture. Judging by the way he's acting, she mused internally, he must hail from nobility. No, perhaps even higher than that. Could he be the Emperor's son? But then why isn't he even married? Am I expected to impart knowledge to this young man? Midway through her mental gymnastics, Alvis's interruption shattered her reverie. Look here, doll, he declared, his tone dripping with disdain. I have nothing to learn from someone who attempted to poison herself. I had intended to reduce you to tears, but I deemed it fitting to offer a forewarning. You're welcome. The bombshell of his accusation left Lucia reeling in disbelief. The shock of his words reverberated through her, leaving her momentarily speechless as she struggled to process the audacity of his accusations. He added with a tone of finality, his words slicing through the tension like a knife. There's only one thing you need to do. With an accusatory finger pointed directly at her, his voice crescendoed into a deafening scream. Say you can't be my teacher. You'd better. Lucia, feeling a mixture of resignation and relief, acquiesced, her voice tinged with a hint of surrender. All right. I think that's for the best. Alvis, taken aback by her unexpected compliance, found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? He managed to stammer out, his confidence momentarily shaken by her unexpected concession. Undeterred, Lucia continued to unravel her thoughts, her words pouring forth in a torrent of uncertainty and confusion. I didn't even know I was supposed to teach anyone, she confessed, her brow furrowed in bewilderment. Who do I need to speak with? I've never seen the Emperor, and the Lord Chamberlain is as stealthy as a ninja. A desperate note crept into her voice as she added, Have you seen him? I heard the sound of him rushing past. Alvis couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lucia's bewildered inquiries, his amusement ringing out through the room like peals of mocking thunder. As the realization dawned upon her, Lucia's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, her earlier confusion giving way to a steely resolve. Well, she retorted with a wry smile, her words laced with a hint of defiance. He's like the wind. Who can say where the wind is? I don't feel comfortable teaching anyone. Can you find whoever's in charge and tell them I can't? Lucia implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Alvis, taken aback by her sudden request, stammered out a hesitant response. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, Serena and Lucia found themselves engaged in a light-hearted game in one of the opulent rooms. Here I go, remember that game I taught you before? Serena prompted with a mischievous grin. I'll start, okay? Lucia agreed, her competitive spirit rising to the challenge. With playful banter they counted. 29, 30, 31, got ya! Serena exclaimed triumphantly. But Lucia wasn't about to let her off easy. You lose. Penalty time. Will it be fruits or vegetables today? She teased, gesturing towards the array of fresh produce laid out on the table. Serena, opting for fruit, reached for a piece of apple and took a bite. However, as Lucia observed her friend's actions, a pang of concern washed over her. Serena is wasting away from looking after me all day. The same goes for all the other servants, she thought solemnly. Turning to Serena, she voiced her worries. She won't eat even if I offer her food, so I basically have to force her. The weight of responsibility for her friend's well-being weighed heavily on Lucia's shoulders as she grappled with the complexities of their intertwined lives within the palace walls. Alvis strode into the room with an air of authority, addressing Serena with a respectful tone. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Serena, caught off guard by his sudden appearance, replied with a hint of sheepishness. "I was playing a game with Lady Lucia." But Lucia couldn't help but interject with a wry thought. "More like having snack time." Undeterred by Serena's response, Alvis's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he proposed. I'd like to try." Clenching his hand with determination, he declared. "Whoever says 31 loses, right?" Serena attempted to protest, but Alvis pressed on eagerly. "What? You don't want to play with me?" Seizing the opportunity to inject a bit of mischief into the game, Lucia chimed in. "The loser has to take a penalty. Are you sure you can handle it?" Undaunted by the challenge, Alvis nodded resolutely. "So she was eating that apple because she lost?" he deduced, turning to Serena for confirmation. Serena nodded in agreement, and Alvis's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. "Then if I lose," he proclaimed with gusto, "I'll have the chef cook up a grand meal for every servant in the palace." Outside the Rose Palace, Halo and the other servants grew increasingly restless as they awaited Alvis's return. Pacing back and forth, they wondered, "What is taking His Highness so long?" Just then, Eric arrived on the scene, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What are you all doing here?" Halo scrambled to compose himself before addressing Eric, his voice trembling with deference. "Oh, your mage, I mean, Lord Chamberlain. You see." Before he could explain further, Alvis's commanding voice rang out, calling for Halo's attention. "Halo!" he bellowed. Startled, Halo responded immediately. "Yes, Your Highness." Eric, curious about the commotion, peered into the Rose Palace, only to have the door slammed shut in his face by Halo, who exclaimed, "For goodness sake! How are we to prepare so much food on such short notice?" With a heavy sigh, he lamented. "And for the servants, no less." Perplexed by Halo's agitation, Eric inquired, "What's wrong with him?" Undeterred by the chaos outside, Eric decided to enter the Rose Palace. Inside, Serena spotted him and inquired, "Lord Chamberlain? Are you here to see Lady Lucia?" Eric shook his head, replying, "No, I came for Prince Alvis." Serena, hoping to buy some time, implored him to wait for a moment, saying, "One moment, please." Meanwhile, inside the palace, Alvis and Lucia were engaged in their intense game. Alvis slammed his hand on the table in frustration, questioning aloud, "Why? Why do I keep losing?" As Lucia chuckled at his vexation, she sipped her drink and quipped, "I'm the master of drinking Giahem." Fed up with his losing streak, Alvis declared, "Arg! I'm sick of this game." Amused by his frustration, Lucia affectionately placed her hand on his head and chuckled. "Haha, how cute!" With a mischievous glint in her eye, she offered, "Want me to teach you how to win?" Alvis, his eyes bright with anticipation, eagerly exclaimed, "Yes, tell me!" Just then, Eric arrived on the scene, his authoritative presence commanding attention. "Prince Alvis," he called out, his voice resonating with authority. Alvis turned to see the Lord Chamberlain, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Lord Chamberlain," he acknowledged. With a tone of finality, Eric ordered, "It's time for you to go back now." But Alvis, determined to continue the game, protested, "But I still haven't won yet. She was just about to teach me how." Eric, unmoved by Alvis's plea, added firmly, "The sun has already set." Alvis, feeling defeated, held his head in frustration, letting out a frustrated scream. "Arg! Just let her tell me first." Sensing the tension in the air, Lucia intervened, addressing Eric respectfully. "Lord Chamberlain." Eric turned his attention to Lucia, responding with a curt, "Yes, my lady." Seizing the opportunity to involve Eric in the game, Lucia proposed, "Would you like to try?" Eric, after a moment's consideration, conceded. All right. Turning to Alvis with a playful grin, Lucia teased. Hey! All this time you just wanted to play too! Serena, ever the mediator, interrupted with a clear explanation of the rules. The rules are simple, my lord, she began. You take turns counting, and you can say up to 3 numbers at a time. 31, whoever says 31 loses. It's called Baskin-Robbins 31. Alvis, eager to understand the origins of the game, interjected. Baskin? What does that mean? Lucia, still chuckling at the absurdity of the name, replied with a shake of her head. I have no idea. Meanwhile, she began to strategize silently, pondering her next move. If I don't want to say 31, all I have to do is say 30. She thought to herself. The first time I go, I count to 2. Then I just have to make sure my opponent, and I count 4 numbers per turn. With a sly smirk, she realized. If the other person doesn't know the trick, then I can win regardless of who starts. Eric, seeking to keep the game moving, turned to Lucia and inquired, Would you like to go first? Without hesitation, Lucia accepted the challenge. Sure, she replied confidently. 1, she began, and as Eric closed his eyes to count, she continued. 2, 27, 28, 29, 30. To her shock, Eric's counting strategy had caught her off guard. Huh! I can't believe I lost, she exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Eric, ever the gracious victor, added, Come to think of it, we didn't decide on the punishment. So, what will it be? Caught off guard by her defeat, Lucia hesitated before responding. I think I need some time to think about it. Eric, respecting her decision, agreed. All right. Then His Highness and I will take our leave. As Eric began to leave, Lucia couldn't help but voice her bewilderment. I never lose. What just happened? Is he just good at everything? She mused aloud, her competitive spirit momentarily dampened by her unexpected defeat. Eric gracefully escorted Alvis out of the Rose Palace, their footsteps echoing in the opulent hallway adorned with intricate tapestries and gilded fixtures. As they walked, Eric turned to Alvis with a thoughtful expression. Did you feel it? He inquired, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Alvis glanced at him quizzically. Feel what? He asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just because she's proficient at a few games, that doesn't necessarily mean she possesses the ability to teach, Eric explained, noticing Alvis's misunderstanding and wanting to clarify his point. Realization dawned on Alvis's face as he processed Eric's words. That's not what I meant, Eric clarified, his tone shifting to one of pride. Did you feel the power of the Emperor effortlessly triumphing while you sulked like a child? His words resonated with confidence, emphasizing the significance of their recent experience. Alvis's expression brightened, a sense of validation washing over him at Eric's acknowledgement. The Rose Palace, with its walls enveloped in vibrant red roses, exuded an air of regal splendor. At the center of the hallway, a meticulously arranged table awaited them, adorned with an assortment of delicacies. The aroma of freshly brewed tea mingled with the sweet scent of cookies and cakes, tantalizing their senses and adding to the allure of the surroundings. Seated gracefully on a plush sofa, a blonde-headed girl, adorned in a flowing blue dress, delicately cradled her teacup, her gaze thoughtful as she engaged in conversation with her friend. Across from her, draped in a vibrant red dress, sat her companion, attentive to the blonde's musings. Why would the Emperor order such a thing? The blonde queried, her tone a mixture of confusion and frustration. Isn't it enough that we spend every day looking good for him? Now we have to work too? Her friend, Swan, exuded an air of serenity as she listened, her expression calm and composed. I think I'll cook, she replied, her voice soft but resolute. Cook? The blonde echoed, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise. As she scrutinized Swan's delicate hands, doubts flickered across her mind. With those hands? She looks like she's never even washed a dish before. Taking note of Swan's hands, which appeared as soft and smooth as silk, the blonde couldn't help but speculate. Is she planning to make her servant do this? The possibility seemed incredulous, yet the evidence before her eyes left her momentarily speechless. Observing Swan with a calculating gaze, the blonde, her smirk betraying a hint of mischief, mused internally. Like all the other ladies. Yet a subtle shift in her demeanor hinted at a deeper contemplation. Still, keeping her close might not be so bad. Just in case I don't end up as Empress, she reasoned silently. Turning her attention back to Swan, she inquired, "Did His Majesty choose that for you?" Swan's response was firm and unwavering. "No, I decided myself." Interjecting hastily, the blonde voiced her concern. "But if you cook too much, you'll ruin your beautiful hands." Swan's gentle rebuttal was filled with determination. "I want to cook a nice meal for His Majesty all by myself." The blonde's eyes widened in realization, a sudden epiphany striking her. "Oh, I didn't even consider that. If I had, I would have chosen cooking too," she confessed, her surprise palpable. Swan, taken aback by the admission, choked on her words as she questioned, "Wouldn't you just make your servant do it? I know she does your sewing for you." The blonde, caught off guard by the blunt observation, found herself at a loss for words, her shock evident in her silence. Meanwhile, within the confines of her palace, Lucia, enveloped in regal elegance, fervently searched for a particular letter. Its azure hue stood out amidst the sea of parchment. With careful anticipation, she unsealed the missive, absorbing its contents with growing apprehension. "You have been appointed as Prince Alvis's teacher. You are to give him 1 lesson per week." Beside her, Serena, ever the stalwart companion, stood poised and attentive. Lucia turned to her, her expression fraught with uncertainty. "Any chance of this getting changed?" she implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Serena's response was measured and somber. "His Majesty rarely revokes his commands unless the one who received the order dies or commits a grave sin," she conveyed with a solemn tone, her words resonating with finality. Caught in the throes of indecision, Lucia found herself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Teach or kill, 2 divergent paths stretched before her, each laden with its own weighty implications. As she grappled with the magnitude of her dilemma, a single thought crystallized in her mind. The answer is clear. In the midst of their deliberations, Prince Alvis made his grand entrance, his presence commanding attention. Serena, ever astute, addressed him with a query about his arrival. "Prince Alvis?" With a mischievous glint in his eye, Alvis extended a hand towards both women, his laughter ringing out. "Ha ha! The game! You were trying to make me curious, weren't you?" he exclaimed, his jovial demeanor unmistakable. Serena's response was sharp, cutting through the playful banter with precision. "You were trying to prove that you're different from all the other ladies here who just humor me. Don't bother denying it," she asserted, her tone laced with a hint of challenge. Lucia, taken aback by Alvis's sudden appearance, stood frozen in shock, her mind reeling with a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, before she could gather her thoughts, Alvis interjected with a casual remark, his hand absent-mindedly scratching his head. "Oh, and did you know? If you lay a hand on a member of the imperial family without permission, you'll be beheaded," he quipped, his words carrying a weighty implication. A bead of sweat formed on Lucia's brow as she realized her inadvertent transgression. In a moment of impulse, she reached out, her fingers brushing against Alvis's head as she offered a strained smile. "Oh, right," she murmured, her regret immediate and palpable. As Alvis demanded a repeat of the action, Lucia's heart sank, her mind racing with the repercussions of her actions. "Crap," she muttered under her breath, her realization dawning too late to salvage the situation. Lucia's confusion was palpable as she voiced her query. "Excuse me?" Alvis, ever the enigmatic figure, bowed his head before her, prompting Lucia to extend her hand tentatively, her thoughts racing with uncertainty. "Is this really okay?" she wondered silently as her palm made contact with his head, her touch hesitant yet yielding. Alvis, seemingly satisfied, turned away with a cryptic remark. I knew it. Lucia, caught off guard by his cryptic response, pressed for clarification. Knew what? With a dismissive wave, Alvis began to make his departure, his demeanor veiled in a shroud of mystery. Nothing. I have to go, he muttered tersely before abruptly exiting the palace, the door slamming shut behind him. Yet, in a moment of unexpected sincerity, he paused and turned back, his laughter echoing through the halls as he called out. Hey, I'll behave the next time we meet. Bye, teacher. As Lucia watched him depart, a heavy sigh escaped her lips, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Teacher, she repeated softly, her mind grappling with the weight of her newfound responsibility. What am I supposed to teach him? I've only barely adjusted to this place. It's lucky enough that I can somehow speak the language. Turning to her trusted companion, Serena, Lucia sought solace in the comfort of literature. Serena, I'd like something to read. Do you have a book by any chance? She requested, her voice tinged with a hint of longing for distraction amidst the chaos of her thoughts. Serena's admission brought a tinge of disappointment to Lucia's hopes for literary escape. Oh, I'm afraid books are a bit beyond my capabilities, she confessed with a sheepish smile. However, there is a library in the palace. Each floor requires a special pass, she continued, offering a glimmer of hope. Servants aren't allowed in the library, so I don't know much more than that. I've yet to see the other ladies go in there. As they deliberated, a timely interruption broke their conversation. A lady servant entered, her announcement cutting through the air with precision. My lady, the Lord Chamberlain is here to see you, she relayed. Lucia's mind raced with opportunity as Eric, the Lord Chamberlain, entered the palace. Seizing the moment, she approached him with urgency. Lord Chamberlain, I need a pass, she implored, her tone urgent yet composed. Eric, ever the epitome of grace, inquired. A pass for what? Lucia wasted no time in clarifying her request. I'd like to go to the library, she explained earnestly. Without hesitation, Eric provided her with the necessary pass, his demeanor accommodating and poised. Certainly. One moment, please. This will give you access to the first 3 floors, he informed her, his voice steady and reassuring. The 4th and 5th floors are reserved for the imperial family and nobles who have acquired special permission, he added, his words carrying a note of distinction. It's not far from the palace. A guard can escort you, Eric suggested, his tone accommodating as he outlined the logistics. Lucia sought clarification. So I'm allowed to leave the palace? Eric affirmed with a nod. Yes. If you're just going to the library, you have my permission. Grateful for the opportunity, Lucia expressed her gratitude. Thank you. As they settled at the tea table, their conversation took a more serious turn. Have you thought of a penalty yet? Eric inquired, his gaze thoughtful. Lucia pondered for a moment before responding. Oh, unlike Prince Alvis, I don't really have anything to offer. Before she could finish, Eric interjected with a surprising revelation. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask of you, he confessed, leaning in closer. His cryptic words caught Lucia off guard, prompting her to recoil in astonishment. Huh! She exclaimed, her mind racing with wild conjectures. Inside? Inside my clothes? Does he want me to get naked? The nerve of him! She thought incredulously. Summoning her resolve, Lucia rebuffed his audacious request with a hint of indignation. That's a bit rude, don't you think? Do I look that easy to you? She retorted, her words laced with disdain. Eric quickly dispelled Lucia's misinterpretation with a dismissive wave of his hands. No! That's not what I meant, he clarified, his tone earnest. Leaning in closer, he elaborated. I meant show me the truth inside your heart. Lucia, relieved by his clarification, took a moment to collect herself before responding. Oh, what truth? She echoed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Eric's gaze bore into her, his expression probing as he posed a question that cut to the core of her identity. Do you really not remember anything from before you took the poison? Have you really become someone else? He inquired, his words laden with concern. Lucia's mind raced with conflicting emotions as she grappled with the weight of Eric's inquiry. Should she reveal her innermost thoughts? The uncertainty of Eric's intentions clouded her judgment, leaving her hesitant to divulge too much. In a gesture of defiance, Lucia responded with a brusque dismissal. No, I really don't remember. I need some time to get my thoughts in order, she asserted, her tone sharp with frustration. Eric, resigned to her reluctance, rose from his seat with a sigh. All right, he conceded, his demeanor sullen as he made his exit. As Lucia watched him depart, a sense of unease settled over her, the lingering questions swirling in her mind like a tempestuous storm. In the tranquility of the Rose Palace, Lucia reclined on the sofa, her mind set on her upcoming excursion to the library. Serena, I'm going to the library. Please call a guard to escort me, she instructed, her tone firm yet composed. Serena, ever dutiful, acknowledged her request with a deferential nod. Yes, my lady, she affirmed as she summoned a guard to attend to Lucia's needs. As the door swung open, a figure emerged, bearing a knight's helmet in hand. My name is Jace, he announced, his voice resonant with familiarity. With a graceful bow, he greeted Lucia once more. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Lucia's mind raced as she registered the familiarity of his voice. That voice. Is he the man from before? She wondered silently, her curiosity piqued. Seizing the opportunity to confirm her suspicions, she inquired. Did you find your way to the East Gate? Jace's response was affirmative, albeit tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. Yes, after a bit of wandering, he admitted with a sheepish grin. However, Lucia's attention was drawn to a new detail as she scrutinized his face. What happened to your face? She questioned, her concern evident in her voice. Jace's smile remained affable as he offered an explanation. I was in such a hurry to get here that I tripped. His laughter filled the air as he continued. A passing tree tried to catch me, and I scratched my face on one of its branches. Lucia couldn't help but find his explanation peculiar. A passing tree? That's a weird way of putting it. But more importantly, why is he carrying that helmet around if he's not going to use it? She pondered silently, her brow furrowing with suspicion. Unaware of Lucia's internal musings, Jace turned his attention away, only to be met with a stern reprimand from Serena. Do not show such discourtesy to Lady Lucia, she warned sharply, her tone conveying no room for argument. Caught off guard by Serena's admonishment, Jace flinched, his expression sheepish as he sought to defend himself. What do you mean? I was only, he began, but Serena cut him off with a firm interjection. Don't you dare make her feel uncomfortable. Do you understand? She demanded, her gaze unwavering. Lucia, albeit surprised by the sudden exchange, remained a silent observer, her thoughts swirling with questions and uncertainties. Resigned to his fate, Jace acquiesced with a nod, his demeanor chastened. I'll wait for you here, my lady, he declared, his voice subdued as he stood guard outside the library, his helmet held at his side, a silent sentinel in his duty to Lucia. Lucia assured Jace with a nod. I don't know how long I'll be. Go on ahead, and I'll call for you when I'm done. With that, she crossed the threshold of the library, the soft clanking of her pink heels echoing in the hallowed halls. As she took in the sight of shelves laden with books, Lucia couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Wow! That's a lot of books, she remarked, her astonishment evident in her voice. Reflecting on her priorities, she chastised herself inwardly. Learning about this place should have been my priority. I've been slacking off this whole time. I need to find out as much as I can about this world. Meanwhile, back at the Rose Palace, a lady servant's concern for Lucia's well-being was palpable. Is Lady Lucia still in the library? She inquired anxiously, her worry etched across her features. Serena, ever the beacon of reassurance, provided an update. It's been 3 whole days now. I hope she's eating. I told the librarian to check in on her." Moved by Lucia's plight, the lady servant expressed her concern. "It must be cold at night." Serena nodded in agreement, her resolve unwavering. "I sent a warm blanket as well," she assured, her voice imbued with compassion for her mistress's well-being. A solemn knock interrupted the tranquility of the Rose Palace, heralding the arrival of the Lord Chamberlain. "I'm here to see Lady Lucia," he announced with concern etched in his features. Serena's response conveyed the gravity of the situation. "She hasn't come out of the library for 3 days now." Eric's brow furrowed with worry as he absorbed this revelation. "Ever since I gave her the pass?" he mused aloud, his voice tinged with apprehension. The lady servant, sharing in their concern, interjected with a plea for assistance. "We can't go check on her since we're not allowed inside. Could you perhaps find out how she's doing for us?" Eric's initial response fell short of reassurance as he turned away, his words tinged with resignation. "Well, she'll come out eventually," he remarked callously. Appalled by his indifference, the lady servant couldn't contain her indignation. "What a mean thing to say," she rebuked, her voice laced with reproach. With a sigh, Eric stepped forward, his demeanor softened by the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the library, Lucia navigated the dimly lit aisles with a hand candle in hand. Her determination undeterred, she sifted through the shelves, her thoughts a whirlwind of contemplation. "Considering the fact that I've been reincarnated into another person's body, it wouldn't even surprise me if I learned the people of this world worshipped magical unicorns," she mused wryly to herself. Despite the uncertainty that surrounded her, Lucia resolved to stay positive, her spirit unyielding in the face of adversity. As Lucia settled into her makeshift reading nook amidst the dimly lit expanse of the library, a wry smile tugged at her lips. "This is still better than what happened to Alice in Wonderland," she remarked to herself, her voice filled with a touch of amusement. Seating herself comfortably, she adjusted the chair with a gentle push, her mind abuzz with the myriad possibilities of her new reality. "I just have to keep an open mind. Even if I run into a talking caterpillar, I have to take it in stride. I mean, if that kind of thing is normal here," she reasoned aloud, her tone tinged with a hint of skepticism. Perusing the shelves, Lucia's eyes fell upon a book titled Registry of Titles, Angels, Demons, Wizards. Intrigued, she reached for it, her fingers tracing the embossed letters on the cover. "Is this a fantasy novel?" she mused, her curiosity piqued. Opening the book, she flipped through its pages, absorbing the intricate details of the world it described. As she delved deeper, her brow furrowed with each revelation. "And what's with all the limitations for each title?" she pondered, her thoughts racing. "The wife shares in the power of her husband. Only the emperor's sons may inherit the throne," she read aloud, her voice trailing off in contemplation. A dawning realization swept over her as she connected the dots. "I guess that's why everyone is scrambling to marry the emperor," she surmised, her gaze lingering on the text before her. Her attention captured by the words on the page, Lucia continued to read, her mind racing with the implications of the knowledge she sought. "Demons can enter the human world by making a deal, and only oracles can stop them. But there are some demons that oracles cannot stop," she read, her voice trailing off as a shiver ran down her spine. As Lucia immersed herself in the labyrinth of knowledge within the library, a sudden pang of pain pierced through her thoughts, causing her to cry out in distress. "Ugh, my head hurts! Wah! It's not like I'll ever run into a demon." Before she could dwell further on her discomfort, a disembodied voice echoed through the aisles, its words cryptic yet intriguing. "A flower only needs to look beautiful." Startled by the unexpected interruption, Lucia turned to face the source of the sound, only to find a figure standing before her, curiosity evident in their gaze. "What are you doing in the library?" they inquired, their tone gentle yet probing. Drawing upon her newfound resolve, Lucia responded with a metaphorical flourish. "Flowers don't bloom easily. They need the right amount of sunlight, water, and heat. With a determined air, she rose from her seat, her resolve unwavering. I have to do my best at the task I was assigned. That way, no one will think they've wasted water on me, she declared, her voice tinged with determination. Her words resonated with the stranger, who nodded in agreement. I see. You are correct. Flowers don't bloom easily. They acknowledged, their voice echoing with quiet understanding. As the encounter drew to a close, Lucia found herself alone once more, her mind reeling with unanswered questions. Is he gone? That startled me. Who was that? She wondered silently, her thoughts swirling in confusion. I need to get some air, she resolved, her fingers fumbling as she attempted to return the book to its rightful place on the shelf. Yet, in her haste, disaster struck, and a cascade of books came tumbling down around her, leaving her bewildered and flustered. Huh! Why is it? She trailed off, her gaze falling upon the chaotic scene before her. As Lucia struggled to maintain her balance amidst the falling books, a sense of panic threatened to overwhelm her. Just as a book teetered precariously above her, poised to collide with her head, a strong hand reached out, catching it midair. Startled by the sudden intervention, Lucia looked up to find Eric standing before her, his presence both reassuring and enigmatic. As she attempted to adjust the position of the book, Lucia felt Eric's grip tighten around her, his voice a whisper in her ear. Could you let go? She asked tentatively, her curiosity piqued. Eric's response was cryptic, his words laden with hidden meaning. If I let go and you see my face, that'll be the end of you, he murmured, his tone grave. Intrigued yet wary, Lucia pressed for answers. Who are you? She demanded, her voice trembling slightly with uncertainty. Do you really wish to know? Eric countered, his voice a mere whisper in the stillness of the library. I'm the only one you need, the only one who can help you bloom, he added, his words tinged with a sense of urgency. Caught off guard by his declaration, Lucia's mind raced with possibilities. No way. Is this the Emperor? Is this some kind of test? She wondered silently, her heart pounding in her chest. Seeking clarification, she posed a question that cut to the heart of her predicament. If I see your face, will I be able to stay in the palace? She inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Eric's response was cryptic yet affirmative. You're quick to catch on, he remarked, his hands slipping from her waist as he withdrew, his form disappearing into the shadows. Left alone once more, Lucia's senses were heightened, her ears attuned to the slightest sound. I heard a noise! This way! She exclaimed, her gaze darting around the dimly lit library, but no one was to be found. As a concerned servant approached her, inquiring about her well-being, Lucia's mind raced with unanswered questions. Where did he go? She wondered, her thoughts consumed by the enigma that was Eric, the Lord Chamberlain. With a sense of urgency driving him, Eric embarked on his search for Lucia, who had been ensconced in the library for 3 days without respite. Serena's update had only fueled his concern, leaving him determined to locate her and ensure her well-being. Silently pushing open the door to the library, Eric entered, his gaze scanning the dimly lit expanse in search of the elusive Lady Lucia. As he traversed the labyrinthine aisles, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished floors, his thoughts were consumed by the enigmatic woman he sought. There she is, he murmured to himself as he caught sight of her form amidst the towering shelves, her presence casting an aura of mystery that both intrigued and perplexed him. Drawing closer, Eric couldn't help but marvel at Lucia's unwavering dedication to her task, even in the face of uncertainty and solitude. She has an aura of mystery about her, he thought, his admiration mingling with a twinge of concern. Taking a moment to collect himself, Eric cleared his throat, his voice breaking the silence of the library. I must be out of my mind, he muttered under his breath, his words a quiet admission of his own vulnerability in the face of the unknown. Meanwhile, in the hallowed halls of the palace, 2 figures clad in uniform stepped forward, their demeanor respectful yet resolute. Your Majesty, They addressed with deference, their voices echoing in the stillness of the corridor, a silent reminder of the weight of their duty. Seated upon his imperial throne, Eric regarded the two figures before him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "What brings you here, Sir Romeo?" he inquired, his voice measured yet tinged with urgency. Romeo, his fiery red hair a stark contrast against the solemn expression on his face, responded with a somber tone. "An ogre has attacked the castle gates," he revealed, his words hanging heavily in the air. Eric's surprise was palpable as he absorbed this unexpected news. "Really? I thought there weren't any monster dwellings nearby," he remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. Romeo nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the floor as he continued. "We're currently investigating. Even as it was dying, it managed to get one leg inside the gate." Turning his attention to the other figure in the room, Eric's tone turned stern as he addressed Sir Walter. "So you let the monster into the palace?" "You've been neglecting your duties, Sir Walter," he admonished, his voice betraying his disappointment. Sir Walter, his demeanor contrite, bowed his head in acknowledgement of his failure. "My apologies, Your Majesty," he murmured, his voice tinged with regret. Offering an explanation for the creature's inexplicable behavior, Sir Walter continued. "A monster's ability to reason declines at night as its instincts take over, but this happened in broad daylight." "What was it thinking?" Eric pondered this revelation, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the arm of his chair. "It doesn't appear to have been looking for food. It seems to have been headed for the Rose Palace," he observed, his mind already racing with plans to address this newfound threat to his kingdom. As Lucia emerged from the confines of the library, she was met by the concerned gaze of Serena, who wasted no time in relaying the distressing news. "My lady," Serena addressed her with urgency, her tone conveying the gravity of the situation. Startled by Serena's sudden appearance, Lucia's brow furrowed with concern as she posed the question. "Serena? Have you been waiting here for me this whole time?" she inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Serena shook her head in response, her expression grim. "No, I only just arrived," she explained hastily, her focus fixed on the task at hand. With a sense of foreboding settling over her, Lucia listened intently as Serena continued to recount the events that had unfolded at the Rose Palace. "There's trouble at the Rose Palace. An ogre nearly got inside the gates," Serena revealed, her words punctuated by a note of urgency. Lucia's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. "An ogre?" she echoed, her mind racing to comprehend the magnitude of the threat. Serena nodded gravely, her voice tinged with concern. "Fortunately, the soldiers were able to stop it, but part of the castle wall collapsed," she added, her words painting a vivid picture of the chaos that had ensued. Lucia's confusion was evident as she struggled to grasp the concept of such a formidable adversary. "You mean that massive brick wall? And, what's an ogre?" she inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. With patience, Serena proceeded to enlighten her mistress about the nature of ogres, her words carrying the weight of experience. "Ogres are twice the size of normal men. They're strong enough to uproot trees," she explained, her voice tinged with solemnity as she imparted her knowledge of the formidable creatures that now threatened their realm. Observing the two ogres clad in night suits, Lucia couldn't help but marvel at the heightened state of security evident throughout the palace grounds. "Wow! I do see a lot more soldiers around than usual," she remarked, her voice filled with awe and a touch of apprehension. Serena, ever the bearer of news, confirmed Lucia's observation with a solemn nod. "His Majesty has issued emergency orders due to the attack," she revealed, her words carrying the weight of urgency. As they made their way back to the palace, Lucia's mind was fraught with concern for the safety of those within its walls. "I thought it'd be safe inside the castle, but I guess not. I hope everyone's okay," she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with worry. Meanwhile, within the confines of the palace, Eric, the Emperor, was engaged in a tense discussion with the ogres who stood before him. "How are the ladies in the palace?" he inquired, his voice a blend of authority and concern. Halo, one of the ogres, stepped forward to provide a report, his expression grave. We told them there wouldn't be another attack, but they still seem unnerved, he admitted, his words carrying the weight of the task entrusted to him. Turning his attention to Sir Walter, Eric posed another question, his brow furrowed with concern. Did you find any traces of ogres outside the castle, Sir Walter? He inquired, his voice tinged with urgency as he sought to assess the extent of the threat looming beyond their walls. Walter's confirmation of another ogre's proximity to the Rose Palace's outer gate prompted a furrowed brow from Eric, who wasted no time in seeking answers. How was it able to get so close? Did someone summon it? He inquired, his tone laced with a sense of urgency. Romeo, ever steadfast in his duty, offered reassurance. We'll get to the bottom of this as soon as possible, he pledged, his words carrying a note of determination. As Halo voiced concerns about how to address the palace ladies, Eric's thoughts momentarily drifted to Lucia, his mind wrestling with conflicting emotions. That doesn't concern me, or maybe it does, he mused aloud, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. With a sudden resolve, Eric's gaze hardened as he formulated a plan. Set up a stage, he instructed, his tone decisive. Halo, taken aback by the unexpected directive, sought clarification. Pardon? He inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Eric wasted no time in elaborating on his command. Call the theatrical troupe and have them perform for the ladies, he ordered, his words leaving no room for argument. As the ogres moved to carry out his orders, Eric found himself grappling with unfamiliar sensations, his thoughts consumed by the enigmatic woman who had captured his attention. Why can't I stop thinking about her? Her scent must have intoxicated my heart, he pondered, his heart heavy with the weight of newfound emotions. As Eric recalled the moment he had inadvertently clenched Lucia's hand, his thoughts were consumed by the memory, his emotions in turmoil. Meanwhile, Lucia stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the world outside as she wrestled with her own inner turmoil. Ugh, get out of my head, she muttered under her breath, frustration evident in her tone. Just thinking about it makes me feel like my head's gonna explode. Interrupted from her reverie by the arrival of two lady servants, Lucia turned her attention to them, her demeanor casual yet guarded. Hey, Spooky! What's up? She greeted them, her voice tinged with a hint of skepticism. The lady servant wasted no time in delivering her message, her tone eager with excitement. His Majesty has ordered the theatrical troupe to put on a performance for you, she announced, her words carrying a note of anticipation. Lucia's thoughts immediately went into overdrive as she processed the news. She means for all the ladies here, not just me, she reasoned silently, her mind working to quell any unwarranted speculation. We just bumped into each other at the library. Don't go reading too much into it, she cautioned herself, her thoughts a mixture of skepticism and self-restraint. Spooky's excitement bubbled over as she shared the news, her eyes shining with anticipation. They've brought a theatrical troupe to the palace, she exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Lucia couldn't help but smile at Spooky's infectious enthusiasm. Ah, you're pretty excited, huh? She remarked, her tone warm and amused. Spooky nodded eagerly, her imagination already running wild with possibilities. I've never seen a play before. I wonder what it'll be, she exclaimed, her voice alive with curiosity. Perhaps a love story between a poet and a noblewoman? Or a love story between a vagrant and a woman of high birth? She speculated, her thoughts racing ahead to the potential dramas that awaited. She paused, her expression thoughtful as she added, Love stories between a king and a common girl are popular these days. Lucia couldn't help but be amused by Spooky's musings. I guess the girls in this world are just as obsessed with romance, she mused silently, her thoughts drifting momentarily to her own tangled feelings. Turning her attention back to Spooky, Lucia posed a question of her own. Where's the performance being held? She inquired, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of experiencing a theatrical production within the confines of the palace. Spooky's eyes lit up with excitement as she divulged the location of the upcoming performance. In the central garden. They're building a huge stage, she exclaimed, her voice alive with anticipation. Just as the excitement of the evening's event began to settle, Serena entered the room, her presence commanding attention as she approached Lucia with a graceful bow. "My lady, I brought a cloak for you to wear to the performance tomorrow," she announced, presenting a stunning green gown for Lucia's inspection. The lady servant chimed in with her own words of encouragement, her voice brimming with admiration. "It'll be perfect for the special day. You'll look stunning," she assured Lucia, her sincerity evident in her tone. Lucia's fingers traced the intricate details of the gown as she considered its suitability. With a sense of anticipation, she slipped into the garment, her reflection in the mirror eliciting a smile of satisfaction. Turning to Serena for validation, Lucia sought her opinion. "What do you think?" she inquired, her gaze meeting Serena's with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. Serena's response was immediate and genuine. "You look splendid," she affirmed, her words a testament to Lucia's effortless elegance. With her attire confirmed and her spirits lifted, Lucia's excitement reached its peak. "Then, shall we?" she proposed, her voice laced with anticipation as she prepared to embark on the evening's festivities. The Rose Palace has been meticulously adorned in preparation for the upcoming event. Every corner is meticulously attended to, with tables draped in pristine white cloths, serving as the canvas for the vibrant contrast of red roses scattered around the room. The delicate fragrance of the flowers permeates the air, adding an ethereal touch to the ambience. Upon each table, wine glasses stand poised, catching the light in their crystal clarity, while trays of delectable cookies tempt guests with their irresistible allure. The clinking of glasses and the gentle hum of conversation fill the room as the impeccably attired ladies mingle and engage in animated discussion. As the evening unfolds, anticipation mounts as guests make their way to the grand stage, a focal point of the evening's entertainment. The stage is a masterpiece in itself, adorned with intricate designs and shimmering lights, promising an unforgettable experience for all in attendance. As the ladies step out into the garden, they are greeted by a scene of breathtaking beauty. The once familiar landscape has been transformed into a wonderland of elegance and sophistication. They stand in awe, scarcely believing that this is the same garden they know so well. Among the guests, a graceful swan glides serenely across the water, adding a touch of natural beauty to the scene. Its presence serves as a reminder of the harmony between man-made splendor and the beauty of nature, creating a truly magical atmosphere that captivates all who behold it. One of the ladies, visibly stunned by the transformation, remarks, "Is this truly the same garden?" Her companions share in her amazement, their voices hushed in reverence for the splendor before them. Another lady, astounded by the transformation, chimed in, "They've completely transformed it." A lady adorned in a pink dress turned to the swan and said, "Let's sit near the front, swan, where there's a nice view of the stage." The swan nodded in agreement as they made their way to a table. Observing the spectacle before them, one of the ladies remarked, "It looks like the emperor is finally starting to show interest in the Rose Palace." A girl dressed in blue added, "I'm sure you'll be the first to win his heart." With a hint of playful banter, another lady teased, "Isn't that obvious? Why, were you planning to take him first?" The girl in blue, flustered, quickly responded, "Eek, that's not what I meant. Please don't get the wrong idea." The group shared a laugh, enjoying the camaraderie amidst the enchanting atmosphere. The swan, a silent observer, listened attentively to the conversation, her demeanor inscrutable amidst the lively exchange of words. Meanwhile, the anticipation in the air heightened as Lucia made her grand entrance. Draped in a magnificent green gown adorned with an array of sparkling stones, each facet catching the light and casting a mesmerizing glow, she exuded an aura of effortless elegance. As Lucia graced the gathering with her presence, whispers rippled through the room, praising her innate grace and beauty. "She's so elegant," the murmurs spread. Even without lots of makeup and jewels, she's practically glowing. Accompanied by her companions Spooky and Serena, Lucia moved gracefully through the crowd, drawing admiring glances with every step. However, as they approached the seating area, Spooky's voice held a hint of regret as she informed Lucia. "All the seats near the front are taken, my lady. I'm afraid you'll have to sit in the back." Serena, echoing the sentiment, expressed her disappointment. "It would have been nice to watch from up front." Despite the slight change in plans, Lucia maintained her composure with characteristic grace. "That's okay," she reassured them, her tone calm and composed. "I can still see from here." Though her view may have shifted, Lucia's presence remained a focal point of the evening, her regal demeanor and unwavering poise captivating all who beheld her. As Spooky expressed her disappointment, her voice tinged with sadness, she sighed. "Ah, too bad. I really wanted a better view." Soon after, Eric made his entrance, his presence commanding attention as he approached Lucia. With a gentle but firm gesture, he guided Serena away from Lucia, prompting a momentary flutter of fear from Serena, who recognized him as the Lord Chamberlain. The Swan, eager to convey her appreciation, hurried towards Eric, exclaiming, "The stage is marvelous. Please relay my gratitude to His Majesty." Eric nodded in acknowledgement, replying with a respectful, "Of course, my lady." With a warm smile, the Swan extended an invitation. "You've worked so hard today. Sit and watch with us." However, Eric, ever dutiful, politely declined, stating, "Thank you, but I must decline." The Swan clarified her intent, explaining, "I didn't mean you should enjoy the show with us. You should stay to make sure everything goes smoothly since you're in charge." Eric nodded in understanding, acknowledging the responsibility entrusted to him. "There are no empty seats, my lady," he replied, reaffirming his commitment to his duties. Taking a quick survey of her surroundings, the Swan suggested, "Oh, then perhaps one of you would be gracious enough to offer yours." The other ladies discreetly observed the unfolding conversation. However, Eric seemed determined to carry on with his duties, ignoring the Swan's request as he briskly stepped forward. The Swan called out to him, but he pressed on, his attention fully absorbed by his task. "Lord Chamberlain!" she called out in a futile attempt to regain his attention. Meanwhile, Lucia, in the midst of sipping her tea, was taken aback by the unexpected interruption. As Eric approached her, she registered his presence with surprise. "Huh! Lord Chamberlain?" she echoed, her confusion evident. With a graceful bow, Eric addressed Lucia, his focus unwavering. "Is the stage visible from here? Allow me to check." "I won't be but just a moment," he declared, pushing back a chair as he prepared to assess the view. Observing the exchange, the Swan's expression shifted to one of disappointment as Eric once again declined her offer. Approaching him, she inquired softly, "Do you have a clear view from here?" However, Eric's response was curt and dismissive. "Excuse me, I'm trying to focus," he retorted, his attention fully absorbed by his task at hand. Fuming with offense, the Swan turned away in a whirl of rage, her hands clenched tightly as she seethed with indignation. "The arrogance of him! He'll pay for that!" she vowed silently, her resolve firm. Meanwhile, a girl dressed in a brown gown made her entrance, her gaze locking onto Lucia seated beside Eric. She was visibly astonished by the unexpected sight, her thoughts racing as she whispered incredulously, "Lucia?" Turning towards her, she called out, "Lucy!" Simultaneously, the Swan beckoned to her, calling out, "Isla, come here!" Lucia, quick to react, responded with a click of acknowledgement. "Isla?" she repeated, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, a bell rang, signaling the imminent start of the performance. A voice boomed through the room, making an announcement. "The performance will begin momentarily," setting the stage for the evening's entertainment. On the other side of the room, Jace stood with a lady dressed in pink, holding her hand tenderly as he spoke. "Accompany me to the palace. I will protect you. As long as I have your love, I can endure anything." His words were filled with sincerity and devotion, casting a romantic aura amidst the bustling atmosphere of the event. As Lucia savored her tea, she remarked, "It looks like a love story between a prince and a common girl. Kinda reminds me of a musical I once saw." Eric, drawn to the aroma of the tea, inquired, "Mind if I have a cup?" Lucia, caught off guard by his sudden interest, realized. "What? Was he watching me?" Choking slightly, she replied, Sure." Concern etched on his features, Eric asked, "Are you all right?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Lucia's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "You look flushed. Do you have a fever?" Moving to take action, Eric suggested, "I'll go call for a doctor." However, Lucia, eager to dispel any concern, grabbed his arm and insisted, No. Have a seat. Didn't you want something to drink?" She slid a cup of tea towards him, urging him to try it. Eric took a hesitant sip and remarked, "Huh! This isn't tea." Uncertain of its contents, he added, "It's so sweet and delicious." Observing him lost in thought, Lucia asked, "Would you like some more?" In response, Eric slid his cup towards her, replying, Just a little bit." Pouring more tea into his cup, Lucia watched as Eric eagerly gulped it down within a minute. He exclaimed, "This is amazing," his appreciation evident in his enthusiastic response. As Lucia poured more tea, she couldn't help but wonder, "More? Is he trying to take all of it?" With a slight smile, she remarked, "I thought you were just gonna check on things and then go." Eric, realizing his oversight, reassured her, "Oh, right. One more cup and I'll be off." Curiosity piqued, he finally inquired, "What is this?" Lucia replied, "It's apple wine," revealing the true nature of the beverage. Surprised by the revelation, Eric nodded, processing the information. "Apple wine," he repeated, his initial misconception corrected. When Lucia offered him more, he graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you." Shifting the conversation, Eric brought up Lucia's recent stay in the library. "I heard you stayed in the library for several days. Did you find what you were looking for?" he inquired. Lucia nodded, replying simply, "I found enough." Pleased by her response, Eric remarked, "That's good. You seem to like books." Lucia's thoughts drifted back to the day when Eric had saved her from the falling books. "Yeah," she admitted softly, recalling the incident vividly. Feeling a surge of emotion, Lucia squeezed her eyes shut, unable to shake the memory from her mind. "Why can't I stop thinking about that?" she wondered aloud, the events of that day lingering in her thoughts despite her best efforts to move on. Amidst the bustling ambience of the event, Eric leaned in towards Lucia, his voice a soft murmur amidst the lively chatter. "Your first lesson with Prince Alvis is tomorrow, my lady. Do you have everything you need?" he inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of concern. Lucia, her gaze meeting Eric's with unwavering confidence, offered a reassuring nod. "Yeah, I'll be okay," she affirmed, her demeanor exuding a quiet assurance. Eric, ever attentive to detail, pressed further, his brows furrowed slightly in thought. "Have you decided what you're going to teach him?" he inquired, his voice a gentle prodding. Lucia's response came swiftly, tinged with a hint of impatience as she snapped, "It should probably be something basic since it's our first time meeting." Her words, though sharp, betrayed a sense of practicality, tempered by the weight of responsibility that rested upon her shoulders. Yet, in an instant, Lucia's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. The tension that had briefly flickered in her eyes melted away, replaced by a radiant smile that illuminated her features. "Honestly," she confessed, her voice alive with excitement, "this all came about so fast. I have no idea what to do." Her words carried with them a sense of exhilaration, a testament to the whirlwind of emotions that swirled within her. Despite the uncertainty that loomed on the horizon, Lucia's spirit remained undaunted, fueled by the prospect of the challenges that lay ahead. Eric's demeanor tensed at Lucia's sharp retort, a subtle twitch betraying his inner reaction. Later, in the grandeur of the Emperor's palace, Eric turned his attention to Jace, seeking an update on the recent ogre attack. "Any news on the ogre front?" he inquired, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Jace, ever composed, replied, "The damage from the attack has been repaired." However, before he could elaborate further, Eric interjected, his tone laced with a touch of skepticism. "Shouldn't killing a single ogre be child's play for you?" he questioned, his expectations clear. In response, Jace's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained, "Me? I'm just a normal foot soldier now. I didn't want to draw attention by killing it single-handedly. I just made sure no one got hurt." A hint of amusement danced in his eyes as he added, "I'll bet you're glad you let me stay." Walter, standing beside them, joined the conversation, his voice carrying a note of concern. "Did you find out where it came from?" he inquired, his brow furrowing with worry. Jace shook his head, replying, "We weren't able to figure that out, but we believe it was targeting the Rose Palace." The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air, each word exchanged between them laden with the weight of responsibility, as they grappled with the aftermath of the attack. Eric's expression grew solemn as he continued, "It didn't show interest in anything else. I have a feeling there might be more." Jace, ever observant, changed the subject, turning his attention to Eric's role within the palace. "By the way," he began, "I've seen you playing around the palace." His curiosity piqued, he pressed Eric further, asking, "Why choose to be a Lord Chamberlain? You could be anyone you want." Eric hesitated for a moment, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. After a brief pause, he reached into his pocket, rummaging around before withdrawing a bag of coins. Jace caught it effortlessly, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected offering. Eric's intent remained unclear as he ordered, "Go buy me some apple wine." Jace, taken aback by the sudden request, hesitated before asking, "Right now?" Eric's response was firm and unwavering, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Yes, right now," he affirmed, his gaze fixed ahead as he turned to leave. As Eric departed, Jace couldn't help but wonder about the sudden urge for wine. Why does he suddenly want to drink? He mused, the mystery of Eric's actions lingering in his thoughts as he prepared to fulfill the unexpected request. As Eric strode through the palace hallway, his thoughts drifted to the ongoing class at the Rose Palace. Class must have started by now. He speculated, his curiosity piqued. I wonder what she's teaching him. He paused, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. What a peculiar girl, he mused inwardly. She eats and drinks alone in the middle of the night, and while everyone else drinks tea, only she chooses wine. Taking a moment to reflect, Eric inhaled deeply, a sense of contentment washing over him. Well, I had a good time thanks to her, he acknowledged, his appreciation evident in his tone. Maybe I should go check in on them, he suggested, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Rose Palace, Lucia and Alvis sat together, the air tinged with anticipation as the class commenced. With a hint of impatience, Alvis turned to Lucia, prompting her with a pointed, Well? You're the teacher. Teach something. The challenge hung in the air, awaiting Lucia's response as she prepared to impart her knowledge to the eager prince. Lucia's response was unexpected yet firm as she turned the tables on Alvis. What about you? You're the student, she challenged, her tone laced with determination. Alvis, taken aback by her reversal, could only manage a surprise. What? Unfazed, Lucia elaborated. If I don't know what my student wants to learn, how am I supposed to teach? Her logic resonated with Alvis, who pondered her words carefully before responding. What I want to learn? A mischievous glint sparked in his eyes as he added. You're not going to regret saying that, are you? With a confident smile, Lucia shook her head. Nope. As long as it's nothing dangerous, she assured him, her resolve unwavering. Alvis, energized by the prospect of learning something new, rose from his seat, determination evident in his every step. His gaze fell upon a nearby box filled with accessories, containing charts, scissors, and tape. With purposeful strides, he approached the box, his mind already racing with ideas. "I'd like to make flowers," he declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Lucia raised an eyebrow in amusement, questioning, "Are there not enough for you outside?" Undeterred, Alvis seized a sheet of red paper and began to manipulate it with skillful hands, the paper rustling softly beneath his touch. "Real flowers wilt too quickly. I want some that won't," he explained, his focus unwavering. Intrigued by his choice, Lucia pressed further, asking, "What kind of flower?" The stage was set for a unique and creative lesson, with Alvis leading the way as he embarked on a journey of discovery under Lucia's guidance. Alvis hesitated, uncertain of his creative direction. "Well, I haven't decided yet," he admitted, his tone tinged with indecision. Lucia, ever supportive, offered reassurance. "Okay. I'm sure you'll figure something out," she encouraged, her voice gentle and comforting. Observing Alvis's struggle, Lucia couldn't help but approach him, her steps deliberate as she closed the distance between them. However, inwardly, she couldn't help but muse. "I mean, I'll give him points for effort, but I don't really think he set out to make a weird lump." As Alvis's frustration grew, he found himself unable to form the desired flower, his irritation mounting with each failed attempt. With a frustrated sigh, he crumpled the paper in his hands, declaring, "I'm going to start over." Before he could act, Lucia intervened, her actions catching him off guard. She gently took the paper from his grasp, causing him to look up in surprise. "Hold on," she instructed softly, her expression calm yet determined. With a swift motion, Lucia crumpled the paper once more, eliciting a bewildered reaction from Alvis. "Huh? Wha?" he sputtered in confusion. Unfazed by his reaction, Lucia proceeded with purpose, her hands deftly snipping the paper to form delicate petals. "Ms. Lucia, if you're upset with me, just say so," Alvis protested, his confusion evident in his tone. Lucia simply smiled, her focus on the task at hand. "Watch closely," she instructed, her movements precise as she demonstrated the art of crafting paper flowers. With delicate precision, Lucia skillfully crafted a rose from the paper petals, presenting it to Alvis with a flourish. "Ta-da!" she exclaimed proudly, her eyes alight with satisfaction. "You get this beautiful texture when you unfold crumpled paper. It's like a real flower." Alvis's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the paper rose before him, his disbelief evident in his wide-eyed expression. Lucia, undeterred by his reaction, turned to Serena with a request. "It still needs some finishing touches. Serena, some rose water, please," she instructed, her voice calm and composed. Serena, ever dutiful, bowed before Lucia and swiftly returned with a bowl of rose water. With practiced grace, Lucia dipped the paper petals into the fragrant liquid, transforming them into a vibrant red rose. Turning back to Alvis, she presented the completed creation with a smile. "What do you think?" she inquired, awaiting his verdict. Alvis's response was immediate and enthusiastic. "It's perfect!" he exclaimed, his eyes shining with newfound admiration for Lucia's skill. With a gentle chuckle, Lucia offered a profound insight. "You see? Flowers can bloom even from wrinkled paper. In fact, everything in life is like making paper flowers," she reflected, her voice carrying a wisdom beyond her years. Sniffing the paper rose appreciatively, she continued, "Sometimes you fold the wrong way, and sometimes the paper gets wrinkled, but if you take things step by step, soon you'll have a bouquet." As the lesson drew to a close, Lucia turned to Alvis with a final question, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Did you enjoy class today?" she inquired warmly. Alvis's response was simple but heartfelt. "Yeah," he replied, a genuine smile gracing his features as he realized the beauty in the art of paper flower making and the lessons it held for life. As Alvis held the meticulously crafted paper flower in his hands, he marveled at its lifelike appearance, each delicate petal a testament to Lucia's skill and patience. Surprised by the quality of her work, A sense of wonder and gratitude washed over him, his eyes sparkling with happiness as he realized the depth of Lucia's talent. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Alvis turned to Lucia with a look of earnest curiosity. "Can I ask you something?" he ventured, his tone infused with a blend of intrigue and admiration. Lucia, ever attentive, offered a reassuring smile. "Of course," she replied, her voice warm and inviting. Lost in contemplation, Alvis directed his gaze towards the paper rose, his mind racing with questions. "Imagine there was someone who never missed his parents. Why would you think that is?" He mused aloud, his words carrying a weight of introspection. The mention of parents stirred a twinge of discomfort within Lucia, her thoughts momentarily drifting to her own past. Suppressing a pang of emotion, she cleared her throat, her composure faltering for a fleeting moment. "Could we maybe focus on class?" she managed to choke out, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Regaining her composure, Lucia redirected the conversation with a gentle yet firm resolve. "Well, why don't you try thinking about it for a minute?" she suggested, her tone encouraging as she guided Alvis back to the task at hand, steering the discussion away from the complexities of personal matters and towards the realm of creative exploration. Lucia's question hung in the air, a thought-provoking challenge for Alvis to consider. "Can you imagine His Majesty missing his parents? What would it look like?" she asked, her voice gentle yet probing. Alvis felt a surge of emotion welling within him at the mere thought of such vulnerability. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he struggled to find the words. "I can't picture it," he confessed, his voice choked with emotion. Interrupting his distress, Lucia offered a suggestion. "What if you try pretending you're him?" she proposed, her words a lifeline amidst the tumult of emotions. Closing his eyes, Alvis allowed himself to envision the scene, imagining himself seated upon the Emperor's throne. His breath caught in his throat as he considered the weight of such a responsibility. "I think I'd want a hug, and he faltered, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Opening up about his deepest concerns, Alvis confided. "I'd worry that my people wouldn't want to follow me since I don't know how to be a real emperor." Lucia nodded in understanding, her empathy palpable as she reassured him. "That's right. It's not a question of right or wrong. It's about understanding other people and their situations." As they continued to craft paper roses together, Alvis's thoughts turned inward. "I know, he probably doesn't want to look weak in front of anyone," he speculated, his words laden with empathy and insight. In that moment of shared vulnerability, Alvis and Lucia found solace in each other's understanding, forging a deeper connection amidst the delicate artistry of their paper flowers. Sensing Alvis's emotional state, Lucia made a quick decision to lighten the mood. With a determined spark in her eyes, she reached for a stack of white papers nearby. "How about dyeing the paper before we make flowers?" she suggested, her voice infused with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the faint sound of a door creaking open echoed through the palace halls. Eric cautiously peeked inside, his curiosity piqued by the sight before him. Alvis's laughter filled the room as he enthusiastically crafted paper flowers, a stark contrast to his earlier emotional turmoil. "It's only his first class, and he's already goofing off," Eric mused, a hint of amusement tugging at his lips. As his gaze shifted to Lucia, Eric couldn't help but admire her transformation into the role of a teacher. "She's certainly dressed up like a teacher," he observed with a sense of pride, reassured by the sight of Alvis engaged in the learning process. With a contented smile, Eric quietly retreated from view, leaving the students to their creative endeavors. Meanwhile, in the tranquil garden of the Rose Palace, Spooky was immersed in her own activities, her focus directed towards the vibrant blooms that surrounded her. Her presence added a sense of serenity to the lush surroundings, her silent contemplation a testament to the beauty of nature's creations. Feeling a sudden urge to check on Spooky, Lucia ventured into the garden and called out her name. Startled by the unexpected interruption, Spooky turned abruptly, her hand instinctively going to her lips where she had been rubbing a rose petal. "Mom. My lady!" she exclaimed, a blush coloring her cheeks as she realized Lucia's presence. Curious about Spooky's peculiar activity, Lucia couldn't help but inquire. "What are you doing?" Spooky, feeling a bit flustered, explained. "I heard the Lord Chamberlain appeared when you had a petal in your mouth." Her words trailed off as she realized the absurdity of her actions. With a sheepish laugh, she added, "That was just a coincidence." Unable to contain her amusement, Lucia gently chided Spooky, saying, "Come on. Either swallow it or spit it out." Spooky's eyes widened in shock as she suddenly remembered the petals still resting upon her lips. Hastily, she gulped it down and replied, "Okay." Concern flickered across Lucia's features as she realized what had just transpired. "What? Did you actually just swallow that?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief and worry. The unexpected turn of events left both women feeling slightly bemused, their brief exchange adding a touch of light-heartedness to the serene atmosphere of the garden. As Serena observed the scene unfolding before her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of reassurance wash over her. "It's all right, my lady. That species of rose is safe to eat," she assured Lucia, her voice carrying a note of authority laced with compassion. Taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of the garden, Serena continued, her tone infused with a wealth of knowledge. "There are over 50 kinds of roses around the palace. Some have a remarkable fragrance, and some, like this one, are edible." Intrigued by Serena's insight, Lucia's curiosity was piqued further. Eager to explore the diverse offerings of the garden, she eagerly reached for the basket offered by Serena. With a glint of excitement in her eyes, Lucia posed her question, her voice filled with anticipation. "Can I pick whichever ones I want?" Serena met Lucia's enthusiasm with a nod of approval, her expression serious as she issued a word of caution. "Yes, except for the ones in the front and rear gardens." Despite the restriction, Lucia's excitement remained palpable as she contemplated the vast array of roses at her disposal. As Serena's narrative unfolded, Lucia listened intently, her curiosity piqued by the mention of a lady who once indulged in the beauty of the roses for her own pleasure. However, Serena's somber tone hinted at a darker truth lingering beneath the surface. "There was a lady who used to pick rose petals to put in her bathwater, but ever since she poisoned herself." Serena's words trailed off, leaving a sense of foreboding in their wake. "Anyway, we've been ordered to get rid of all the roses here," she concluded solemnly, her tone reflective of the gravity of the situation. In that moment, amidst the tranquil beauty of the garden, Serena's cautionary tale served as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between beauty and danger that permeated the palace grounds. Lucia's brows furrowed in confusion at the news. "What? Why?" she questioned, her voice tinged with disbelief at the sudden decision to remove the roses. Serena sighed softly before responding. "They said it was to prepare for the next tea time." An air of disappointment settled over Lucia as she contemplated the unnecessary loss. "What a waste," she murmured, her thoughts turning to the beauty that would soon be discarded. Determined to salvage what she could, Lucia turned to Serena with a request. "Could you bring all these roses to my room?" she inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. Serena nodded in acquiescence, though she couldn't hide her concern. "Yes, my lady. But there are quite a lot. It'll take us some time," she cautioned, gesturing towards the abundant blooms that surrounded them. Before Lucia could respond, a new voice interjected, breaking the solemn silence of the garden. It was Jace, holding a spear with a confident demeanor. "I'll do it," he declared, his expression earnest as he offered his assistance. With a bow, he introduced himself to Lucia. "Greetings, Lady Lucia. It is I, Jace," he announced, his tone respectful. Surprised by his sudden appearance, Lucia hesitated for a moment before responding. "That's very thoughtful of you, but—" she began, only to be interrupted by Jace's earnest plea. "What do I need to do?" he asked eagerly, his determination clear in his eyes. Realizing his genuine desire to help, Lucia relented, offering him a task. "Carefully cut the stems so you don't damage any of the petals." she instructed, her voice soft yet firm as she outlined the delicate task ahead. With Jace's offer of assistance, the daunting task of transporting the roses to Lucia's room suddenly seemed more manageable, infused with a newfound sense of camaraderie and purpose. As Jace readily accepted Lucia's request, he bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes, my lady." His eagerness to assist was evident as he prepared to undertake the task at hand. Meanwhile, Serena's curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire about Lucia's intentions with the roses. "What are you planning to do with all these roses, my lady?" she asked, her tone filled with genuine interest. Before Lucia could respond, Jace couldn't resist the urge to satisfy his curiosity. Peeking out from behind Lucia, he glanced in Serena's direction, inadvertently catching her attention. Startled by his sudden appearance, Serena's reaction was swift and sharp. "Are you eavesdropping? How dare you disrespect my lady?" she exclaimed, her voice ringing with indignation. Quick to diffuse the tension, Jace protested his innocence. No, I was simply stretching my neck," he explained, his tone earnest as he attempted to allay Serena's suspicions. Realizing that their conversation had attracted unwanted attention, Serena swiftly redirected her focus. "Let's go inside, my lady. Quickly," she urged, guiding Lucia and Spooky towards the safety of the palace walls. With Serena and Spooky leading the way, Lucia followed, her mind swirling with thoughts of the roses and their potential purpose. Meanwhile, Jace lingered for a moment, his thoughts drifting to the task bestowed upon him by Eric. "Keep an eye on Lady Lucia and help her if it looks like she needs it." Eric's orders echoed in his mind, prompting him to remain vigilant even as he watched them depart. In the opulent dining hall of the palace, a grand feast awaited, its array of delectable dishes shimmering under the soft glow of candlelight. Eric, accompanied by Halo, surveyed the spread with a mixture of surprise and admiration. "The ladies made all of this?" he inquired, his tone tinged with genuine astonishment. Halo nodded in affirmation, pride evident in his voice as he confirmed, "Yes, Your Majesty. Every last item." Eric's mind raced with the possibilities as he considered the potential financial benefits. "Impressive. If we sell all this, it'll more than cover the palace expenses." "I see there's food as well," he remarked, his thoughts already turning towards practical matters. As Eric sampled one of the dishes prepared by Lady Swan, Romeo, standing nearby, couldn't resist the temptation to indulge as well. "Why don't you have a taste?" Eric suggested, encouraging him to partake in the culinary delights. With a spoonful of the savory dip, Romeo's eyes widened in surprise. This brings back memories. May I have some more?" he exclaimed, his expression reflecting his newfound delight. With a gracious nod from Eric, Romeo eagerly helped himself to another serving, savoring the familiar flavors that evoked fond recollections of times past. Meanwhile, Halo, observing the exchange, felt compelled to join in the tasting. Tentatively, he dipped his finger into the dip, anticipation mingling with uncertainty as he brought it to his lips. However, Halo's hopes for a culinary revelation were swiftly dashed as the taste failed to meet his expectations. Disappointment clouded his features as he forced a polite smile, masking his true feelings. "Thank God His Majesty has found something to his liking. Perhaps I should give it a try," he thought to himself, his resolve to please his sovereign overriding his personal distaste for the dish. With a hesitant lick of his finger, Halo's suspicions were confirmed. The flavor fell short of his palate's discerning standards, leaving him longing for a more satisfying culinary experience. Halo's initial taste of Lady Swan's culinary creation left him reeling, his taste buds recoiling in shock at the unexpected flavor. "Is it supposed to taste like this?" he exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. Romeo, ever the seasoned connoisseur, offered his perspective with a knowing smile. "You've probably never tasted anything like it, Halo. It's made with blood," he explained, his tone matter-of-fact. Halo's astonishment only deepened at the revelation. "Blood?" he echoed, his mind struggling to comprehend the unconventional ingredient. As Walter, Another diner at the table sampled the dish. He too recognized its familiar taste. "Oh, this tastes just like the soup they used to give us on the battlefield," he remarked, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Halo's curiosity piqued. He sought further clarification. "It appears your army soup includes a special ingredient," he observed, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Walter nodded in agreement, his expression serious as he elaborated. "Special, yes, but not expensive. The only area we spare no expense is with weapons. It's important for soldiers to get proper nutrients." Halo's mind raced with questions as he sought to understand the nature of the dish before him. "You mean meat?" he ventured, seeking confirmation. "Exactly," Walter affirmed, his tone resolute. With a determined resolve, he lifted a spoon filled with soup, examining it closely before posing a question of his own. "Do you know what kind of meat this is?" he inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Halo as they delved deeper into the culinary mystery before them. Halo's curiosity piqued. He couldn't resist asking, "What is it?" His voice betrayed a mix of intrigue and apprehension as he awaited an explanation. Romeo's laughter rang out across the table as he recounted the unconventional origins of the dish. "During the war, we had to make soup from dead horses. The ones that had been dead for a while were the best, since their blood had turned nice and solid," he explained matter-of-factly. Halo's hand flew to his mouth in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and revulsion at the grisly revelation. Romeo continued, undeterred by Halo's reaction. "The flavors really come out when you boil it for a long time. Yeah, if you boil heart and blood, it tastes just like meat," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm for the culinary experiment evident. Blushing furiously, Halo turned away, his regret over tasting the soup evident. "Heavens!" he muttered under his breath, grappling with the unsettling knowledge of the dish's origins. As the conversation shifted, Romeo turned to Eric, seeking his insight. "Why do you think she chose to make this soup from our war days?" he inquired, his curiosity mirrored by the others at the table. Eric pondered the question for a moment before responding, his tone contemplative. "I suppose we'll have to wait to find out," he mused, his gaze drifting towards Lady Swan, whose culinary creation had sparked such unexpected revelations. With each passing moment, the mystery surrounding the soup deepened, leaving the diners to speculate on its significance and Lady Swan's intentions. As Eric inquired about the whereabouts of a particular girl, Romeo provided an update, stating, "She hasn't left her chambers all day." Eric's mind raced with possibilities, pondering what schemes she might be hatching behind closed doors. Meanwhile, in the archive gymnasium, Lady Swan was fully immersed in her practice regimen, delivering precise strikes to a steel target with unwavering focus. With each powerful blow, she honed her skills, her determination evident in every movement. After a particularly fierce onslaught, she paused to catch her breath, wiping away the sweat with a handkerchief. Unbeknownst to her, her brother Romeo had arrived, silently observing her practice with admiration. He applauded her efforts, a proud smile gracing his features as he remarked, "You've improved, little sister." Startled by his presence, Swan turned to face him, a mixture of surprise and delight crossing her features. "Romeo!" she exclaimed, genuinely pleased by his unexpected visit. "When did you get here?" she inquired, eager for his company. Romeo shrugged nonchalantly, his easygoing demeanor contrasting with Swan's earnestness. "I came over as soon as I got home," he replied casually. Swan couldn't help but express her longing for more frequent visits, her tone tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "You know we don't live that far from the palace. Why don't you visit more often?" she queried, hoping to persuade him to spend more time with her. Swan, undeterred by his excuses, shared her plans for the following day. "I'm going to the palace with father tomorrow," she revealed, her excitement palpable. Romeo's interest was piqued as he inquired, "The palace? Why?" His mind immediately began to speculate on the possible reasons for their visit, wondering if the emperor had some significant announcement in store. Swan's laughter rang out as she clarified. My friend Isla's staying there. I wanted to visit her. Romeo breathed a sigh of relief, his mind set at ease by the innocuous reason for their trip. Meanwhile, in the opulent surroundings of the Rose Palace, the air was filled with the sound of laughter and chatter as the ladies mingled in their exquisite dresses. Swan and Lucia, amidst the lively conversation, shared a moment together, their friendship evident in their easy rapport. His words were sincere, reflecting the warmth of their bond as they enjoyed each other's company amidst the splendor of the palace gardens. Eric's response was blunt and to the point. It's not for you. Observing the scene below, Romeo contemplated the dynamics at play among the ladies, his keen eye noting the subtle power struggles amidst the chatter and laughter. The idea of making all the ladies work must have come from one of those women down there. Should I try to guess which one? He mused, turning to Eric for confirmation. With a subtle nod, Eric silently encouraged Romeo to continue his speculation. Romeo's gaze fell upon a girl in a maroon gown, and he remarked, That's the Grand Duke's granddaughter, isn't it? I see the family resemblance. She has the other ladies in an iron grip. As the ladies below giggled among themselves, Romeo reflected on the inherent hierarchy present even among their ranks. Funny, isn't it? Even amongst themselves, they all hold different ranks. The world is naturally divided into people who are above and below. I'm grateful that at least this empire is ruled by a man who won't abuse his powers, he remarked, his tone thoughtful. Eric, however, dismissed Romeo's sentiment with a hint of exasperation. Don't be ridiculous. What do you think of the ladies? He inquired, redirecting the conversation back to the present company. Romeo considered his words carefully before responding diplomatically. I believe your officials are very loyal, acknowledging the role of the ladies in maintaining order and decorum within the palace walls. The tea table exuded an air of elegance, adorned with delicate macarons and steaming pots of tea. Eric's comments sparked a debate on the loyalty of the palace officials, prompting him to question Romeo's assessment. You're saying the officials who forced their daughters to come here are loyal? He challenged, his tone laced with skepticism. As they continued their discussion, Eric mused on the diverse personalities among the ladies present, each one distinct in their own right. There are sweet ladies, sensual ladies, even a handful of naive ones. They each have their own color. In other words, each of them is unique in their own way. He observed, his gaze drifting towards a lady in a striking red gown, noting the aura of confidence she exuded. Turning his attention to Lucia, Eric speculated on her aura, jesting about her supposed invisibility. What about her? White, since she's invisible? It's fine for babies, but for her. I think she has a black aura. Plain black, like the night sky, he remarked, a playful glint in his eye as he teased Lucia. His laughter filled the air as he concluded. Aha! I see it now. The one who came up with the idea was... The sentence hung in the air, teasingly unfinished as Eric left the identity of the idea's originator to the imagination of his companions. Eric denied, indicating that the girl in the red gown was not the one who had conceived the idea. Meanwhile, Serena made a cheerful entrance, donned in a vibrant green gown, her demeanor brimming with happiness. Isla's friend is coming to visit today, she exclaimed, sharing the news with Lucia. Serena disclosed that Isla's friend had declined to enter the palace previously, out of concern for Isla's well-being. She sounds like a good friend, Lucia remarked, intrigued by the depth of their bond. Serena affirmed, describing Isla's friend as kind-hearted, though more inclined to wield a sword than pursue marriage. If Isla becomes empress, she'll set her up with someone nice, Serena revealed, though she expressed uncertainty about the likelihood of such an outcome. Reflecting on Isla's aspirations, Serena noted that while Isla might not consider herself the most beautiful among them, she harbored ambitions of becoming empress. Leaning in closer to Lucia, Serena whispered, Lucia's very pretty. She'll need to be very careful, Lucia remarked, her astonishment evident in her expression as she processed the statement. She added with a contemplative hum, Lucia smells like roses. When Isla goes back, she'll take a bath with rose petals too. You're going too, aren't you, Lucia? Confusion flickered across Lucia's features as she asked. Going where? Her mind raced to catch up, realizing she had been engrossed in conversation with Isla and had missed the context entirely. The garden buzzed with the voices of other ladies, their chatter filling the air. We're trusting you, Swan. Hee hee. I believe in you, Swan, they exclaimed in a mixture of amusement and encouragement. Baffled by the conversation, Lucia inquired, What are they talking about? She shrugged, feeling a bit out of the loop. Lost in thought, Lucia mused to herself. Huh? Where did Spooky go? Her curiosity piqued by the sudden absence of someone in the garden. Meanwhile, Eric, the Lord Chamberlain, approached her with a formal yet warm demeanor. Lady Lucia, he addressed her respectfully. Surprised by his presence, Lucia responded, Lord Chamberlain? Unsure of his intentions, but willing to entertain them. With a courteous tone, Eric requested, Allow me to escort you to your chambers, offering his assistance in a gesture reminiscent of their interactions during the recent play. Observing the exchange, the girl in the red gown couldn't help but note that Lord Chamberlain is attending to her again, just like he did during the play. Recognizing a familiar dynamic between the two, she said, Do you think they're... Lucia's words trailed off as she glanced around the room, her thoughts interrupted by the sudden hush that fell over the other ladies. Whispers began to circulate among them, the air thick with speculation. Oh my word! Is she fooling around with the Lord Chamberlain? I suppose she fell for his looks. They murmured, casting furtive glances in Lucia's direction. Eric, attuned to the shifting dynamics, stepped forward and interjected. Your servant fell in the mud and began crying. Surprised by the news, Lucia responded. Really? Why doesn't she just change her clothes and come back? Another lady chimed in. She seemed more upset by the teasing than by her dirty clothes. I told her to go take a rest. Curious about Eric's involvement, the girl in the red gown asked. My, aren't you thoughtful of that, servant girl? Eric replied with a hint of resolve. So, I intend to do the same thing to the servant who harassed her. His tone conveying a sense of justice and protection. The girl, feeling slighted by Eric's implication, bristled at his words, her expression betraying a mix of indignation and offense. In the elegant ambience of the rose garden, an event unfolded. Following the captivating performances, Eric, with a gallant demeanor, turned to Lucia and uttered, Let's go, my lady, prompting the attention of all the other ladies present, including Serena, who observed the interaction with keen interest. Serena, known for her astute observations, voiced her concern, stating, The Lord Chamberlain is closest to His Majesty. No good will come of provoking him. Her words carried a weight of caution, hinting at the potential consequences of Eric's bold approach. Swan, a figure of grace amidst the gathering, interjected with her own perspective, remarking, He thinks he's something just because the Emperor is in his corner. He's nothing but a speck of dust. With a composed demeanor, she took a leisurely sip of tea before continuing. No need to get upset. A little gold will settle the matter. Suggesting a diplomatic solution to the brewing tension. Meanwhile, Serena, betraying a hint of unease, found herself contemplating the situation. The Lord Chamberlain doesn't seem like the type to be swayed by gold, she thought, her mind racing with the implications of Eric's actions and the potential repercussions they might entail. As Lucia and Eric departed from the rose garden together, a conversation ensued. Sensing a shift in Eric's demeanor, Lucia questioned, Is it because of me? Perplexed, Eric inquired, What do you mean? Lucia, her voice tinged with concern, referred to Spooky's unfortunate incident, stating, Spooky falling in the mud. Expressing her frustration, she continued, I don't have any power, so whenever they attack me during tea time, I always just let it slide. I understand what they're trying to do. They all think I'm soft, and now Spooky is suffering because of it. Eric, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts, remained silent, steadily moving forward. Nearby, Arnoa observed the exchange with a mixture of surprise and indignation. Clenching her hands in frustration, she reflected. Now that I think about it, the Lord Chamberlain speaks his mind, and he's not afraid of Swan. I know I shouldn't just complain. I have to pull myself together so I can take care of my people, recognizing the need for resilience and determination in the face of adversity. Amidst the delicate atmosphere of the palace, Eric's voice resonated with a tone of deference as he addressed Lucia with the honorific, "My lady." Outside the door, Spooky, adorned in her crisp uniform, stood patiently, her presence signaling an interruption in the conversation unfolding within. With a gentle knock, she sought permission to enter. Inside the chamber, Lucia's demeanor momentarily wavered, a flicker of emotion crossing her features before she regained her composure. "Thank you. You may go now," she directed Spooky, granting her leave with a gracious nod. Seizing the moment to impart a lesson, Eric turned his attention back to Lucia, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. "Do you know who the most powerful person in the palace is?" he inquired, prompting Lucia to pause, her mind grappling with the question. After a moment's contemplation, she ventured, Swan." Eric's response was firm, dispelling any misconceptions. "No. No one is stronger, and no one is weaker. Have you forgotten? This is the Rose Palace. You're all equals here," he declared, emphasizing the principle of egalitarianism that governed their domain. "Don't bother trying to figure out who has the most power. Strength comes from will alone." Grateful for his insight, Lucia acknowledged. "Thank you for the advice." As Eric prepared to resume his duties, his departure momentarily delayed by Lucia's sudden request. "Wait!" she called out, her gaze shifting to Serena. "Serena, can you bring me a bottle?" Serena, ever obedient, responded with a deferential, "Yes, my lady," while Eric, intrigued by Lucia's seemingly incongruous command, lingered for a moment longer, his curiosity piqued by the unfolding dynamics within the chamber. Taking a step closer to Eric, Lucia's observant gaze met his, her words carrying a note of intrigue. "Come to think of it, I've seen you around the palace quite often, even though I haven't heard about any poisonings," she remarked, her tone laced with subtle curiosity. Eric, caught off guard by the unexpected scrutiny, felt a bead of sweat form on his brow as he struggled to compose a response. I had to prepare for the play and, a new lady is coming soon, so there are things I have to take care of," he stammered, his explanation faltering slightly under Lucia's penetrating gaze. Meanwhile, Serena appeared with a golden, transparent jug filled with a vibrant red liquid, presenting it to Eric with a gesture of generosity. "Here. It's made from roses. I just made it for fun, but I wanted to give you some as a thank you," she explained, her offering imbued with sincerity. Accepting the jug, Eric retreated to his office, the weight of Lucia's words lingering in his mind. Gazing at the jug before him, he mused, "Let me know how it is. So this is what she did with all those roses. She must really love drinking." With a hint of anticipation, he uncorked the jug and took a sip, the essence of roses flooding his senses with a sensation akin to blooming petals unfurling within him. After draining the jug in one swift gulp, Eric found himself pleasantly surprised by the experience. "I quite like this. It feels as though roses are blooming inside of me," he reflected, savoring the lingering taste of the floral concoction as it suffused him with a sense of vitality and renewal. Impressed by the unexpected delight of the floral concoction, Eric found himself acknowledging the taste, on the other hand. Meanwhile, as Eric savored the lingering essence of Rose's halo, the messenger made his arrival, delivering news of the esteemed guest's presence. "Grand Duke Bahamut is here to see you, Your Majesty," he announced, his voice carrying a sense of formality. Grand Duke Bahamut, known for his insatiable greed and the recent placement of his granddaughter within the palace, was ushered in wearing a resplendent royal green outfit. With a deep bow, he greeted Eric, expressing admiration for the palace's fragrance. "What a pleasant fragrance! Have you been to the Rose Palace recently?" he inquired, his tone oozing with feigned charm. Eric, maintaining his composure, responded with a subtle hint of skepticism. I hear you normally stay holed up in here, practicing your swordsmanship," he remarked, his words tinged with a note of observation, hinting at Bahamut's reputation for seclusion and martial pursuits. With Bahamut's words lingering in the air, Eric observed the Grand Duke's demeanor closely, noting the underlying tension beneath his seemingly benevolent facade. "Personally, I'd love nothing more than to give her wings to fly free," Bahamut expressed, his voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "I thought perhaps a hunting tournament might give them a change of pace. We can't expose them to dangerous animals, but rabbits and deer should do just fine," he suggested, his tone betraying a calculated intent. Eric, absorbing Bahamut's proposal, weighed the implications carefully before conceding with a measured tone. "Do as you please." Bahamut, visibly pleased by the acquiescence, bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he acknowledged before taking his leave, the echo of his departure reverberating in the chamber. Left alone, Eric found himself blinking, a faint wave of drowsiness washing over him. Reflecting on the effects of the rose-infused drink, he couldn't help but wonder. "Phew, maybe I had too much to drink. I'm getting a bit drowsy. But my headache is gone." As he reclined in his seat, the subtle aroma of roses permeating the air, Eric contemplated the flower's significance. "Roses express passion and desire," he mused, recalling the timeless symbolism associated with the bloom. "Their subtle scent encourages people to open up," he added, recognizing the soothing influence of their fragrance on the human psyche. With a sense of tranquility settling over him, Eric anticipated a restful night's sleep, the calming properties of the roses promising respite from the day's intrigues. As the door creaked open, Felix entered the room, his voice hushed with urgency. "Mr. Halo, there's someone here to see His Majesty," he announced, only to be swiftly silenced by Halo's gesture. "Shh! His Majesty is asleep. Please leave. I'm terribly sorry, but could you come back later?" Halo interjected, his tone apologetic yet firm as he ushered Felix out of the room, ensuring Eric's undisturbed rest. Unbeknownst to them, Swan had arrived, her keen eyes capturing the sight of Eric's tranquil form. "It's as if he's glowing," she murmured, her thoughts drifting as she observed the serene aura enveloping him. Puzzled by Swan's comment, Halo inquired, "Pardon?" Meanwhile, Eric stirred from his slumber, his body stiff from sleeping in the uncomfortable chair. With a groan, he rose from his seat, his movements accompanied by the creaking of his joints. "My whole body is stiff from sleeping in that chair," Eric confessed, his voice tinged with discomfort. "And my head hurts from the wine," he added, acknowledging the aftermath of indulging in the rose-infused drink earlier. Upon seeing Swan's unexpected presence, Eric was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of deference as he bowed before her. "My lady," he greeted respectfully. Swan, her expression serene yet perceptive, acknowledged Eric's gesture with a nod before addressing him. "I see you've grown close with Lucia," she remarked, her words carrying a subtle hint of inquiry. In response, Eric offered a diplomatic explanation. "I'm only taking precautions," he replied, his tone measured. Swan's gaze softened as she spoke again, her words laden with a sense of hope. "If we're lucky, there will be no more incidents for you to take precautions against," she suggested, extending a gesture of goodwill. With a graceful motion, Swan presented Eric with a small box, her intentions clear. "I think there was a little misunderstanding during the last tea time. I hope this will help clear the air," she explained before turning to depart. Intrigued by the unexpected gift, Eric hesitated before inquiring, "What's this?" Opening the box, he revealed a stunning diamond necklace, its centerpiece a large yellow stone. Astonishment washed over him as he realized the significance of the gesture. "Is this?" he began, his voice trailing off in disbelief. In the dimly lit corridor, Lucia's footsteps echoed softly against the polished marble floor as she paced with purpose toward her room. Her brow furrowed with concern, her mind swirling with the weight of the recent events. Each step seemed to echo her internal turmoil as she grappled with the daunting responsibility resting upon her shoulders. "I don't want anyone to get hurt or die because of me," she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustle of her gown. "Even if this world isn't real, this is my reality now. I have to protect myself and those around me so that no one will think they can look down on me," she vowed, her fingers clenching into fists as she solidified her resolve. With each passing moment, Lucia's determination only seemed to intensify. "I'll show them I'm not a pushover," she declared silently, her eyes glinting with a fierce resolve as she envisioned herself rising above the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, as Lucia's thoughts consumed her, Eric, ever the silent observer, made his entrance. Stepping into the corridor with an almost imperceptible grace, he regarded Lucia with a quizzical expression. "What are you doing?" he queried, his voice breaking through the silence like a gentle ripple in a pond. Startled from her reverie, Lucia's heart leaped in her chest as she whirled around to face Eric, her breath catching in her throat. "Geez, you scared me!" she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of relief and exasperation. "No wonder they call you a ninja!" Her words tumbled out in a rush, a testament to the lingering adrenaline coursing through her veins in the wake of Eric's stealthy arrival. In the hushed ambience of the corridor, Lucia's startled exclamation hung in the air like a startled bird taking flight. "Don't just sneak up on people like that," she admonished, her voice tinged with a mixture of surprise and reproach. Eric, seemingly unperturbed by Lucia's outburst, regarded her with a bemused expression. "A ninja? I announced myself when I came in," he protested mildly, his tone betraying a hint of amusement. Waving off his explanation with a dismissive gesture, Lucia pressed on with her inquiry, her brow furrowed in thought. "Anyway, do I look fierce to you? Would you be scared of me?" she queried, her words tinged with a touch of uncertainty. Eric paused, considering her question with a thoughtful expression. "Not even a little," he admitted candidly, his gaze meeting hers with unwavering sincerity. "Are you planning to hunt with your fists instead of a bow and arrow?" he teased gently, a playful glint in his eye. Perplexed by Eric's response, Lucia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fumbled for a reply. "Hunt?" she echoed, her voice tinged with incredulity. Eric, sensing her confusion, proceeded to enlighten her. "Swan's grandfather, the Grand Duke Bahamut, is holding a hunting tournament. I came to prepare weapons for the ladies before the hunt," he explained, his words punctuated by a note of practicality. Caught off guard by the revelation, Lucia's mind raced as she processed the information. "If you would like to look fiercer, I can have your armor specially tailored for you," Eric offered, his voice tinged with genuine concern. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, Lucia interjected hastily, her words tumbling out in a flurry of emotion. "Wait. I don't want to join a hunting tournament," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with apprehension. Eric, ever the attentive aide, nodded understandingly. "Then I'll let them know you won't be participating," he assured her, his tone conveying reassurance amidst the unexpected turmoil. Eric's expression softened as he choked out his gratitude. "Oh, and thank you for the drink. I quite enjoyed it," his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "Not just drinks," Lucia responded with a hint of pride. "I've been trying to make different dishes out of roses too. It's a lot harder than I thought. The scent of the roses tends to overpower everything else," she admitted, her determination shining through despite the challenges she faced. With a warm smile, Lucia presented Eric with a piece of her latest creation, a rose apple pie. Its surface gleamed enticingly, the delicate shade of golden brown hinting at its deliciousness. Taking a bite, Eric savored the flavor, his taste buds tingling with anticipation. "It's not sweet," he remarked after a moment, his brow furrowing in thought. Lucia's enthusiasm dimmed slightly at his response. "You don't like it?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Everyone else said it was okay." Her words trailed off, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone as she awaited his verdict. Eric deftly devoured the entire slice of pie within a mere minute, savoring each bite as if it were a delicately crafted apple pie-shaped rose. It feels like eating an apple pie-shaped rose. It's still good, he remarked with a hint of satisfaction, lifting his plate slightly in appreciation. Lucia, noticing Eric's enjoyment, inquired with a hint of hospitality. Oh, you want more? One sec, her mind already planning to offer him another generous slice. As Lucia contemplated her next move, a fleeting thought of relief crossed her mind. I'm glad he likes it. I'll give him another slice, she decided, her anticipation causing her to move forward hastily. However, in her rush, her foot became entangled in the folds of her frock, causing her to lose her balance and teeter dangerously on the edge of a fall. With lightning reflexes, Eric sprang into action, reaching out to steady Lucia before she could tumble to the ground. You really must be careful, he cautioned, his voice filled with genuine concern for her well-being. Grateful for Eric's timely intervention, Lucia quickly regained her composure and offered a heartfelt expression of thanks. Thank you, her voice tinged with a mix of relief and embarrassment. Despite the immediate danger passing, Lucia couldn't shake the lingering sense of déjà vu that washed over her. Yikes, that scared me. Why am I getting a sense of déjà vu? She mused, her mind wandering back to a similar incident in the library where someone named Eric had also come to her rescue. Reflecting on the uncanny familiarity of the situation, Lucia couldn't help but wonder. That was a completely different person, but why does it feel the same? Her thoughts lingering on the strange coincidence, she couldn't help but feel a sense of intrigue and curiosity. As Serena made her entrance, she addressed Lucia with reverence, exclaiming, My lady! However, Eric's tone turned stern as he reprimanded Serena. Why did you give her such a long dress? She could trip and injure herself at any moment. Serena, acknowledging her mistake, responded with contrition. Apologies, my lord. I'll take full responsibility. Eric's frustration was palpable as he continued to admonish Serena. You failed to take care of your lady properly. You're no longer needed. Despite Eric's insistence on dismissing Serena, Lucia interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. I'm okay. You don't have to. But Eric remained steadfast, disregarding Lucia's plea as he reiterated. If we let this slide, it'll only happen again. Resigned to Eric's uncompromising stance, Lucia let out a sigh and reassured him. It's okay, really. However, inwardly, she couldn't help but feel that Eric was overreacting. After all, she hadn't even fallen. Nevertheless, Eric persisted, declaring, Still, she should be punished. Well, if it happens again, you can catch me like you just did. Please, just let it slide, all right? Please be more careful, Lucia implored, hoping to ease the tension between her and Eric. I will, she assured him. As Eric made his departure from the Rose Palace, a lady approached him in the hallway, initiating a conversation. Oh, I didn't realize you were here, Lord Chamberlain. When will Isla be able to get her weapon? She inquired eagerly. Eric responded, We're still making preparations, tempering her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lucia noticed the solemn expressions on the faces of Serena and the lady conversing with Eric. Concerned, she asked. What's with the long faces? Did something happen? Serena quickly dismissed any notion of trouble, replying, No, nothing at all. However, Lucia's attention was soon diverted as she requested a change of clothes from Serena, to which Serena dutifully agreed. Yes, my lady. Just then, the other lady entered the Rose Palace and noticed Lucia's flushed complexion. Your face is all red. Do you have a fever? Let Isla take a look. Isla studied healing, you know, she suggested, her concern evident. Lucia, feeling a bit flustered, shook her head and reassured her. I'm okay. I'm not sick. Undeterred, the lady examined Lucia closely, noting, I can still smell the roses. Your eyes look clear and in focus. Oh, Lucia's lips are redder than Isla's. Lucia's cheeks reddened at the observation, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lucia turned to face the other lady and expressed, I told the Lord Chamberlain I wasn't going to participate. However, Serena interjected with surprising news. Huh! The Lord Chamberlain just left. He went to order Lady Isla's weapon. Dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, Lucia exclaimed. What? Her mind racing with thoughts, she couldn't help but wonder. Hunting? I've only ever seen it in documentaries. Do I have to? Meanwhile, the lady continued to speak with excitement. Isla can't wait to leave the palace. It's been so long. Oh, right. Isla came to tell you about the friend she met yesterday. Curious, Lucia inquired. The one you told me about? The lady nodded enthusiastically, remarking, She's so much prettier than when Isla last saw her. Whoever marries her will be the luckiest man in the empire. She then added with a playful shake of her hands, No, the luckiest man will be His Majesty when he marries Isla. Whoever marries Trudy will be second. Surprised by the revelation, Lucia asked, So you met her in the palace? The lady confirmed. Yes, she came with the Duke, her father. It was only for a few hours, but it felt like the good old days. Isla also wishes to smell like roses. Can you help her? Lucia readily agreed. Sure. Meanwhile, Swan and her brother Romeo found themselves seated in a horse carriage, the regal vehicle adorned in white and red hues. The rhythmic sound of rattling filled the air, prompting Romeo to inquire. Did something happen? Swan, lost in thought, replied. No, I was just thinking about how magnificent the palace is. Curious, Romeo pressed further. Did you meet your friend? Swan nodded, confirming. I did. Unsatisfied, Romeo asked once more. Did something happen to her? Swan reassured him. No, Isla's doing well. She's as bright and cheerful as ever. Perplexed by Swan's demeanor, Romeo remarked. Then why do you look so glum? Swan hesitated before confiding. Well, I actually went to the palace to see the Emperor. Amused, Romeo chuckled. The Emperor doesn't agree to meet just anyone. Is that why you look so disappointed? Swan nodded, explaining. I didn't get the chance to meet him, but I did catch a glimpse of his face. I was talking to Master Halo when the door opened slightly. Intrigued, Romeo asked. You know Halo? Swan nodded, sharing. Yes, he's the man who sweats profusely whenever he sees me. He disappeared when I told him you're my brother. That's him, all right. She repeated, emphasizing the point. He disappeared when I told him you're my brother. Romeo nodded in understanding, acknowledging. That's him, all right. Swan then revealed her desire. I want to enter the Rose Palace. Romeo. I want to marry the Emperor. Shocked by her declaration, Romeo exclaimed. What? Swan bared her soul to Romeo amidst the rhythmic clip-clop of the horse-drawn carriage, their departure from the opulent Rose Palace marking the backdrop to her confession. With a mix of apprehension and determination, she disclosed her fervent desire to wed Eric, her words hanging heavy in the air. Romeo's reaction was immediate, his astonishment palpable as he gently placed his hand against his face, his voice a mixture of disbelief and pleading. No, Trudy, don't do this to me. Before he could finish, Swan interjected, her tone tinged with a knowing sadness. I know. You and Father had a falling out because you opposed his wishes and chose to serve His Majesty. Then you followed His Majesty off to war without even telling me. There was a weighty pause, filled only by the steady rhythm of the carriage wheels on the cobbled streets. Romeo, unable to meet Swan's gaze, spoke softly, his words laden with resignation. The Count has already disowned me. You shouldn't disappoint him too. It's different this time, he continued. Now he's the Emperor and is writing a new chapter in history. Besides, Father came to the palace with me to help me become Empress. Meanwhile, in his office within the palace, Eric sat immersed in paperwork, a contemplative expression on his face. Recalling the encounter with the girl from the previous day, he mused to himself. Were you thinking about someone you like? Lost in thought, Eric reflected. There's no way Lucia was thinking about the Emperor. She doesn't even know she's seen his face before. Unlike the other ladies, she's not clinging to the hope of meeting me. As the ornate doors of Eric's office swung open, Walter entered with a demeanor of deference, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished marble floors. Your Majesty, he began, his voice carrying a blend of respect and urgency. Eric, seated at his desk amidst a sea of documents, turned his attention to Walter, his eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and concern. Have you anything to report on the Grand Duke's whereabouts, Walter? He inquired, his voice calm yet tinged with an underlying sense of gravity. Walter, standing tall in his uniform, delivered his report with meticulous precision. Grand Duke Bahamut visited the treasury before he left, he stated, his words hanging in the air like a heavy veil. Eric's mind raced with possibilities as he processed the information, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. It seems someone left the door open on purpose, he murmured thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the window where shafts of sunlight danced across the room. Sounds like the palace still isn't completely mine yet. With a sudden realization, Eric's expression hardened as he pieced together the puzzle before him. It seems as though he took the pendant necklace, he remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of incredulity. The necklace Swan brought me was taken from the treasury? Turning to Walter with a determined glint in his eyes, Eric issued a command that resonated with authority. Bring me Jace, he instructed, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. Leaving the confines of his office behind, Eric made his way to the palace garden, the scent of blooming roses permeating the air. Felix, the stalwart sentinel of the palace, stood at attention, awaiting his orders. With a sense of urgency, Eric addressed Felix, his voice firm and unwavering. We're doubling the security around the Rose Palace, he declared, his words echoing through the tranquil garden as a testament to his unwavering determination. Felix, his brow furrowed with concern, voiced his apprehension to Eric, his tone laced with unease. But my lord, how am I supposed to keep Lady Swan under surveillance? He questioned, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. I'm not a maid. If I get too close to her, she'll notice right away. However, Eric remained resolute, dismissing Felix's concerns with a wave of his hand. You'll figure something out, he asserted firmly, his tone brooking no argument. Undeterred, Felix acknowledged Eric's orders with a solemn nod. I'll do my best since they're your orders, but this is beyond me, he admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Eric's response was curt, his impatience evident in his tone. Still, do what you can, he retorted brusquely, his gaze fixed on Felix's form. Felix stood in silence, his mind racing with thoughts. Eric's inquiry broke the stillness, prompting Felix to scratch his head nervously. No, my lord, he stammered, his words tinged with a hint of nervous laughter. In the expansive archives ground, where the echoes of history reverberated through the halls, rows of army weapons gleamed under the soft glow of torchlight. Among the array of martial arts equipment stood a blonde-headed girl, her nimble fingers expertly notching an arrow onto her bowstring. Lucia, standing beside her, observed with a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. The blonde girl grinned, her enthusiasm palpable as she released the arrow with precision. Isla has never fired a bow before. This is fun. What do you think, Lucia? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lucia, however, hesitated, carefully placing her bow back on the table. I don't think it suits me. I'm gonna stop here, she admitted, her tone tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. With a light laugh, she added, All right. Isla will practice a little longer. As Lucia and Serena made their way back towards the palace, the weight of the archery practice lingered in Lucia's mind. Serena, ever the attentive companion, inquired, How was archery practice, my lady? Lucia sighed deeply, her shoulders sagging with the weight of uncertainty. It's really hard. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, she confessed, her voice laced with a hint of doubt. With Serena's words of encouragement still lingering in the air, Lucia felt a glimmer of hope stirring within her. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Serena exclaimed, her voice filled with unwavering support. As they proceeded forward, Serena's laughter drew Lucia's attention, prompting her to glance to the side. A smile tugged at Lucia's lips as she beheld the sight of Jace, seated on the floor with a knight's spear in hand, his eyes heavy with sleep. Startled by their arrival, Jace quickly roused himself from his drowsiness. Lady Lucia! When did you get here? Jace exclaimed, his surprise evident in his voice. Just now, Lucia replied with a warm smile, extending a basket filled with goodies and a bottle of wine towards him. This is to thank you for helping me with the roses, Jace, she explained graciously. It's wine and cookies. There's plenty, so feel free to share with the other soldiers, Lucia added, her tone filled with genuine gratitude. Jace's eyes lit up with delight as he accepted the offerings. It smells delicious. Thank you, he exclaimed gratefully, his expression reflecting genuine appreciation for Lucia's gesture of kindness. Meanwhile, Swan found herself engrossed in a conversation with her friend, who approached her with a mix of curiosity and concern. Is it true, Swan? Bad luck comes to whoever wears this necklace? Her friend inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Swan paused for a moment, considering her response carefully. Well, it was originally meant to protect the wearer, she explained, her tone reflective. Her friend's curiosity only seemed to deepen. Why would you have such a thing? She pressed, her gaze fixed intently on Swan. In a sudden outburst of frustration, Swan's demeanor shifted, her voice rising in anger. It was a gift. I was told to use it well, she declared vehemently, brandishing the necklace before her friend. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Swan teased, Well? Want a closer look? Before erupting into laughter. Her friend, taken aback by the sudden change in tone, recoiled in fear. You scared me, she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. Swan's laughter subsided as she revealed the truth behind the necklace's intended recipient. It was actually meant for someone else. Lucia, she confessed, her expression sobering. Her friend's apprehension only grew at the mention of Lucia's name. They already say she's not right in the head. Do you have to make it worse? She murmured, her tone filled with a mix of worry and exasperation. As Swan's friend mulled over the situation, her mind raced with possibilities. Did Lucia do something to her? Don't tell me, is it because of the Lord Chamberlain? She speculated, her voice filled with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Swan, ever the strategist, reassured her friend with a calm demeanor. What if she recognizes it? Her friend pressed, seeking reassurance. In response, Swan outlined her carefully crafted plan. I prepared several similar necklaces just in case. If every lady participating in the hunt wears one, she won't suspect a thing, she explained, her tone confident. The necklaces will simply indicate that they are ladies of the palace. She won't notice a difference unless she looks carefully. Swan reiterated, emphasizing the meticulous attention to detail in her plan. With a sly smirk, Swan added, I also gave an identical necklace to the Lord Chamberlain. Her friend's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation. But this is all just between you and me, Swan concluded, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper, cementing their pact of secrecy. Understood. She was overwhelmed by a sense of apprehension in the presence of her commanding demeanor. A lady servant, carrying the resplendent necklace, proceeded to the Rose Palace, the jewels glistening with an enchanting allure. With authority, she informed Livia, these are to be worn by the ladies participating in the hunt. Lucia's mind pondered, a necklace? Why does she phrase it as if it's a command? Diplomatically, she replied, I don't think it complements my outfit. I'll think about it. Undeterred, the servant insisted, but Lady Swan said Lucia sighed and responded, I know. You can just leave it there. The servant acknowledged, Yes, my lady. Lucia then tasked Spooky with an inquiry, her tone decisive. Spooky, can you ask around and find out if the other ladies were given necklaces too? I need to know if it's safe to wear. Spooky affirmed, yes, my lady. Lucia's mind was resolute. Whatever Swan is planning, I have no intention of going along with it. She donned her gray dress, expressing her incredulity. I have to hunt in a dress? Serena offered her advice in a composed tone. When mounting a horse, it's advisable to don multiple layers to maintain modesty and ensure undergarments remain concealed. Lucia, with a hint of frustration, countered. But won't these layers just become soiled the moment I set foot outside? Serena reiterated, her tone firm yet diplomatic. Remember, the Lord Chamberlain specifically requested vibrant attire for the occasion. Observing the exchange, Spooky, Lucia's attentive attendant, hastened to her side with urgency evident in her voice. My lady! Lucia, noting Spooky's rapid approach, remarked with a touch of surprise. That was swift. Seizing the moment, Spooky divulged. All the other ladies have been bestowed with necklaces. It seems safe for you to adorn yours. Lucia, momentarily lost in thought, subtly adjusted her necklace, contemplating. Was I perhaps overly cautious? Seeking to reassure her mistress, Spooky interjected. Fear not, my lady. We shall travel in a separate carriage, ensuring your safety. Meanwhile, a discreet lady servant, entrusted with overseeing Lucia's preparations, stealthily approached Swan, another member of the household, and whispered, My lady, Lady Lucia has indeed chosen to wear the necklace. Swan, her expression betraying a hint of amusement, quipped in response. Is that so? As the grand procession of elegant ladies from the palace embarked on their much-anticipated hunting expedition, Lucia found herself nestled within the confines of the luxurious royal carriage. The rhythmic symphony of hooves echoed throughout the carriage, mingling with the rustle of skirts and the occasional clink of jewelry. Yet, amidst the opulence and excitement, Lucia couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of claustrophobia engulfing her. Her discomfort only intensified with each passing moment, manifesting in a cascade of unsettling sensations. I'm suffocating, she lamented internally, her breath coming in short, strained gasps. The relentless clatter of hooves seemed to reverberate within her skull, setting her ears ringing and her head spinning. What's happening to me? She wondered, her stomach churning with an alarming queasiness. In the midst of her distress, Lucia's keen senses caught snippets of conversation drifting through the carriage. Whose voice was that? Could it be mine? She pondered, her thoughts clouded by a growing sense of unease. With mounting suspicion, her gaze drifted towards the delicate necklace adorning her neck, a gift bestowed upon her with assurances of its safety by none other than Spooky. Yet, despite Spooky's assurances, Lucia couldn't shake the nagging feeling of apprehension gnawing at her. Is it because of this necklace? She questioned, her mind racing with uncertainty. As the carriage finally rolled to a stop at their destination, Lucia was greeted by the familiar presence of Serena, whose concerned inquiry cut through the tumult of her thoughts. Are you all right, my lady? You look rather pale, Serena remarked with genuine concern as Lucia emerged from the carriage, her complexion noticeably drained of color. Struggling to maintain her composure, Lucia reassured Serena with a weak smile. I'll be fine after a little rest. Could you assist me down? Responding to Lucia's plea, Serena moved swiftly to support her, but Lucia's vision swam with a disorienting blur, making each step a precarious endeavor. Despite her best efforts, Lucia's coordination faltered, and she stumbled, her foot slipping on the uneven ground. In a heartbeat, Serena's steady hand reached out to catch her, preventing a potentially disastrous fall. My lady, are you sure you're all right? Serena inquired, her voice laced with concern. Struggling to compose herself, Lucia stammered out an apology. Sorry. Her mind whirled with confusion and apprehension as Serena tenderly suggested. Why don't you take some rest? Yet, even as concern for her well-being surrounded her, Lucia couldn't shake the growing sense of unease gnawing at her. I'm feeling worse by the second. What's wrong with me? She wondered, her thoughts consumed by uncertainty and fear. As Swan and her companion approached Lucia, their concern was palpable in the furrow of their brows and the furrowed lines on their foreheads. Swan's voice was laced with worry as she addressed Lucia. Lucia? You don't look well. Lucia, her discomfort evident in the strained lines of her face, responded with a weak voice. My chest feels tight. I don't think I can partake in the hunt like this. Swan's concern deepened as she nodded in understanding, acknowledging Lucia's predicament with empathy. You do look rather ill. I suppose there's nothing to be done. Sensing the impending flurry of activity that would accompany the commencement of the hunt, Swan made a pragmatic suggestion. It'll get quite noisy once the hunt starts. Why don't you go have a seat over there? Before Lucia could respond, Serena, the ever-diligent attendant, arrived on the scene, her presence a calming presence amidst the uncertainty. Allow me to escort you, my lady, Serena offered, her voice gentle and soothing. However, Swan, always astute, seized the opportunity to address Serena with a pointed inquiry. Don't you have work to attend to? Serena's expression flickered with momentary confusion as she sought clarification. Pardon? What dash? Before she could finish her sentence, Swan cut in with a decisive tone, outlining Serena's tasks with precision. There are weapons to be fetched and horses to be tended to. Go and lend a hand with the preparations. Realization dawned on Serena as she nodded in understanding, acknowledging Swan's directive with a sense of duty. With a final glance at Lucia, Serena turned to attend to her assigned tasks, her steps purposeful as she set about assisting with the necessary arrangements for the upcoming hunt. As Serena attempted to interject with genuine concern for Lucia's well-being, Swan's patience wore thin, her brow furrowing slightly with irritation. But Lady Lucia Serena began, her voice filled with apprehension, but Swan cut her off sharply, her tone laced with authority and a hint of frustration. If you talk back to me one more time, I will not let it pass, she warned sternly, her gaze unwavering. Sensing the tension in the air, Lucia intervened softly, her voice a soothing balm amidst the brewing storm. I'm okay, Serena. I'll just go sit down, she reassured, her tone gentle yet resolute. Serena, ever dutiful, offered a quick nod of acknowledgement, her concern etched in the furrow of her brow. Yes, my lady, she replied, her voice tinged with a note of relief as Lucia began to navigate her way forward, her steps cautious and unsteady. Meanwhile, Swan's companion, attuned to the undercurrents of the conversation, posed a thoughtful question, her voice laced with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. If something were to happen to Lucia, do you think the Lord Chamberlain would stand by idly? She inquired, her gaze flickering between Swan and Serena, awaiting their response. Swan's reply was measured, her expression guarded as she considered the implications of the inquiry. I can't say for certain, she admitted cautiously, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Pausing to reflect further, she continued, there might be an investigation if he reports to the Emperor. With a grimace, Swan added, however, given the upcoming anniversary of the late Emperor and Empress's deaths, the Lord Chamberlain will likely be preoccupied with accompanying His Majesty, leaving little attention for other matters. Swan's smirk widened as she added a chilling remark, her voice dripping with sinister implication. I imagine it'd be quite difficult to find her body if she were to fall off a cliff. Despite Swan's ominous words, Lucia pressed on, her movements still staggered as she navigated the uneven terrain. Lost in a whirlwind of frustration and self-reproach, Lucia's mind became a battleground of conflicting thoughts. How frustrating! You're never going to get there at this pace. Your body and head are going in different directions, you fool. She scolded herself internally, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Clutching her hands tightly, Lucia grimaced in pain as she continued to struggle forward, her determination warring against the suffocating discomfort that threatened to overwhelm her. If it's so suffocating, quit whining and just get out already. Shall I? She muttered to herself, her voice tinged with defiance. Yet, as Lucia grappled with her inner turmoil, an unexpected sensation rippled through her body, causing her to startle in astonishment. Her necklace, the source of her discomfort, began to stir, its movements erratic and unsettling. And then, in a sudden, dramatic turn of events, the necklace broke free from her neck, shattering into pieces before her eyes. A triumphant laugh bubbled up from within Lucia as she beheld the shattered remnants of the necklace, a wicked grin spreading across her lips. "Mwahaha!" she exclaimed victoriously, a sense of liberation washing over her as she realized the source of her torment had been vanquished. A low, menacing growl reverberated through the air as a massive tiger emerged before Lucia, its imposing presence sending a shiver of fear down her spine. Paralyzed by terror, Lucia instinctively raised her arms to shield herself as the tiger drew nearer, its piercing roar echoing in her ears. Amidst the chaos, a voice cut through the tension, filled with urgency and recognition. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" That voice. The words sent a chill down Lucia's spine, her body drenched in a cold sweat as she struggled to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. As the tiger closed the distance, Lucia sank to the ground, her mind racing with disbelief and awe. "I can't believe it actually came out. And it's a tiger. I'm impressed," she mused, her thoughts a jumble of fear and fascination. To her surprise, the tiger addressed her directly, its voice surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. "You don't seem scared of me," it observed, its golden eyes fixed intently on Lucia. Internally, Lucia recoiled, her mind screaming with fear even as she maintained a facade of composure. "Who's not scared? I'm terrified," she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. Undeterred by Lucia's apparent calm, the tiger sniffed the air, its gaze penetrating. "What's your deal? I thought you were just an idiot, but I guess not," it remarked, its tone laced with curiosity. Lucia's mind reeled at the unexpected turn of events. "What?" she whispered incredulously, her thoughts spinning as she struggled to make sense of the surreal encounter. As the towering figure of the tiger loomed ever closer, Lucia couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. "He's even scarier up close," she thought, her pulse racing with fear and uncertainty. Summoning her courage, Lucia mustered the strength to address the imposing creature before her. "Why is it your body and soul don't match? What are you?" she ventured, her voice trembling slightly with apprehension. To her surprise, the tiger seemed unfazed by her inquiry, its demeanor shifting as it settled down before her. "Let me stretch for a moment. I haven't been out in ages," it remarked casually, its voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. Yet, beneath its nonchalant facade, Lucia sensed a simmering undercurrent of anticipation. As the tiger stretched, a sense of liberation washed over him, his thoughts filled with the exhilaration of newfound freedom. "I'm finally free! Pay attention when someone's talking to you," he chided himself, his voice tinged with self-amusement. However, his moment of reverie was short-lived as he abruptly stood up, his growl reverberating through the air. I think that's enough, sir," Lucia interjected tentatively, her voice tinged with uncertainty. As the tension mounted, the arrival of soldiers on the scene prompted a shift in the tiger's demeanor. "Speaking respectfully is probably the way to go. The soldiers are approaching." "Humph," he grumbled, his posture straightening instinctively in the presence of authority. Beside him, Lucia heaved a sigh of relief, her mind racing as she pondered the implications of their encounter. "How am I supposed to explain this?" she wondered, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Suddenly, in a startling display of transformation, the tiger's massive form began to shrink and shift until it morphed into that of a sleek cat. "We still have much to talk about," the cat declared, its gaze fixed on Lucia with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. Lucia's eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Oh my God! You're so cute!" The pendant, slightly taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, responded with a confused, "What?" Meanwhile, Eric, appearing on the scene, greeted Lucia with a concerned tone. "How are you, my lady? I heard you were ill." Lucia, her attention momentarily diverted by the adorable creature in her arms, absent-mindedly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." However, Eric, ever the observant one, couldn't help but notice her less than convincing demeanor. "You don't look fine," he remarked, a hint of worry lacing his words. Lucia, realizing her slip, quickly amended. I was just petting this cat. The cat, evidently not pleased with being referred to in such a manner, interrupted with a disdainful, that creature. Lucia, undeterred, turned back to Eric, her eyes pleading as she made her request. I found it here all alone. Can I keep it? Eric, ever the voice of reason, hesitated, cautioning her. That's a wild animal. It might not hurt you now, but when it grows up. Lucia, however, wasn't ready to give up just yet. With a soft, pleading tone, she implored, just for a while, please. After a moment's consideration, Eric relented, his expression softening as he agreed. Just for a while, then. Lucia's face lit up with gratitude as she stepped forward, cradling the cat gently. Turning her attention back to the cat, she asked, her voice gentle and soothing. What's your name? Can I call you Fluffy? Lependon, displaying a surprising amount of attitude for a cat, retorted. Don't go giving me weird names. My name's Lependon. After a long and exhilarating hunting expedition in the dense jungle, the royal entourage was making its way back to the Grand Palace. Lucia, resplendent in her elegant attire, was riding in the luxurious royal carriage, accompanied by a mysterious feline companion. The tiger, which had been by her side during the hunt, had transformed into a sleek and agile cat, its appearance altered to avoid recognition by the prying eyes of the palace guards and courtiers. As the royal carriage ride progressed, the sound of hooves on the cobblestone streets and the soft rustling of the cat's fur filled the air. Lucia sat comfortably inside, her eyes fixed on the transformed feline, which was gazing out the window, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling palace grounds. The world sure has changed since I last came out, the cat remarked, its voice low and introspective, as it gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. Lucia's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, What were you doing inside that necklace? The cat's eyes narrowed slightly as it replied, That's where I live. Lucia's brow furrowed in confusion, and she pressed for more information. Then why didn't you stay in there? The cat's tail twitched slightly as it responded. You told me to come out. Lucia's expression turned thoughtful, and she nodded in recollection. Well, true, but do you need permission to come out? The cat's gaze locked onto Lucia's, its eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief, as it pondered her question, leaving Lucia wondering what secrets this enigmatic feline might hold. As the royal carriage continued on its journey, the cute cat turned to Lucia with a charming mew and said, Once my master gives me permission, I can come and go as I please. At least until a new master comes along. Lucia's eyes widened in wonder, and she thought to herself, What a strange world. Did everyone else's necklace come with a tiger? She couldn't help but feel a little curious and concerned, so she asked the cat, Are you going to kill me? The cat turned back to face her, its whiskers twitching in surprise, and said, What? Why would I do that? Its voice was laced with a hint of indignation, as if the mere suggestion was absurd. Lucia's fear was understandable, given the cat's former tiger form, and she explained, Tigers do eat people. The cat let out a gentle chuckle and said, Don't you remember? I'm the one who saved you from taking a dive off that cliff. Its eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, as if recalling a fond memory. Lucia's expression softened, and she felt a sense of gratitude towards the cat. The cat continued, Plus, I never eat my own master. Actually, I don't like eating people in general. Lucia's mind wandered, and she became indulged in thoughts. Does that mean you've eaten them before? She didn't finish her question. Instead, she extended her hand towards the cat, saying, Anyway, it's nice to meet you. Please call me Lucia. The cat, however, didn't reciprocate with a handshake. Instead, it slapped at her hand with its paw, as if swatting at an invisible fly. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked, What is it? The cat's expression turned serious, and it said, You died and came back to life. Lucia's eyes startled, and she took a step back, her mind reeling with the revelation. How did you? She began to ask, but the cat cut her off. Sometimes people's souls aren't completely attached to their bodies when they're born, the cat explained. But since you seem to be doing just fine, in those cases, they usually die at an early age. That means you must have died and come back to life. Lucia's eyes widened further, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. She couldn't comprehend what the cat was telling her. Died and come back to life? It sounded like a fantastical tale, but the cat's serious expression told her otherwise. The cat added, "Unless another soul took over your body." Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment, and she asked, "You can see all that?" The cat replied, "Of course, I possess the eye of truth. Be careful, you'll die if your soul stays detached like this." His warning sent a shiver down Lucia's spine, and she flinched immediately, her mind racing with the implications. Meanwhile, Eric was holding the necklace in his hand, staring at it with a calculating gaze. He thought to himself, "This is definitely the Lependon necklace. It's just as I thought. Swan sent it to Lucia. She must have tricked her into wearing it by making several copies and giving them to the others." Eric's eyes narrowed as he continued to think. If someone wears this necklace, it either shows their deepest, darkest thoughts or becomes their shield. Although it wouldn't be so awful if Lucia's true self were revealed. The scene ends with Eric's sinister thoughts, hinting at a larger conspiracy and a mysterious connection between the necklace, Swan, and Lucia's true identity. As Eric was indulged in thoughts, someone burst into his office, their voice echoing through the room. "Don't act innocent!" they shouted, making Eric startle for a moment. The intruder continued, "You want a mystical creature to appear before her, don't you?" They sneered. "You're not fooling anyone." The stranger snickered and laughed. "Don't even try. I can read your thoughts." The mysterious figure sauntered over to the office table and sat down, their eyes fixed on Eric. "You're hoping that white tiger is a mystical creature. Don't deny it. Then again, you've always been like this. You even pretended you weren't interested in the throne." Eric's face turned red with annoyance, and he slammed his fist on the desk. "Enough with this nonsense. Leave!" he bellowed, trying to assert his authority. The stranger's words had struck a nerve, and Eric's composure was beginning to unravel. The stranger replied, laughing out loud. "What a telling response!" he asked Eric, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Don't you know? That date is drawing near again. The day you cut my head off. The day you murdered me and took the throne. The day you committed treason." Eric's face turned pale, and he squirmed in his seat, clearly uncomfortable. The stranger continued to taunt him. "Ah, is that so?" Eric snapped. "Stop laughing. It's making me sick." But the stranger didn't stop. He couldn't help it. This was how he remembered Eric, a man consumed by power and greed. He snickered. "I can't help it. This is how you remember me. While I may appear different, I'll always be 9-year-old Harry to you, won't I? You feign indifference, and yet here you are, wearing the crown. How does it feel?" Eric's face was drenched in sweat, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He spat out, "You should know. You've worn it before." His voice was laced with venom, and he continued, "Only for a second. Right before you dragged me down and killed me." He screamed at Eric. "If you had sat still and played innocent, I would have let you have the throne. Remember how you acted when they dragged you off to war? Father! You were crying, shouting that they were sentencing you to death." Eric took a deep breath, his face red with anger, and said, "Enough." He added, "Nin. I think that's enough for today. I'll be back." But his brother just snickered at him. "Oh no. This is the only way I can still torment you." Eric's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "Why don't you just show up as a rotting corpse instead?" His brother's grin grew wider, and he replied, "You don't think I can? Just wait." With that, he vanished from the office, leaving Eric feeling uneasy and disturbed. Eric let out a sigh and said, "That was eerie. A glass of rose wine would be nice right about now." He poured himself a glass, trying to calm his nerves after the unsettling encounter with his brother's ghost. As Lucia sat down to enjoy her meal, her mind wandered back to her conversation with Lependon. The cat's ominous warning echoed in her thoughts. If your soul stays detached like that, you'll die. She gazed at the steaming plate of spaghetti in front of her, the savory aroma of the sauce and veggies filling the air. But her appetite was dampened by the weight of Lependon's words. She sighed, her thoughts drifting to her past. I never wanted to become Lucia. Entering this body wasn't exactly my choice. But I'm gonna die. The moon shone brightly outside her window, and Lucia's eyes welled up with tears as she missed her parents. This is too much. I miss my parents. As she held her fork, a wry thought crossed her mind. Well, they say people who love to eat make the best ghosts. Ugh, better eat as much as I can while I'm still alive. With a hint of determination, Lucia took a bite of her spaghetti. The flavors danced on her tongue, and she savored the moment. It's so good. Maybe 'cause I'm eating so late. As Lucia continued to enjoy her meal on the terrace, she noticed a familiar figure approaching the palace. She squinted, recognizing the Lord Chamberlain, Eric. Huh! Isn't that the Lord Chamberlain? It is him, she thought to herself. She wondered, why do I always see him wandering around at night? Is he out taking a walk? Why does he look so serious? Why does he look so serious? More so than usual, I mean. Lucia's curiosity got the better of her as she watched Eric from the terrace. Just then, Eric looked up and turned towards her. What are you doing at this hour? He asked, his voice firm but curious. Lucia startled. Jesus! She laughed, trying to play it cool. Just having a light snack, she thought to herself. Does he have eyes on the top of his head? Eric asked again. How is it? Lucia replied. Not bad. Don't let me interrupt your walk. But instead of continuing his stroll, Eric suddenly jumped up onto the tree branch above Lucia, his movements graceful and agile. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment. What? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The Lord Chamberlain, known for his stern demeanor, was now perched in a tree, gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. As Lucia watched Eric settle into the tree branch, she realized. He never listens. But then, his gaze fell upon the cat sleeping on the sofa, and he asked, Is Tiger asleep? Lucia replied, Yeah. To her surprise, Eric leaned towards her and asked, Is it all right if I sit with you for a while? Lucia hesitated, thinking for a moment before responding. As long as you can keep it a secret. The Lord Chamberlain's request was unexpected, but Lucia found herself agreeing, perhaps seeking companionship in the quiet night. They both started staring at the moon, the silence between them growing thicker than the night air. Lucia looked at Eric, thinking, Why isn't he saying anything? This is so awkward. She fidgeted, her eyes darting back to the moon, hoping to find some comfort in its gentle light. Just as she thought the silence would last forever, Eric turned and looked at her, his eyes piercing through the darkness. Lucia's heart skipped a beat, wondering what he would say next, her mind racing with possibilities. Eric and Lucia stood side by side, gazing out the window at the moon's gentle glow. The silence between them was palpable, a heavy stillness that seemed to stretch on forever. Finally, Lucia broke the silence, her voice a gentle breeze on a summer day. Oh! I came up with a new dish. Would you like to try it? Eric's response was tinged with a hint of curiosity. Is this one made with roses as well? He likely recalled the rose petal sauce from their previous encounter. They sat down at the table where Lucia had been enjoying her meal earlier. Her plate still held the remnants of her spaghetti, a reminder of the simple pleasures in life. Lucia smiled. No, it's made with milk and cheese. Actually, it might be a bit too heavy for your tastes. If you'd like something else, just let me know. Eric's eyes narrowed, his mind working overtime. Do you think I'll feel less stressed if I eat this? He seemed to be searching for a reprieve from his worries, a temporary escape from the weight of his responsibilities. Lucia's response was warm and reassuring. You'll feel a lot calmer and have a clearer head if you have a meal without worrying about anything. Her words were a gentle embrace, a reminder that sometimes, all we need is a moment of peace to find our footing again. Eric took a tentative scoop of the dish, his face contorting in distaste. Yuck! There's so much butter. Lucia's eyes sparkled with amusement. Looks like you're not a fan. She chuckled, her voice like a gentle brook. As they sat together, Lucia's expression turned wistful, her thoughts drifting to her family. I miss my family a lot. Eric's eyes flinched, his gaze softening with empathy. Do you wish to leave the Rose Palace? He asked, his voice gentle. Lucia's thoughts swirled, her mind a maelstrom of emotions. Even if I did, I still couldn't go home. Plus, Lucia's dad is pushing her to capture the Emperor's heart. She sighed, her shoulders slumping under the weight of her responsibilities. Thinking for a moment, she continued, Even if I leave, I'll only end up back here. Eric's eyes narrowed, his voice interrupting her thoughts. In order to become Empress? Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? What? No, I wasn't planning on that at all. Her thoughts raced, her mind rebelling against the fate that seemed to be laid out for her. Are Lucia and I both fated to be trapped here until we die? Just thinking about it makes me depressed. Her hand clenched into a fist, determination etched on her face. I have to be more proactive. I can't die like this. There's still so much I want to do. Lucia's hands fluttered as she laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm thinking about making rose kebabs. You just skewer some roses, meat, and fruit, slap on some sauce, and grill them. Sounds good, huh? Eric's gaze was fixed on her, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke, his voice low and smooth. You're the same as always, my lady. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile. But you seem a bit different today. Eric's eyes narrowed, his curiosity piqued. I do? How so? Lucia's words tumbled out in a rush, her thoughts unguarded. At night you're even more attractive. She stopped abruptly, her face flushing with realization. Eek. Ack. What am I doing? Have I lost it? She recovered quickly, her voice steady once more. I meant to say, you seem a little more emotionally distant than usual. Did something happen? Eric's expression turned guarded, his voice laced with caution. I was taught that showing your emotions in front of someone is a sign of weakness. If someone were to find out what I'm afraid of, I could die. Lucia's thoughts wandered, her mind filled with empathy. Well, he did put his life on the line every day during the war. Poor guy. Thinking. Her expression softened, her voice gentle. I don't know what kind of life you've lived until now, but I can give you some advice. She offered him a warm smile, her words encouraging. Don't just wait for happiness to come to you. Go find it yourself. If there's something you want, just come out and say it. She added, eating good food helps when you're stressed. Try to find a way that's right for you. Eric's face was blank, his mind processing her words. Then, a hint of shyness crept into his voice. Then, as per your advice, I'd like to ask you something. He paused, his eyes darting around the room before settling on Lucia. Do you perhaps have any rose wine left? Lucia burst into laughter, her voice echoing through the room. Haha, cute. Eric's eyes narrowed, his curiosity piqued. Why are you laughing? He asked, his tone gentle. She chuckled, her eyes sparkling. Okay, I'll put some in a bottle for you. Will 2 be enough? She teased, her voice playful. Eric's response was quick, his smile growing. I'll be stuck inside for a while, so I'd like a few more. Lucia's thoughts whispered. I'm getting the feeling he likes to drink. Her eyes twinkled with amusement as Eric brought a new plate of spaghetti, the aroma mouth-watering. He took a fork, twirling the pasta with a flourish. As he tasted it, his face contorted, his voice dramatic. It tastes like death. He stood up from his chair, his thoughts unfolding. I don't think this is the right method for me. What if I kept her by my side? It might not be such a bad idea. Having her around does help put my mind at ease. That day is approaching. Eric sat on the sofa, cradling the wine bottle in his hands, his thoughts consumed by the upcoming anniversary. Will this wine soothe the nightmare of this upcoming anniversary? He wondered, his eyes lost in the depths of the bottle. Meanwhile, Lucia emerged from the palace, her green frock fluttering in the breeze. She strolled alongside Serena, her mind wandering back to the enigmatic Lord Chamberlain. I shouldn't have looked at him so closely that night. His wide eyes, so deep and mysterious, his long lashes. He's so beautiful. She sighed, her thoughts longing. I hope I run into him again soon. I'm sure my mind would clear up if I were to look into his eyes again. As they re-entered the palace, Lucia noticed the eerie silence. It's so quiet today, she remarked to Serena. The latter's expression turned solemn. Probably because the anniversary of the king and queen's death is approaching. Lucia's eyes widened in understanding. Ah, yes. Serena's voice took on a cautionary tone. You must take care not to upset the emperor or the prince. Lucia nodded, her mind aware of the delicate balance of palace politics. Lucia nodded in agreement with Serena, her mind already shifting to her tutoring session with Alvis. Alvis' tuition time has started. She held up the green book, its title, The History of the Empire, embossed in gold letters. Alvis eyed the book skeptically. Is this book any good? Lucia shrugged, her expression apologetic. Well, it's too late to go to the library to get another one. Alvis' frustration was palpable. Out of all books, you had to bring that one? Lucia's response was calm, her voice encouraging. I think there's a lot you can learn from it. As Alvis struggled to begin, Lucia searched the book's contents, her fingers tracing the page. If a book's title is its face, the table of contents is its clothes. It's easier to understand the rest of the book if you read this first. Alvis sighed, his eyes scanning the pages. You said you wanted me to write down my first impression of the book? He hesitated, his thoughts unclear. This is hard. Lucia observed Alvis' nervous demeanor, her thoughts filled with empathy. He seems to have a lot on his mind. He must be sad since the anniversary of his parents' death is coming up. She wondered if the weight of his family's history was bearing down on him. Alvis' question broke the silence, his voice laced with a hint of curiosity. When the current emperor was still the second prince, all sorts of things happened in the palace. Lucia's expression showed her confusion, her mind struggling to understand the connection. Alvis' eyes took on a faraway look, his voice barely above a whisper. A baby died not long after it was born, and you could hear the screams of maids being murdered all night. The floor of the palace was always stained with blood. Someone started a rumor about the palace being cursed, and many people started going crazy for no reason. He paused, his gaze intense. The queen said it was all because of the second prince. An oracle told her that the curse would only be lifted if he were sent far away. Lucia's thoughts raced, her mind reeling from the dark tale. That's why the king sent him off to war. Alvis concluded, his voice heavy with the weight of his family's secrets. Lucia thought, that seems a bit extreme. Her mind wondering about the truth behind the rumors and the fate of the second prince. Alvis' voice dropped to a whisper, his words painting a vivid picture of a tragic past. He was only a boy back then, so sending him to war was essentially sending him to his death. As they were dragging him away, he screamed that he would never forgive them. He paused, his eyes clouding over. He survived the war, killed his parents, and ascended the throne. Lucia's gaze was transfixed, her mind reeling from the dark tale. Alvis' words dripped with a sense of foreboding. They say he was grinning while he cut out the king's heart and decapitated the queen. You must have heard the rumors. Since the only witness from that day refuses to speak, nobody knows the truth. He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Do you believe the things people say? Lucia stood up, her movements graceful as she began to pace the room. If he had taken the throne by force, surely someone would have raised the question of legitimacy, but no one ever did. Her thoughts were a jumble of confusion and curiosity. I think the emperor is incredible. He strengthened his power and brought the aristocracy in line, all without ever showing himself. She turned to Alvis, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. I think I just learned more from you than you ever have from me, Alvis. That's enough for today. Her words were a gentle dismissal, her mind still reeling from the secrets and rumors that shrouded the palace. Meanwhile, Eric was indulging in a relaxing bath, his mind wandering to the past. His thoughts were consumed by the haunting words of his brother Yuri. Are you enjoying the blood of those you've killed? No matter how much time passes, the fact that you killed me will never change. You turned against the imperial family. You killed both of your brothers. Who will it be next? Eric's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. He slammed his fist on the edge of the bathtub, water splashing everywhere. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his sword and stood up, holding it tightly while still wearing his white bathrobe. The contrast between the serene bath scene and his fierce demeanor was jarring, his thoughts consumed by the ghosts of his past. As Lucia made her way towards the Rose Palace, Jace arrived, spear in hand, and greeted her with a bow. My lady, I'm here to escort you to the Rose Palace. Lucia smiled and fell into step beside him, her pace graceful and effortless. Jace continued, his voice filled with gratitude. I also wanted to say thank you for the food you gave me. It was incredibly delicious. Lucia's response was humble, her voice gentle. It was nothing, really. I'm just glad you enjoyed it. Jace's smile broadened, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I shared it with the other soldiers. They all enjoyed it immensely. Lucia's face lit up with pleasure. I'm glad to hear that. It warms my heart to know that my cooking brought joy to others. Jace's insistence was palpable, his voice filled with a desire to repay her kindness. Fantastic! I'd like to repay you, my lady. Is there anything I can do for you? Lucia's response was swift, her hand raised in a gentle gesture. Don't worry about it, Jace. It was merely a small token of appreciation for picking the roses. Jace's chuckle was low and husky, his spear bobbing up and down as he walked. Ah, that was nothing, my lady. I just swung my spear around, and they fell off the bushes. It was rather pathetic, actually. His self-deprecating humor was charming, putting Lucia at ease as they continued their stroll towards the Rose Palace. Lucia's eyes narrowed, her voice tinged with amusement. Is he bragging? She asked, her gaze flicking to Jace. Jace's grin broadened, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I'll bring you some snacks the next time I make some, my lady. Lucia's brow furrowed, her confusion evident. What kind of snacks? Jace's response was cryptic, his tone playful. I'm still working on the recipe, but I'll let you know when they're ready. Just then, a lady servant arrived, carrying a delicate dish. Jace bowed, his spear swishing aside. I look forward to it, my lady. As the servant stepped forward, her foot caught on the hem of her dress, and the dish rattled ominously. Jace sprang into action, his reflexes lightning fast. Oh dear, are you okay? He exclaimed, grabbing the servant's arm to steady her. Lucia's eyes widened in astonishment as Jace's spear swished precariously close to the servant's head, its tip mere inches from her face. But Jace's quick thinking saved the day, his hand closing around the spear's shaft just in time. Lucia's thoughts racing, her mind whirling with questions. Who the hell is this guy? He's like a cat. She pondered, her eyes fixed on Jace with a newfound curiosity. He's definitely not normal. I wonder what his deal is. Maybe I should test him out. Lucia's finger shot out, poking Jace squarely in the eye. He let out a loud yelp, his voice echoing through the corridor. My lady, we should GARGH! Jace clutched at his eye, his spear clattering to the ground. Lucia didn't hesitate, her skirts flying as she turned and ran. Jace's voice followed her, his words laced with pain and confusion. My lady? What was that for, my lady? As Lucia fled, Jace's thoughts raced. Why did she stab me in the eye? Did I scare her or something? Either way, she's going the wrong way. He squinted through his good eye, watching as Lucia disappeared around a corner. Lucia herself was disoriented, her breath coming in short gasps. She looked around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? She wondered, her eyes scanning the strange architecture and ornate decorations. As Lucia stepped forward, her thoughts raced. I didn't know this kind of place existed in the palace. I was trying to follow that suspicious-looking servant, but I guess I lost her. She navigated through the unfamiliar space, her eyes scanning for any sign of direction. As she passed by a pillar, she spotted someone sitting with their face turned away. The person wore a black and golden royal dress, and Lucia's heart skipped a beat. There's someone here! She exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper. She approached the figure, her words polite and cautious. Excuse me, I'm lost. Could you please point the way? I'm trying to get to the library. But the person didn't turn around, their response rude and curt. Who gave you permission to enter my garden? Lucia's worry deepened, her thoughts racing. No way. Is that? She lowered her head, her voice trembling. I am terribly sorry. I got lost. She feared for her safety, thinking, he might kill me if I see his face. The person stood up from their chair, their movements fluid and menacing. So you're wandering the palace alone? You're quite brave. Their words dripped with sarcasm, their tone icy. Are you here to find out for yourself what the Emperor looks like? Or did someone tell you to keep an eye on me? Lucia flinched immediately, her heart racing with fear. She realized she had stumbled into a dangerous situation, and her thoughts scrambled for a way to escape. Lucia's voice trembled as she replied, It's nothing like that, Your Majesty. Please believe me. But Eric's expression remained skeptical, his eyes narrowing as he stepped closer to her. This is why all of you are supposed to stay in the Rose Palace. If you're given any freedom, you simply roam around my palace and gardens as you please. Now what should I do with you? Lucia's fear escalated as she watched Eric's shoes approaching her. She stammered, Oh no. I will receive whatever punishment you see fit. Her mind raced with thoughts of escape, thinking, he's not gonna sentence me to death, is he? Since he hasn't seen my face, maybe I can just run away. She took a few steps back, turning to flee, but Eric's grip on her arm was swift and firm. Wait, he commanded, his voice low and menacing. How is it that you weren't driven mad by the necklace of truth? Tell me. Eric's thoughts were a jumble of confusion and curiosity. I've been having nightmares ever since I received it, but they all go away when she's nearby. Does that mean I need to keep her by my side? His gaze bore into Lucia's, his eyes searching for answers. Lucia braved herself to meet Eric's gaze, his eyes piercing as he reminded her of his earlier advice. Don't just wait for happiness to come to you. Go find it yourself. If there's something you want, just come out and say it. But Lucia was trapped in a difficult situation, her thoughts racing. I can't look at his face. What do I do? In desperation, she started screaming, Why, Your Majesty, please forgive me. But Eric's response was unexpected. He grabbed her by the waist and slid her close to him, his thoughts revealing a hidden desire. What I want is for her to stay by my side. Without warning, he kissed her, leaving Lucia stunned and flustered. She pushed him away, her voice barely above a whisper. Wait, Your Majesty. Then, she turned and ran from the garden, leaving Eric standing alone. Eric's thoughts lingered on the encounter, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. She was eating rose-flavored candy. I wonder how she ended up in my garden. I feel much better now. Lucia stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. She was panting, her chest heaving with anxiety. Then, she thought, did he see my face? I mean, he must have. He kissed me. She couldn't help but relive the moment, her mind replaying the kiss. She uttered a despairing cry. I've lost it! Indulging in thoughts, she lamented. I can't believe I ended up pushing the candy into his mouth. Is this how it ends? I can't believe I did the candy kiss. I'm such a cliché. Her anxiety spiked, her thoughts racing. But seriously, why did he kiss me out of the blue like that? In a state of panic, she thought. Ugh. That's not what's important. Surely he didn't see my face? Ag. What do I do? Taking a deep sigh, she resigned herself to her fate. Maybe I should run away while I still can. I never imagined I'd become a fugitive. Flopping onto her bed, she thought, oh, whatever. I should at least try to avoid attracting the Emperor's attention. Her mind whirled with plans and escape routes, her heart still racing from the encounter. The scene ends with Lucia in a state of turmoil, her thoughts a jumble of fear, anxiety, and desperation, as she tries to navigate the treacherous waters of the palace and her own feelings. In the palace hallway, a dignified figure entered, clad in a black royal attire with a long shawl draped over his shoulders. As he made his entrance, Halo greeted him with a bow, saying, Welcome, Your Highness. I trust you had a safe journey. The noble visitor inquired, How are you, Halo? Turning back, he added with a hint of humor, Long time no see. I'm glad at least someone is happy to see me home. Halo's eyes welled up, and he wiped away his tears, saying, His Majesty has given me a hard time while you were away. I've missed you, Your Highness. The royal figure replied, I made sure to return in time for the anniversary. I hope I'm not late. As he took in his surroundings, he remarked, It's rather quiet around here. Where's Alvis? He inquired. Halo replied, Prince Alvis is in his room. As he stepped forward, he chuckled and said, He is? That's odd. That little troublemaker never used to stay put. After a moment, his expression turned solemn when he asked, I heard there was an ogre invasion. Halo confirmed. Yes, we found it climbing the inner wall before we slayed it. He furrowed his brow, thinking aloud. Strange. Why didn't the guards on the outer wall spot it? Upon entering the palace living room, they were met with a flurry of activity. He asked Halo, Everyone looks so busy. What's going on? Halo hesitated before responding. As they took in the scene, he noticed lady servants carrying baskets and wondered, What are all those baskets for? Halo explained, It was Prince Alvis's orders. He's been quite insistent on preparing something special for the anniversary of the king and queen's passing. He chuckled. Alvis? Halo also burst into laughter, his eyes twinkling with amusement, then continued. He's recently taken an interest in crafting. He's tried his hand at all sorts of things, woodworking, pottery, even weaving. He said he plans to stay in his room crafting until the anniversary, determined to create something truly remarkable. He let out a sigh, thinking to himself, What's that little rascal up to? I hope he's not getting into too much mischief. As he approached Alvis's room, Halo requested, I'll be waiting here, Your Highness. Please take your time. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of Alvis busily working on an intricate wooden carving. He looked up, his face lighting up with joy, and exclaimed, Damien! You're back! Alvis rushed over, embracing him tightly, saying, I've missed you so much, Damien. I've got so much to show you. Damien replied with a warm smile. Good to see you're still as lively as ever, Alvis. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've been working on. As he entered Alvis's room, he was struck by the sight of countless paper flowers adorning the space. He asked, What's all this? Alvis beamed with pride. Flowers to plant near the graves. I made them myself. The intricate details and lifelike appearance of the paper flowers left him impressed. Damien indulged in thoughts. I could have sworn they were real. Alvis's sparkling eyes and enthusiastic grin were infectious, and he asked, Do you want to make one? Damien agreed. Sure. As they began crafting, Halo entered the room, his expression solemn. Prince Damien, His Majesty has sent for you. Damien nodded, setting aside the paper flowers, and followed Halo to the throne room. Upon entering, he bowed before the majestic figure seated on the Emperor's chair. I've returned, Your Majesty. Eric's piercing gaze met his, and he inquired, Any word on Marquis Marshall? Damien began to report. He's busy trying to help his people survive a drought. There's no chance of him attacking the palace for the time being. Eric's expression remained stern, his eyes never leaving Damien's face. Eric's expression turned stern, his voice firm. Didn't you promise to bring me his head? He asked, his eyes narrowing. Damien replied, Your Majesty, the Marshals have always been loyal to the imperial family. Sparing his life would be a wise decision. He offered a suggestion. Rather than killing him, why don't you invite him to the palace? It would be a gesture of goodwill and potentially forge a stronger alliance. Eric's face darkened, clearly unimpressed by the suggestion. I'll bring you something else to replace his head. All I ask for is a little more time. His voice was laced with a menacing tone, leaving no room for negotiation. After the tense meeting with Eric, Damien turned to Halo, seeking his counsel. For now, he has his hands full, Halo. Halo agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. However, Eric's next command left Damien astonished. Make sure no aid reaches Marshall's estate. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and started protesting. Your Majesty! But Eric's resolve was unwavering. You have 1 month, he declared, his words hanging in the air like a threat. Figure something out by then. Eric commanded, his voice firm. Damien replied, Yes, Your Majesty, his tone respectful. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself, 1 month. I shouldn't just be grateful he's not demanding the Marquis's head right now. He reflected on Eric's behavior. After nearly 10 years on the battlefield, he was like a beast lying in wait, ready to drive out those disloyal to him at a moment's notice. He wondered, I wonder what's changed? Damien stepped forward towards Eric, his curiosity getting the better of him. Eric's eyes narrowed. When did I say you could approach the throne? He asked, his voice stern. Damien leaned forward, his eyes locked on Eric's, and replied, Strange, Your Majesty. He asked, What's going on, Your Majesty? You seem different somehow. Eric's expression turned somber, his voice laced with pain. That day, I was completely powerless. I could only watch as the king and queen died. You were in tears, begging for Harry's life. Eric's words trailed off, the memory still raw. Damien's eyes widened, his face flinching in shock. The mention of that fateful day brought back a flood of emotions. He quickly composed himself, his tone formal. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Eric's gaze never wavered, his command clear. I want you to organize everything in the treasury. See if you can uncover anything strange. His eyes seemed to bore into Damien's soul, as if searching for something more. After their conversation, Eric became lost in thought. The white tail I saw in the garden, it definitely belonged to Lucia's white tiger. The necklace vanished right after I saw it. He pondered, his mind racing with connections. As he touched his brooch, he murmured to himself, I only had it for a short time, but it suffocated me. Damien noticed his quiet remark and asked, What? Eric took a deep sigh and replied, Never mind. Damien changed the subject. Oh, I heard something interesting. Sounds like you've been visiting the Rose Palace often? Eric's grip on the chair arm tightened, his eyes twitching. Damien pressed on. Could it be a young lady has caught your attention? Eric's response was a subtle, As he reminisced about his encounter with the mysterious woman, a soft blush crept onto his cheeks. His face, usually a mask of cold composure, revealed a hint of warmth. Damien felt a shiver run down his spine. Huh! Did he just smile? He thought. His smiles have always been mocking and cold. I had no idea his face could move like that. It's completely different from anything I've ever seen. Meanwhile, Lucia sat on a plush sofa beside Lependon, who was yawning widely, his eyes heavy with sleep. Lucia's mind wandered, her thoughts consumed by the recent encounter with Eric. I was so worried the Emperor was gonna come for me, but I guess not. I won't be surprised if I get gray hairs over this, she mused. She turned to Lependon, her curiosity piqued. Do you know what I did yesterday? I slipped a piece of candy into the Emperor's mouth. She let out a sigh, her expression a mix of confusion and amusement. I have no idea what I was thinking. Lependon's eyes sparkled with interest, and Lucia continued. Speaking of which, I have no idea why you live in that necklace either. And I still don't know how you came to me, Lucia said, her thoughts trailing off as she gazed at Lependon. She noticed his unusual silence and asked, Why aren't you answering? But Lependon simply started rubbing himself on the carpet, his eyes closed in contentment. Lucia thought to herself, He's sleeping again? She poked at him with her finger, trying to rouse him. Lovely, wake up! I still have more to ask you. But Lependon didn't respond, even when she booped him again and again. Are you sleepy? Wake up! Wake up! She asked, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. But when she added, You're just pretending, aren't you? Lependon's demeanor suddenly changed. He let out a mighty roar, his tiny body trembling with a fierce energy. Lucia was taken aback, her eyes wide with fear. Ah! Lucia continued to poke at Lependon, who was pretending to sleep, his eyes shut tight. But when she wouldn't let up, he finally snapped, his tiny voice screaming. Don't call me lovely! I'm not your pet! Lucia chuckled, her smile mischievous. What's wrong with lovely? It sounds so cute. She laughed out loud, teasing him further. If you prefer, I can call you lazy lovely. Lependon's face turned red with annoyance, and he roared at her. Stop making fun of me! He sat back on the sofa, his tiny arms crossed, looking quite put out. Lucia's grin faded, and she asked, You're a guardian? Lependon's expression turned serious, and he replied, Yes, my main duty is to protect whoever wears the necklace. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. That's why I exist, Lependon said, his voice filled with a sense of purpose. Lucia's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, How many people have you guarded before me? Lependon's response was simple. 1. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. Only one? She asked, her voice soft. Who was it? She pressed, her curiosity getting the better of her. Lependon's gaze locked onto hers, and he replied, The very first Empress, Empress Elena. His words were laced with a deep respect and admiration. Just then, a knock at the door broke the silence. Serena entered, her eyes deferential. The kitchen fireplace is ready, my lady, she announced. Lucia nodded, her mind still on Lependon's revelation. Okay, great, she replied, her voice a little distracted. Lucia made her way to the palace kitchen, where Serena had prepared the fireplace as promised. A large pot sat atop the crackling flames, filled with a vibrant red liquid that bubbled and steamed. Serena stirred the concoction with a wooden spoon, her movements gentle and deliberate. Lucia, dressed in a lovely orange and blue gown that seemed a touch casual for palace attire, watched with interest as Serena worked. The air was filled with the sweet scent of fresh flowers, which were arranged in vases nearby. Both women added rose petals to the pot, their hands moving in tandem. Lependon, still holding his mini basket of roses, looked on with curiosity. What are you making? He asked, his tiny voice full of wonder. Lucia's eyes sparkled with creativity. I'm experimenting with rose jam, she explained. I want to put it in cute little jars and sell it. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and Serena smiled as she continued stirring the pot. What do you think? Lependon asked, his tiny brow furrowed in concern. You want to sell it? You don't seem very nervous for someone who just found out she might die, he added, his voice tinged with curiosity. What a strange human. The pendant thought to himself. Wait, is she trying to distract herself from the fear of dying? But Lucia was too focused on stirring the pot to notice his scrutiny. She continued, her voice resolute. There's nothing I can do about it, but I can't just sit around and wait. I heard my servants would be buried alive with me once I die. Her words were laced with a sense of determination and defiance. Le pendant's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, he breathed, his tiny body language conveying his shock at the harsh reality Lucia faced. That's horrible, Le pendant said, his tiny face contorted in distress. Lucia's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke, her voice trembling. I'm going to ask the Lord Chamberlain to make sure they can get away if anything ever happens to me. That way, they don't have to die. I'm going to open up a store for them so they can make a living. Her words were laced with a sense of responsibility and compassion. Just then, the pot filled with rose jam crackled, and Le pendant stepped forward to investigate. So they can sell this? He asked, his tone skeptical. You're not that bright, are you? Shouldn't you be trying to save yourself first? His words were harsh, but his intentions seemed genuine. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. I can. Save my life? She repeated, her voice filled with a glimmer of hope. Then, a realization dawned on Lucia. He does have the power to come and go from the necklace. Can he use his magic to help me start a family? She looked at Le pendant with disbelief, her eyes wide with wonder. But before she could finish her thought, she blurted out. What? You know the only option I have is to join the imperial family. Her words were laced with a sense of resignation. Le pendant's response was enthusiastic, his tiny voice filled with excitement. That's it. All you have to do is marry the emperor. Piece of cake. His words seemed to mock her, and Lucia's thoughts echoed her skepticism. Is he for real? She shook her head, her expression incredulous. I can't exactly make that happen, she said, her voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. As she savored the rose jam, Lucia thought to herself, I don't even know what the emperor looks like. She licked some jam off her finger and declared, I think it's done. She spread a layer of jam on a bagel and took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. It's so good, she exclaimed, enjoying the sweet and tangy flavor. As she sat at the dining table, Le pendant gazed at her with interest, his tiny eyes sparkling. New Epsilon Tau Omicron, he chimed in. I want to try. Lucia raised an eyebrow, surprised by his request. You want a bagel? Don't tigers eat raw meat? She asked, her tone playful. Le pendant retorted with a hint of rudeness. I prefer cooked meat myself. Lucia chuckled and turned to Serena, who was standing nearby. Serena, can you bring me some meat? She requested, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Serena replied, Yes, my lady, and hastened to fetch the meat. Lucia expertly placed the meat on a sizzling pan and began to heat it, the aroma filling the kitchen. Le pendant watched with curiosity, asking, Why are you grilling it like that? Lucia smiled. This is the best way to cook it. As she sizzled the meat for Le pendant, she thought to herself, What I wouldn't give for a cold beer to go with it. Just then, someone entered the kitchen, drawn by the savory scent. Something smells good. It was Eric, his eyes scanning the kitchen until they landed on Lucia, and he smiled. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile as she offered, Oh, perfect timing! Come and eat with us. Eric's gaze fell on the sizzling pan, and his eyes widened in astonishment. I've never seen meat grilled like this, he said, his tone filled with wonder. Lucia assured him, Trust me, this is the best way to eat it. The smoky flavor from the grill brings out the tenderness of the meat. She skillfully took a piece out of the pan, saying, I think it's almost done. Just a few more seconds. Holding the meat with chopsticks, she teased, Okay, Eric, open wide. Don't be shy. I promise it's worth it. Eric's face flushed bright red as he started blushing, his eyes darting around the kitchen as if searching for an escape. He stammered, No, I can eat it by myself. Waving his hands in protest, his voice barely above a whisper. Lucia playfully insisted. It'll be hard to eat with a fork since it's sliced so thin. Don't be shy. Eric hesitated for a moment, his eyes locked on the meat, before finally opening his mouth, allowing Lucia to feed him the tender meat. As he chewed, his eyes widened in surprise and a satisfied escaped his lips. After a few moments of savoring the flavors, Lucia asked, How is it? Good? I told you it was the best way to eat it. Eric nodded enthusiastically, his eyes closed in appreciation, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It's excellent. Your way of cooking meat is quite delicious. He added, The rose wine and apple pie weren't too bad either. He sat down at the dining table, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. Lucia's face lit up with a warm smile, her eyes shining with delight. I'm glad to hear that, she said, her voice filled with pleasure. She sat down beside him in the chair, her movements graceful and fluid. As she slid her chair closer to his, her skirts rustled softly. Eric, I have a favor to ask you, she said, her voice low and conspiratorial. I want to sell my rose-based foods outside the palace, she continued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Eric's brow furrowed in curiosity. You mean this food? He asked, gesturing towards the jam and cookies arranged on the table before them. Lucia nodded enthusiastically, her hair bobbing with emotion. This jam is made with roses, she explained. I want to make some kind of snack to go with it. We can make it ahead of time and display it all on a shelf. And put some bread and cookies out on a table to sell. She paused, her eyes locked on Eric's, her expression pleading. But to do that, I need help from someone who can leave the palace, she said, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. Eric asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Do you want to leave the palace? He offered a suggestion. Why not just send it to His Majesty as part of your monthly contribution? Lucia stood up from her chair, her movements sudden and graceful. Oh no, I don't want to embarrass myself, she said, her voice laced with a hint of self-deprecation. This isn't good enough for the Emperor. Besides, I'm already teaching Prince Alvis. I don't want to add this too. Eric pointed out, his voice filled with reason. If you use the roses in the palace for your personal gain, the other ladies might think it's unfair, Lucia replied, her eyes shining with determination. It's not for me. I want to open a store for my servants. Eric's expression turned puzzled. It's not for you, he repeated, his tone filled with confusion. Why would you go to such lengths to help them? Why do you care so much about them? Lucia's gaze drifted off, her eyes clouding over with memories. Well, she began, her voice trailing off into silence. She stood there for a moment, lost in thought, the only sound the soft crackling of the fireplace. When Lucia asked permission from Eric to sell her recipes, so that she could help her servants, Eric asked her, his curiosity piqued. Why are you so worried about them? Lucia's response was heartfelt, her voice filled with conviction. It's what my heart is telling me to do. Eric raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Is that so? He asked, his tone playful. Lucia stood up from her chair, her movements graceful, and said with a smile, You know, my opinion has really changed about you. Eric's eyes sparkled with amusement, his face lighting up with a warm smile. Ha ha, were you afraid of me? He asked, his laughter echoing through the room. While spreading jam on her bagel, Lucia added, her voice laced with a hint of teasing. I thought you were heartless after saying all those harsh things to me when I was seriously ill. And you used to look at me kind of scary, like you were waiting to pounce. Eric's laughter grew louder, his eyes crinkling at the corners. As he shook his head, his expression filled with mirth. She munched on her bagel and said, her voice filled with a hint of playful accusation. Then you embarrassed me for sitting on the stairs. I thought you were the kind of person who hurts others for no reason. Eric's laughter echoed through the room, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Lucia stopped eating, her expression curious. Eric said, his voice filled with a hint of surprise. Plenty of people have thought those things about me, but you're the first to ever say them aloud. Lucia interrupted him, her words laced with a hint of sass. Naturally. Who's gonna talk trash about you when the Emperor has your back? Eric chuckled, his expression good-natured. There's no need to put it so bluntly, he said, his tone playful. Lucia asked him, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Doesn't it feel like we've grown closer after sharing some food together? Her words hung in the air, a gentle invitation to deepen their connection. Eric's eyes widened in surprise. Does it? Lucia's face fell, her expression saddened. You don't think so? Eric's smile returned, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Ah, no, my lady. I do indeed feel closer to you. Lucia's hand extended, offering a rose candy, her voice gentle. Would you like a piece of candy? Eric's response was hesitant, his eyes cast downward. And no, that's all right, my lady. He seemed a bit shy of her, a rare display of vulnerability. Lucia's brow furrowed, her expectations unmet. Eric explained, his voice soft. I'm not very fond of sweets. He added, his words laced with sincerity. I'd like to apologize for acting so rudely before. Lucia's curiosity piqued, she asked, her tone playful. Which time? You're gonna have to be more specific. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, her gaze teasing him to reveal more. Eric burst into laughter, his eyes shining with mirth. Lucia's curiosity was piqued. What's so funny? She asked, her tone playful. While still chuckling, Eric replied, Your brutal honesty was simply a bit unexpected. Lucia pressed on, her voice gentle but persistent. Then will you do what I asked? Meanwhile, Lependon sat at the table, his tiny face scrunched up in annoyance, clearly exasperated by the exchange between Eric and Lucia. At the main gate of the palace, Jace and Felix stood guard, their spears at the ready. Jace's eyes scanned the horizon before landing on a small figure walking along the palace walls. That must be the tiger cub Lady Lucia took in, he said, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Lependon's gaze snapped towards Jace, his eyes fixed on the guard with an unblinking stare. Jace smirked at Lependon, his voice playful. Here, kitty kitty! Who's a good boy? But Lependon's response was far from playful. He growled, his eyes blazing with rage, before jumping down from the wall. Jace's smile faltered, his thoughts racing. Oh, why do I have the feeling he was just looking down on me? If I were a white tiger, I'd be able to get close to Lady Lucia much more easily. Just then, a rustling sound broke the tension. Spooky emerged, a basket in hand, her steps purposeful. Jace's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. Isn't that one of her servants? He stepped forward, his voice firm. Wait! Where are you going? Spooky's reply was polite. I'm running an errand for Lady Lucia. Jace's response was hesitant. Well? His eyes darted around, his hand on the hilt of his spear, ever vigilant. Spooky's expression turned puzzled, clearly not understanding Jace's intentions. Then, her face flushed with anger, she began screaming at him. I've got my heart set on someone else, so don't even think about it. Jace's smile grew wider, his eyes sparkling with amusement. What? He asked, his tone playful. Spooky's words were laced with venom. Don't try cozying up to me by pretending to care about Lady Lucia so much. Are we clear? Jace's awkwardness was palpable, his reply stammering. Oh, okay. Spooky stormed into the palace, leaving Jace looking sheepish. Felix burst into laughter, his teasing merciless. That was quite the rejection. Jace's denial was swift. It was not. But his flinching expression betrayed him. He thought to himself, his mind racing. This feeling. I had it right before the last ogre attack. A sense of rejection, of being dismissed. Jace muttered to himself. I'll be right back. Felix let out a sigh, his voice laced with exasperation. Huh! I told him not to talk to her, but there he goes. Women really don't like that. He shook his head, his eyes rolling in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jace climbed the wall of the palace, his movements swift and agile. As he entered the palace, his thoughts grew increasingly uneasy. I have a bad feeling about this. Show yourself. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his spear, his senses on high alert, prepared for any unexpected danger that might lurk within. On the other hand, Swan and Isla strolled through the grand hallway of the palace, their footsteps echoing off the ornate walls. Isla's curiosity got the better of her. So why didn't anything happen? Maybe the necklaces were switched around. Swan's confidence was unwavering. No, I know I sent her the right one. I double-checked before handing it over. Isla's mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was a different necklace all along? Swan's response was firm. No, that's not possible. Grandfather got it from the treasury, so it must be the necklace of ill fortune. Her eyes narrowed, her thoughts consumed by the mystery. So then why hasn't anything happened? The silence that followed was palpable, their footsteps the only sound as they continued down the hall, lost in thought. She reminded her grandfather, recalling the moment he held her shoulders, his eyes filled with determination. Use this necklace to divert the Emperor's attention to the Rose Palace. If you become its owner, he will take you as Empress. Swan's voice was laced with concern. But you know what happened to the women who wore this necklace before. You promised to find a way for me to meet the Emperor. Her grandfather's expression turned solemn, his reply measured. That's easier said than done. His Majesty hasn't yet opened up to anyone. We don't know what might happen if we try to force your way into his bedroom. Swan's thoughts raced, her mind filled with doubts. I thought my grandfather was only going to arrange a meeting between the Emperor and me. I've already wasted 2 years here. Isla's voice broke the silence, her words gentle. Perhaps something happened that we don't know about. Swan's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed on her grandfather, her thoughts urging him to reveal more. Swan smirked, her voice laced with sarcasm. Then why don't we ask her? Just then, Spooky was seen rushing towards the Rose Palace, her movements frantic. Inside the palace, Lucia paced back and forth, her worry evident on her face. Serena burst in, her words tumbling out in a rush. My lady! Spooky went out to pick roses, but now she's getting a beating. Lucia's astonishment was palpable, her voice incredulous. What? Where? Show me! Just then, Eric arrived, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos around them. No, he said firmly, his eyes locked on Lucia. She demanded, her voice forceful. Move, please! Eric's response was unwavering. You must wait, my lady. Lucia's scream echoed through the hall, her desperation evident. Didn't you hear? Spooky is getting beaten up. Eric's reply was measured. If a lady feels bold enough to do so, it must mean she has someone powerful behind her. Lucia's rage was palpable, her voice laced with anger. So? Are you saying I should just look the other way?